Very good morning. Very good morning and welcome. Welcome to Edgbaston for the start of day 4 of the second test match between England and India. And it's been a match that has been full of incident, full of talking points, full of drama, excitement and highly competitive cricket. A partnership of 303 yesterday for the 6th wicket after England had slumped to 84 for 5. But as Harry Brook, who scored a brilliant 158 yesterday, said after the close of play, it's India who are in front, but it's a funny game. And anything can happen, as we have seen so often in the past. They lead by 244. Alongside me for the next half hour is Jarrod Kimber. Morning, Jarrod.
I remember a few years ago, Matt, I think it was 10-11 Ashes. Australia were playing in Adelaide, and they were in all sorts of problems at the end of day 4. They sent Brad Haddon out to speak. And he said the phrase, "This game does turn," 9 times in his press conference. Do you know what happened the next day? The game did not turn. Australia continued to lose. But you got to talk it up. That's what separates people like you and me, cynics, from athletes. They always believe until they don't.
Harry Brook's just done a proper cartwheel. I mean, as in, you know, an upright, fully upright one. And then Joe Root has just tried to imitate him and has done one like a 9-year-old child with his legs no more than 45 degrees. So they're at slip, and Harry Brook has done that a few times actually. He's pretty athletic and does enjoy the forward flick-flack, as Rishabh Pant did at Headingley in the first innings to celebrate his first innings 100. But he does a good side-on cartwheel as well. We're going to have Chris Woakes bowling from the pavilion end. Mostly he's toiled in from the city end, from where there has been much less bounce and less assistance. The commentary end, the pavilion end, has been the more productive for the seamers. We're going to start off with 2 slips and 2 short mid-wickets.
Dueling.
Dueling.
We never say dueling slips, do we?
No, dueling mid-wickets. There's also a sweeper on the cover boundary, an extra cover, a mid-off, mid-on, quite straight. So we're looking at a full length from Chris Woakes, which is his natural length. Also a long leg, Shoaib Bashir lurking away down in the distance.
You said the field was on the cover boundary, but it's basically point, right? And the reason I point that out is, pardon the pun, they've got a very deep mid-off, a very deep mid-on, and these 2 catching fielders on the leg side. So surely he's going to bowl very straight. So why do you need... I think it would make more sense to have the deep cover, as you were saying, than it would to have the deep point. What line is he going to bowl?
Well,
is my question.
Full and straight, surely. Here is Woakes again to KL Rahul, or so I say again, first ball of the morning, and it's pushed away defensively out on the offside. Well, I refuse to believe that he's there for the bad ball. So what I'm thinking perhaps is that that because the field, as it almost always does, telegraphs what the bowler's line of attack will be, it's to prevent Rahul from, or dissuade him from giving himself some room, taking a step to the leg side and hitting through the offside.
It's not really a KL Rahul thing to
no,
give
it's
himself
not.
room,
No,
is it?
no,
I
it's
mean,
not.
I understand your thinking again. It's a weird pattern at the moment.
2 slips, 2 short mid-wickets, and Rahul opens the face of the bat. It was back of a length and brings that man into play that we've just been talking about. Ben Duckett is on the deep point boundary.
See, that in my field, that goes straight to backward point, and then you're saying to Chris Woakes, bowl the ball up. So they've just given him a single there, because all he has to do is really make contact on the offside and he should get a single. It's an odd pattern. I mean, to be fair, Ben Stokes changes things so often, and he's doing it already. A different batter, of course, but it does. Oh, nice work from, is that Ollie Pope?
Oh, yeah.
Who tried to jump over the pitch and in the end ended in the middle of it.
I'm sure that was an accident.
It'd have to be if you're batting last. I always find it interesting that umpires are always telling players, stop roughing up the pitch. If you're batting last, just let them.
We've got a short, short mid-on and 2 catching covers now. Here's Woakes is in to Karen Nair. and pushed out defensively to the captain. Stokes is one of those 2 short covers. I like that, the Barmy Army singing their own rendition of Jerusalem, because the ECB in their wisdom have now taken over that Barmy Army tradition, and they play a very glamorized, orchestralized version of it in the few minutes before the start of play over the stadium PA. Just not the same. Doesn't work for me. Here's Wokes in again, and played defensively by Naya. That's a really good popular idea. Let's be popular and play it over the PA.
I think it's a very weird one, isn't it? I think it wasn't. It became popular, that song, about 10 years ago, and they really tried to force it into cricket. I'm not sure it adds that much for me, Manners. It feels a little bit like forced fun, and it's not that fun. I don't really like the song. I don't really like the poem.
I like the Barmy Army singing it, that's all. I just like the fact that they genuinely popularised it. Pushed away through square leg. They go through for a single as Shoaib Bashir runs around. It is very jingoistic and nationalistic as well. But
that's probably why I don't like it. Did you see
yes.
What happened with Shoaib Bashir then? He dropped 3 things. I've never seen that before.
Cap and sunglasses.
But something else fell as well. He just picked up 3 different items. I wonder if his sunglasses fell apart. He might not need them for a little while, if we're being honest.
It's going to be cloudy all day, apparently. Very slight chance of some light rain this afternoon, no more than 20% chance.
It was, his sunglasses fell apart. I think he should put them back together.
Well, they do for cleaning purposes, don't they? They do kind of disassemble.
He was just jogging as well. It wasn't like he was sprinting.
Here is Wokes again, and that's pushed away, back of a length again by KL Rahul for another single. Out to Duckett on the deep point boundary.
Basically, all he has to do is defend balls here, and they can't keep KL Rahul on strike. I mean, that won't last. Anyway, Bryden Cast bowling from the other end. One thing I will say is it's better than Sweet Caroline or what's the White Stripes one? Seven Nation Army. Like, you know.
Breaking news. Martin Saggers has just run onto the field to take Chris Gaffney's coat. So you would have thought he would have realised what the temperature was. Maybe the wind's just picked up in the last 5 minutes.
It's not cold though, is it?
No, it's fresh.
It's hard to tell. You two have been wearing the same clothes every day, so I'm a little bit put off by that.
Same sweatshirts.
Yeah, same sweatshirt, same.
A different undershirt.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying you're not washed. Sorry, listeners, if you got confused. What I mean is, you've occasionally had a T-shirt on when the sun's come out.
Yeah, I had my yellow T-shirt on yesterday, which attracted the bees and the other bugs.
I thought it was supposed to be very hot today, though. Is it not? Is it supposed to be cooling down?
I think that's right. Yeah, cloudy all day, not much sunshine. Bryden Cast into KL Rahul, pushed away defensively up towards mid-off, fielded by Wokes, and there's no run. 67 for 1. India resuming on 64 for 1. The man out yesterday, Yashasvi Jaiswal, LBW to Josh Tongue for 28. And the level of anger about the review that was allowed for Jaiswal, who called for the review fully 3 seconds after he'd been timed out. The level of opprobrium and anger about that is disproportionate to the actual event, and that's pushed away for a single for 4. Pushed away, gloriously timed by KL Rahul. Bryden Cast bowled a wide long half volley, but just caressed gloriously by Rahul, and it's fled across this quick outfield for 4.
I know it's a different bowler, but that's exactly where we wanted that fielder, isn't it? Both of us. Look, there's a part of me that's like, it's ridiculous to suddenly complain about the reviews, because I have seen upwards of 30 players take reviews after the 15-second mark. So I would probably start there.
Here's Carson again, and there's a peel for leg before wicket. It beats the inside edge, going down maybe it actually just took the inside edge. 71 for 1. Do you want to reconsider that? You've seen 30 examples of a review being granted after it's timed out.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
I've seen it a lot on or 1 or 0, but not that long after a review.
Plenty of them that happen after. It's quite common. There's a guy who emails me every time it happens, and he started sending me videos of some of them as well. He's only sent me video of a couple.
As long after the timeout as that was
No,
yesterday?
that would be up there. The Tim Payne one in the Ashes was pretty bad. That was certainly after 15 seconds.
Cast in again. Edge through third slip. There are only 2 slips. Genuine edge, and that's the gamble that the captain has to take. How many edges, if any, are going to go through third slip, and how many runs will they cost if we don't have a man at extra cover, for example? But that was a genuine edge. And see, they've been spread, haven't they? They've been gambling and standing wider, and now they're standing orthodox.
We really haven't seen many of those thick edges either. Most of them have been. I know there might have been one edge that's gone quite wide in this game so far, but most of them have been a lot more fine. Have they just moved wider?
Yes. They've both taken a step to their right. Here is Bryden Cast again to KL Rahul, and of course there won't be another edge now. Pushed away defensively off the middle of the bat. Yesterday was the most gratuitous example of incompetent officiating, I think.
That's just a mistake.
I mean, it just, you know, Jaiswal is talking to his partner KL Rahul about whether to review, and the big screen has got the countdown going. The whole stadium can see it. You know, from 15 down to 0, and then it hits the 0, and the crowd groan because there's going to be no review. Here's Cast once again. Rahul defends straight back to the bowler, and then 1, 2, 3, and then Jaiswal makes the review decision. Ben Stokes is absolutely furious. The whole stadium, well, okay, 90% of the stadium know what's happened.
Yeah.
And the umpires have got their backs to the big screen. So they're supposed to have their own stopwatch, their own timer, and they're both absolutely unaware. Well, and then, when it is made obvious to them, they don't use the third umpire.
No. Now, there's one thing I would say with the Tim Payne one, right, which is, I think, what the umpire said with Tim Payne, and he was definitely about a second and a half after the timer as well. Was it Tim Payne? Or no, I keep saying Tim Payne. I don't think it was Tim Payne. Who's the other guy who now plays for Italy?
Joe Burns.
Was it Joe Burns or Tim Payne? I can't remember. Anyway, it was one of them. Was the umpire actually said that he did say it verbally?
Here is Wokes once again. New over, pushed away defensively by Naya, no run.
So there is and so I have actually talked to some umpires about this, about specific ones on the down low, because you know, not allowed to talk to umpires. The ICC don't allow that, but you and I know some umpires. So I've sent some messages to umpires before, and they've said, he said, I'll review, and then he did the T sign. Right? Now, in the NBA or in American sports, if it doesn't matter if you say timeout, you actually need to also do the sign, I believe. But there is an ambiguity again in the playing conditions, I think.
Pushed away by Naya, out towards extra cover, and there's no run. There is absolutely no ambiguity whatsoever in the playing conditions of DRS in cricket. It says categorically the player shall make a T sign
I know
to
that.
indicate, and there's nothing about
the ambiguity is not that.
Or you can just mumble it to us, that'll be fine.
There's no ambiguity in that. The ambiguity is that umpires also listen for words, and not everyone does the T sign correctly. So there have been situations in cricket where people haven't even done the T sign correctly, right?
Well, just Wokes in once again. Big appeal for leg before wicket. Looked a bit high and leg side-ish. Naya takes the leg by as it ricochets behind square on the offside, which only goes to confirm what I said at the very beginning, which is excruciatingly poor officiating.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt that there was a mistake here, but I don't think umpires take it seriously enough. On top of that, you talk about them having a stopwatch. The best way to do it is the 15 seconds starts, and then they get a little beep in their ears, right? And in that case, if it had happened, there's no issue. You know, I mean, we're going towards this sort of shot clock style. You know, baseball's bringing it in as well. Obviously, cricket's bringing it in. It comes from basketball and water polo. I think is another one that might have the shot clock. You know, handball's another one. If we're going to do that, you need to have a buzzer.
Absolutely. Here's Wokes once again, and pushed out towards extra cover, fielded by Stokes. Exactly. There should be a buzzer in the stadium that everyone hears, or you know, like foghorn
Yeah.
on the boat.
Yeah,
Or
anything
something
like that. Even if the umpire just hears it. So it's a perfect. I just don't think they've got this 100% correct because they've never policed it right.
I don't think they've got it 50% right.
Well, this one, but I'm saying I don't think it's ever been right since we've had the 15 seconds in. I think it's always been incorrect.
Here is Wokes once again, and that's pushed out on the onside, and there's no run. There have been a couple of occasions, I can think of one in particular, where the umpire has said, no, sorry, you missed, you had your chance, you had 15 seconds. No, you're not having it.
There was one in Bangladesh where I think they said we'll have a review, but they were too far from the umpire. They didn't put their hands up exactly in the right shape, and the umpires refused to do it. But they did sort of put their hands roughly near their arms, if you know what I mean. So occasionally it's been enforced, but yeah, it's been pretty sloppy for a long time. I'm surprised you haven't noticed more of them.
I'm always an optimist. Wokes in again, driven by KL Rahul. Straight back towards the bowler, and he's down and stops it. 76 for 1.
Do you want me to go in off the long run for a minute?
I like to see the good in things, but yesterday I just thought was just so incompetent, the umpires, and it's been frustrating, Jarrod. It was frustrating at Headingley the way they just allowed the game to drift and players to take treatment whenever they wanted, and they just absolutely singularly failed to impose, I'm going to say law and order, just some basic discipline.
What was weird about yesterday is these two umpires have been so proactive with the pitch, with chatting to people, with being involved in all these different conversations, and then one time they actually had to do their jobs correctly, they let it go. But a lot of this comes down to the fact that the people who run the game don't actually care about what happens on the field.
Aha. Here is Bryden Cast, bowls to Karen Nair, steers it away to backward point. Zach Crawley fields no run.
About, what was it, 2 or 3 years ago, I wrote a report that basically showed that Kookaburra had changed the balls. They hadn't told anyone in world cricket that they were actually doing it. They told them they were changing the red balls. They didn't tell them they were changing the white balls. And it had changed ODI cricket and T20 cricket everywhere, right? It had taken away a huge amount of runs in the power play. I wrote the report. The report was given to the ICC, and the ICC said, unofficially of course, this is just nerd stuff. The Kookaburra ball is the most important thing in cricket, I would argue.
Cast in again. Karen Nair plays defensively straight back to the bowler. 76 for 1. Lead is 256.
98% of international deliveries are probably delivered without across T20, ODI and Test matches. And they didn't know it had changed. It'd have to be, wouldn't it?
96%.
I think it'd be higher, but 98% I would have thought.
Well,
if you factor in all the associate cricket and women's cricket.
How many?
But SG only do Indian Test matches. Dukes only do West Indies and England Test matches. Everything else is a Kookaburra. Almost no one uses anything other than a Kookaburra.
Cast in down the leg side. Leg glance from Nair. Nair doesn't make contact. Something I've never ever thought about. But 96% just sounded an awfully high number. But could be.
I can look it up later if you want.
Well, no, it could be, couldn't it?
It'd have to be a high amount. So much so that most cricket teams in the world think you have to use a Kookaburra in white ball cricket. They think that's actually part of the regulations, and there is no regulation that says you have to use a Kookaburra, but people have just assumed that is the case. But those sorts of things, I can tell you a bunch. There's one involving Ravi Jadeja that I also alerted them to.
Oh, that's a quick bouncer, and Nair can't get out of the way of it. And it's hit him on the glove, and I think then on the side of the helmet. And it hasn't got up. That's the problem. Karen Nair is not a tall man, and he's tried to sway out of the way of it, and it's clattered into the side of his helmet, I think via the glove. And
we definitely got the doctor coming out. Karen Nair is not sure, but the doctor's already out there. Well,
and he's given KL Rahul a little glove punch to say, I'm fine. But the physiotherapist has run out there. Is he actually a doctor? Is he a medical doctor? Or is he just a physio?
Well, they have both now, don't they? And a lot of teams use both, but it just hits the chin, doesn't it? There.
Yeah, well, there's an appreciative groan or a sympathetic groan from the crowd as they watch the replay, but he's got a big smile on his face as Nair, unless that's a grimace.
So I contacted the ICC a few years ago, also telling them that players were informing me that spinners had started to use something known in baseball as sticky stuff. which is basically a way of getting more purchase on the ball that baseballers do. And in baseball, they pat you down before you go into pitch now to make sure you don't have any sticky stuff on your body. And I said, cricketers are telling me that the same thing's happening in cricket. And the ICC went, it's fine. And I think about 2 weeks later, Ravi Jadeja was caught spraying stuff on his hand.
Yeah, it is literally called sticky stuff, by the way, wherever you're listening, if you're wondering. Braden casts in again. What's his follow-up ball? Edged between first and second slip. See, this is the problem. Gamble slip cordons fail more often than they succeed. We had a regulation first and second slip in the previous over from casting. It flew through third slip. So Root and Brook have taken a step to their right, widened the gap between them, and that ball has gone between them at a very comfortably catchable height, and they've both left it to each other. It's a gamble cordon.
It would have hit Brook on the sternum, wouldn't it, if he hadn't moved? Also interesting that they've got Root and Brook in there. Surely if you're doing a gamble cordon, doesn't Stokes make more sense because he can cover more ground than a normal slip fielder?
Yeah, he doesn't do it anymore, does he? Doesn't field in the cordon, doesn't catch. His cast is in again, and that one is pushed by Karen Nair past Ollie Pope. He gets a hand to it, diving at extra cover, and they go through for a quick single. 81 for one. Talking of umpires, and let's put this subject to bed maybe. Actually, no, we can carry on talking about it. But, you know, the umpires that I've got to know over the years, mostly in airport terminals, but occasionally...
It's always that, or hotel lobbies waiting for your taxi.
Yeah, that too. But, you know, the great thing about umpires, and let's try and remember this, is that they are normal people. They have...
Some of them
issues and worries that that we all share. Anyway, so you can say the truth, and they tell us the truth because they know that we're not going to repeat it. We trust it. Well, not all umpires trust us, but most do. And you can speak your mind. Here is Wokes again. Forward comes Karen Nair, pushing up to mid-on, no run. And so I think it was pathetic. The players were bossing you around, messing you around. You didn't do anything about this. Play was being held up. I really think that you could have exerted your authority there. And they 19 times out of 20 completely agree and say, yes, but then I need the job. I want the money. If I make a stand, if we had said, no, you can't do that, or you have to stop treatment now or get off the field, then we get a reputation as a troublemaker. The captains give us low marks in their reports, and we don't get the next tour, we don't get the next gig, we get moved off the elite list, and I'm out of work. Here is Wokes once again, and that's steered away off the thick outside edge. I don't know what led me onto having this rant.
No, it's 100%. It's a very good rant. I'll give you it. I noticed how interesting it was when I was working in associate cricket, when we were in the UAE and it was 4,000 degrees, and the Scottish team of all team were trying to play in the heat. And every time we tried to send on an extra drink, they sent them back off. Don't see that a lot at the top level of international cricket, do you? So at associate level, they have no problems just umpiring.
Yeah, that's another very familiar problem. It's pushed away out in the onside, no run. It's like when the ICC's constitution very clearly stipulates that there will be no government intervention in the board of control for the cricket, and who will be independent. And then if the Zimbabwean government is seen to be interfering, or the United States, then they will be suspended from membership of the ICC, but not if you're Sri Lanka or India or any other major test-playing nation. Pushed away by Nair, out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Ollie Pope. Anyway, I was going
to say, we could go on and on with the fact that Afghanistan and Ireland both came in, and they both have to share a similar amount of money. One of them has a women's team and one doesn't. Surely you just don't give them their full money. You get 50% of your money because you have 50% of your teams.
You know what? Everything we've spoken about before this, I've been frustrated about, but that's different level.
It's ridiculous.
That's different level. I'm angry here about that. Wokes in again, driven down the ground to mid-on, and straight to the fielder. Bryden Cast, no run. Josh Tongue, I should say. 81 for 1. Gonna have to go and take one of my blood pressure pills.
Curran Nair just looks like a batter, doesn't he? Like, he just looks like, it's his story, and going to, I think he was going to retire, and he was talking to all of his teammates about how he was done, and he moved teams, and I think he started a coaching academy, all these things. He was on his way out, and somehow he's just found his way back. But you just watch him and you go, he's a batter.
Ducks underneath this bouncer from Chris Wokes, rare bouncer, and it goes through to keeper Jamie Smith. 81 for 1. Is it the Vijay Hazard Trophy, the major one-day competition in which he averaged 580?
Yeah, he basically wasn't dismissed for about 2 years, was he? And he did the same in first-class cricket, and he was great in T20 cricket. He played a great innings in the IPL this year, and he's come back to the IPL. And then I don't think made another run after that, unfortunately for him. But it's a great story, and he is a proper, a huge fan of cricket, and someone who is done everything he can to get himself in the right place to have this comeback. It is so hard in Indian cricket. You can go from scoring a triple century to not even being on the fringes of the side while you're still in your peak. And it did affect him mentally.
I think it affected everyone who loves cricket. Just watching his predicament. It just was so harsh. Here's Cast again to KL Rahul, who leaves this a la Courtney Walsh. Feet go splayed out, and the quick whip of the bat out of the way, completely over-exaggerated and accentuated from KL Rahul there. Anybody thought he'd just been bowled a hand grenade without the pin in it. Curran Nair 13, KL Rahul has 38. India 81 for 1, leading by 261.
By the way, just for those of you who are a little bit too young for the reference, leaving like Courtney Walsh is not a compliment.
Thanks for pointing that out. I made the assumption. Here's Bryden Cast again, and Rahul gets one that bounces, and it's pushed out to extra cover. It is if you're Courtney Walsh. I mean,
to be fair, the way
hugely entertaining.
The way that Courtney Walsh leaves and the way that Steve Smith leaves are not 100% separate. You know how they say everything in life's a circle, like politics is a circle, and if you go far enough to the left, you end up back on the right. There is an element of, if you go far enough to the extremes that Steve Smith has, you end up almost at Courtney Walsh again.
Oh, Courtney, he was a magnificent tail-ender to watch. Here's Bryden Cast again, and KL Rahul pushes it up towards mid-on, sets off the single, and does so very quickly, very actively. Shoaib Bashir is unable to react quickly enough. See, Shoaib's grown himself a youthful hairstyle, sort of all long and one length. He'll be wearing a headband soon. Keep it in place.
Well, KL Rahul's got a lot of hair.
He was wearing a ponytail in the slips the other day.
Yeah.
Yesterday. But
you don't want the hair getting in your eyes. Have you ever heard the Harmy story about why he got a haircut?
No, I haven't. He did show me a picture of his ponytail yesterday. Cast in again, back of a length outside the off stump. Curran Nair, I think, just played at that and missed. Just flew past the outside edge, and much excitement in the slip cordon, which has now been boosted by the arrival of Zach Crawley at third slip.
Yeah, eventually. Harmy had long hair, looked like a grunge kid when he first started playing for Durham. And he came into bowl one day, and he bowled the ball, and the hair used to go in his eyes. And he didn't appeal, and apparently it was plum. And because he didn't appeal, the umpire didn't give it out, of course, even though everyone else was appealing. And David Boone went up to him and said, what are you doing? Why didn't you appeal? And Harmy said, I couldn't see it. The hair went in my eyes. That was the last day he had long hair for Durham. It was cut the next day, I believe.
Cast again. Drive, thick edge, beats third slip. Who'd be a fast bowler, Bryden? It's very, very frustrating. Don't think that would have carried to a gully. But might have done. Very low down, ankle height maybe just. But it's 4 anyway. And KL Rahul moves on to 39. India 86 for 1. And the lead now 266.
Yeah, we're just starting to see thicker edges, aren't we? After, maybe this pitch is changing a little bit. We've already seen Ben Stokes look at the sort of short covers and short mid wickets, although he doesn't have it for Cast. Cast is all about the slips.
3 slips in place at the moment as Bryden casts in again. Another one edged along the ground by Karen Nair. Zach Crawley fields, and there's no run. 86 for 1. I have a real strong hankering to see England fight for a draw, to see Bazball England scrap their way to an honourable draw. Harry Brook repeated the team line last night, didn't he? We'll chase anything, we don't play for draws.
We'll chase infinity and beyond. Didn't McCullum, though? McCullum made a 100 on a flat pitch where he basically blocked out. I don't know if I ever saw him block out for
Wellington.
A draw. Was it Wellington?
Yeah.
I thought, Dubai? Didn't he make a big score in Dubai as well?
He made his triple
yeah, but did he make a double then
Basin
in
Reserve.
Dubai? I've got a feeling I've seen him bat defensively for a long period of time. Unless it's just a dream I had.
No, I mean, he faced like 480 balls for his 300 at Wellington, and that was for a draw. I think Sri Lanka made 700, didn't they? Or was it Pakistan? I think it was Sri Lanka. Here's Wokes once again. Producer Scott will look it up for us, remind us. 86 for 1. Karen Nair is 17 not out. KL Rahul has 39. The only man out in the second innings for India. Yashasvi Jaiswal, LBW to Josh Tongue yesterday evening. But the lead is 266. There's a plaque. Actually, Brendan McCullum features on 3 commemorative plaques at the Basin Reserve in Wellington, which is great for a man from Dunedin in the South Island. Here's Wokes once again up to the crease now, and it's steered square of the wicket on the offside. There's nobody at point. There's a deep point on the boundary, so it's an easy single.
Yeah, so his 302 was off 559 balls. That was against India. And then I thought he had another one.
It was probably in a T20. 158 for the
143 at a strike rate of 58 against Bangladesh was another one where, I mean, I wouldn't say these are blocking up for him. Maybe not blocking up for a normal person. Don't know if he ever had the really, really slow one. The way that, what was AB de Villiers' record one?
30, it was Adelaide, 5th day, Australia 2012. He made 30 off 232 balls. Here is Wokes once again, and flicked away behind square on the leg side without a boundary. That's one of my favourite innings of all time. Another single, flicked away off his pads through square leg, 268.
Got one for you
now.
42 in 174 minutes of 130 balls. McCullum. 2012 Hyderabad.
That was blocking for a draw.
So
that's what. So
you forgot to take his bat out with him.
That's what I'd like to see England be prepared to do. If they throw the Test match away on the 5th day, chasing 500 in a day, which is impossible even for them.
I think
flicked away through square leg, no run.
I think they should try and score 500 in a day because it will be more fun.
And lose.
Could tie. They'll probably lose. Yeah, I mean, look, from a cricket perspective, if we are now calling this Bazball with brains, and we saw them do it in the middle session yesterday, I think if that's the case, I've got no issue. Just on that middle session yesterday, though, they were so in front in that game, and they didn't take the advantage and put the foot down on India, and they ended up collapsing and letting India way back in.
Got him, edge, no. Wokes thought it was out, Jamie Smith thought it was out, KL Rahul didn't. And he just looks down and scratches his crease, and Chris Wokes, being the gentleman that he is, goes, oh well, fair enough, and then walks back to the top of his run-up.
It was an appeal for LBW and caught behind at the same time. I think he's left it, but his bat was kind of trapped behind his body. It's possible he hit his pad, and they were half thinking, well, is he left that? Is that LBW? And they were also thinking, is it possible he hit it? I think the two noises were ball on pad, bat on pad. But it was one of those ones where you think, well, that must be out because that was a good ball, and it isn't quite.
Silly mid on, silly mid off now, and a short mid wicket. And here's another leave from KL Rahul with a fancy flourishing bat removal as Wokes completes the over. We've had 20 in the innings now. We had 13 overnight, so we've had 7 in the first half an hour, sorry. And it's a couple of moments of discomfort, moment of fortune for Karen Nair when he edged one at chest height between first and second slip. Big gap there between Root and Brook. 88 for 1. Time for a change in the commentary box. Commentary balcony. Steve Harmison, first of all, and then for the first time this Test match, I'm delighted to welcome Melinda Farrell, the one and only.
Cheers, Manners. Yeah, it was a good thick outside edge. Brook and Root just looking at each other, but it was a little bit of a Chuckle Brothers to me, to you. So Carter's coming in now. Back of a length now, just pushes it out to mid-on, no run. Good morning, Mel Farrell. How are we?
You've got me flustered because I've just had to wipe the mic with the antibacterial wipe. You never know where Neil Manthorp has been.
That's an early dig, Manners. That's an early kick. Yeah, she's coming punching. Yeah. It's on for 2 seconds. Bang, there's one for Manners. I can't wait for what I'm going to get.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I haven't started on you yet. As Cass is in, bowling his second over. That's just flicked fine. And it makes it all the way to 4 more runs for Karun Nair. Nice little bit of settling as well after what's been a tricky little period for India. Good period perhaps for the England bowlers.
Yeah, I mean it has. I mean Chris Wokes, I think, which surprised me because if you look at the flags, Mel, it suggests you that he would bowl from the other end because of the little bit of swing going, the wind going across the ground, but he's bowling from the end we're commentating at. Bryden Carter's bowled predominantly in this Test match from the other end to what he's bowling at. So, yeah, it has been, and that there was just Carse going fuller to try and bring Kieran Nair forward. And the back of the length that he normally bowls and the stock length he normally bowls, he hasn't quite adjusted his line.
So Karun on strike as in comes Carse past the umpire, bowls, and that's just driven beautifully, picks out the gap between extra cover and mid-off, and that is another boundary back-to-back for Karun. And, well, Carse has some thinking to do.
Yeah, well, this time, Mel, all he's done this time is he's gone for the fuller length and kept his length right, but he's just got the line wrong. He's trying to overcompensate from the ball that's gone down leg side, and there he's trying to entice Karun there to come forward, but that unfortunately is just too wide. Got to get it a little bit tighter if he wants to entice and bring slip into play.
In comes Carse once more, bowls, and that is a much tighter length right in on him, and he just manages to chop straight down on that one. Does Karun Nair, and it dribbles out to the offside.
Seen that so many times, haven't we, in this Test match? That inside edge back towards the stump, so we're down to the leg side, down the fine leg. That tells you for me that the pitch is slow. It's not as ball doesn't come on as much as what it did at Headingley. This outfield's a lot slower as well, so England's chase will be a lot more difficult. Even though they chased 371 last week, I think this one will be a lot harder.
Here's Carse once more. Next ball driven nicely, but it's picked up on the ring by Ben Stokes. So he prevents the run. What a wonderful moody atmosphere it is here too, by the way. We're sitting here out here on the gantry, and there's a real hum around the stands here at Edgbaston. Grey clouds overhead, the wonderful E-lights on the city skyline. It has that feeling, doesn't it?
It has. It's good. It has. You're right. It's got a hum. I mean, the alcohol hasn't kicked in yet, so it hasn't properly started yet. So I think come 1:30, the Hollis will be flying.
Always is. Here is Carse once more to Karun. Has he got the edge? Yes, he has. He's got him. Caught behind. Jamie Smith takes it cleanly. And the testing period does finish with a wicket for England. Karun Nair goes for 26, and Carse has one for England.
Yeah, brilliant this time. We talked about it there, Mel, but wider for Carse. He straight to the leg side. He bowled it a little bit too wide, and this time it was a lot closer to Karun Nair. He had to readjust. He couldn't just hit it, open the face and hit it through extra cover. He had to readjust because he had to think he's hitting the ball straight back down the ground, more or less where Keil Rowell was standing at the non-striker's end, and his head's just fallen over, and because of that, lost his balance. And Carse finds the outside edge. An easy catch for Jamie Smith, but a smart one, because he's got slip. First slip's not at first slip, it's at 1.5. So he has to sort of make sure that he's in a position to cover that ground. And it looked as though he had just took a step to his left. And when the outside edge come, he's had to go that little bit further to the right, and it was a regulation catch that made it look very, very easy. But I don't think it was as easy as what he made it look. And here now comes the man of the moment, the man who has got, for me, huge decisions to make throughout the next 6 hours. And England will be hoping that he doesn't have to make the declaration one and they bowl them out, and that is Shubman Gill.
Yes, the skipper walks out on the back of his magnificent 269 runs in the first innings. And, well, you're right, Harmy, and this is what makes England fun to watch. They must be the most frustrating team in the world to bat third against. The whole idea of what you're trying to do when you're batting in each other innings is kind of straightforward, right? First innings, get as much as you possibly can. Second innings, try and get past that. Fourth innings, you're either chasing or batting out for a draw. But the third innings, that's where you've got to make your decision based on time in the game, how many overs are left, how many runs have you got, and how does the other side bat?
And the other side who are always sometimes behind the game for that third innings. You know, they have to play on the tiredness of and the mental tiredness of the team that's batting third.
Here's Chris Woakes' first ball, just defended by Rahul. Goes up to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, so, you know, the conundrum we were talking about last night with me and Manners, it's what's the number? And for me, it shouldn't be from Shubman Gill, it shouldn't be the number that runs he's got to play with. In his mind, it should be the number of overs he feels as though team needs to take 10 England wickets. Forget what's happened at Henley, that's gone. It's now about how many overs does my team need to take 10 wickets. Whatever that number is, they shouldn't worry about the runs.
Chris Woakes from the pavilion end in. That one's just done leg stump and turned around the corner to square leg, no run by Rahul.
And Ben will counter that by saying, right, if you get 500 and you pull out around about tea time, we can get to 120 tonight, 130 tonight for 1-2, and all of a sudden do India then look at the horror show they had last week and go, well, we conceded 360 on the last day. So Ben will always believe, and England will always believe they can win. It's about India believing they can win, and that's the mindset they need to be in, the captain needs to be in.
Rahul waits as in comes Woakes, and he just carves that one out towards deep backward point. They'll stroll through for a single. For me, that's what, as they move on to 97 for 2, that's what makes England so much fun, though. And it's brilliant. I've absolutely loved covering England in this period, because, you know, you get to the end of day 2, normal test, go back in the day, you think it's all over, Red Rover, and there's no chance for them. But the fact that they make you start doing all these calculations and you get the abacus out or the calculator, it just makes it so much fun.
And the way they talk about it as well, that's the thing. They put pressure on the opposition just by talking positively, even before the ball bowled.
In comes Woakes. Next ball's defended. He's got 2 fielders right either side of the cut strip at the moment. We've seen that before in that sort of short, straight, mid-on, mid-off positions. Yeah,
and I think what's happening here is you got mid-on and mid-off are really straight on the cut strip, probably about 18 yards from the bat. Zach Crawley's at sort of catching mid-wicket. And what Ben's saying to Chris Woakes is, Shubman Gill's got a vulnerability in and around off stump early in his innings, so we need to be bowling straight at the stumps.
Woakes is in and bowls to Gill, who just turns this one out through mid-wicket. Gets picked up. They take a single and the captain is on the board. 1 run from him, 98 for 2. Now, India leading by 278. It seems like a huge number, but you do sort of wonder too that what England have done is they've brought in that reputation as a factor. You say forget about leads, it's probably easier said than done.
Absolutely, it is easier said than done, but that's what a top sportsman's very good at. You know, international sportsmen and women are very, very good at looking forward and not looking back.
Last ball of Woakes over in, and that one's on him quickly, and Rahul just chops that down into the ground. It rolls out into the offside, and the over will finish with India 98 for 2, leading by 278. Gill is on 1, KL Rahul on 41.
And I think the best thing for India would be, so they don't have to make a decision, would be get to Lodge wherever the game's at, 320 in front, 330 in front, then try and be a little bit more proactive and positive, and then naturally get bowled out by being positive, and that then stops any negativity about the decision that you have to make. It stops anybody having to make a decision and going longer than they have to. Shubman Gill thinking I need 550. I mean, 550, come on. Even in the modern day, that's ridiculous. But this is the thing that Ben's done. You're 100% right. With Ben and Brendan at the helm, they've put a huge amount of doubt in the opposition captain's mind when it comes fourth innings.
Carse, fresh off a wicket. He's in bowling to Gill. He just plays that up towards wide mid-off. I won't get a run there. They've got those 3 fielders in the slip spread very wide again.
Yeah, the way it looks is though the feel as though it's the slowness of the pitch. The ball's going squarer. It's not gonna. The fine nick's going so slow. It's not really going to go to where first slip would be. So maybe he's a little bit different off Carse because he's got a little bit more pace and got a little bit more bounce. Joe's gone a little bit closer to what conventional first slip would look like. But off Woakes, Joe's more or less at second slip, Harry be at third, and Zach Crawley be at sort of fourth.
Carse is in. Next ball, he just pushes at that one, Gill, out to Ben Stokes in the covers.
Because of that mention about the Karen Nair one, because it looked as though it was angling down leg side, Jamie Smith took a step to his left and then had to go to his right, and it was a regulation catch. I'm not saying anything else. It was a regulation catch, but because of his first movement, he had to work a little bit harder than he probably would do normally if it was just a regulation nick. Step to his left, step to his right, and just take the ball comfortably.
In comes Carse, Birmingham City skyline behind him as this ball squirts off the inside portion of Gill's bat. Goes down towards long leg, and they'll take a single, takes them to 99 for 2, lead up to 279. Gill moves on to 2.
Yeah, there looks as though there's a little bit of a rain in the air. There's some dark clouds around. You get that here. Many times, Mel, I'm standing at fine leg and third man and looking up and going, it's actually raining everywhere else in Birmingham apart from here. And you go, what's going on? But it does go with the city. It does at Leeds as well. It goes, down with the city. And here's another one. It goes, the rain seems to sort of tend to follow the city. We haven't had too much that was forecast over the last few days.
Rahul waits as in comes Carse, full ball outside off stump, played out to Stokes again. I'll just let you know, I am the local, by the way, Harmy. I live 3 miles from here. I know I sound very brummy, but what you need to do is go out where you get the coffee and the lunch, and you look out the window out the back there, sort of out behind us and to our left. That's where the rain comes from every time. If you can't see the tower, you're in trouble.
Yeah, we can't see the tower and the hills. You're going to be playing cards for the next 3 hours.
But that's like in Leeds. What is it? The Otley.
Yeah, the Otley. Is it the Otley? Is there a hill there? I forget what that was called.
The Otley Moor that's now obscured by the grandstand. Here's Carse. Next ball just played up towards mid-wicket. They take a quick single. Shoaib Bashir came herring in, but they were through pretty safely in the end, and that brings up the 100 for India for the loss of 2 runs. They lead now out to 280. I'll be pretty happy with that. The question is, what will they be happy to end up with?
I think another 200 from here, and they've got to be happy with that. If they get 480, I can't believe they'll be worried. Again, for me, it comes down to the number of overs they feel is there they'll need to bowl England out. The pitch is still pretty lifeless. There's still not much up and down. There's a little bit of turn when the spinners were bowling.
Here's Cast. Next ball. There's a shout. They're up in the air. The ball ends up skewing out in front of square leg. Umpire not interested at all. They're just going to have a little discussion. Ben Stokes is
thinking he's hit it.
Yes.
Ben's indicating that he's hit it. Chris Gaffney is just waiting for the clock to go down before he signals either a run or a leg by. Oh, he's gone for it.
And he waited till the one. We did see yesterday a little bit of controversy when Jaiswal appeared to take the review after the counter had reached 0, but now...
Yeah, I think there's people trying to play a bit naughties and trying to get Ben Stokes fined or banned and saying he was too aggressive towards the umpires, but for me it was so wrong. This is close. But I think if he's not hit, it's probably just going to go down leg side. I think with the angle that Cast bowls from, looking on the big screen, if he's not got a scratch on it, which he has, then he's not out.
Well, that takes whether it was hitting the stumps very much out of the equation. Just a little spike there that we can see on the big screen in front of us. So... it's interesting because Ben Stokes seemed to be thinking very firmly that he'd hit it.
Yeah, Ben knew, but somebody in the slip cordon has challenged him to make that decision. What it's done is it's just woken the crowd up a little bit. Fancy dress there, I see a few Mexicans there. I've seen the pig this morning, that's been here for 4 days, being chased by the butcher. He still hasn't been caught because he's still here. Trying to think what else we can see here.
I wonder if there's any heavy metal, Black Sabbath, they're playing in Birmingham tonight. It's all happening. Rock and roll here during the day, heavy metal at night.
ELO were on last night, weren't they? I love ELO, they're brilliant. What a group, that band that is.
So you're not a Black Sabbath fan?
The odd song, but not much. Metallica's playing with them, isn't it? Is it Metallica that's playing with them?
Yeah, they are.
I like them.
In comes Wokes. First ball is right up in the block hole. It ends up just dribbling off Gill's bat. Harry Brook goes and picks it up, coming in from the slip. Nice first ball. Of course, heavy metal was invented in Birmingham. A lot of things were invented in Birmingham.
Ozzy Osbourne, Birmingham.
The pen.
Yeah.
The roller skate, the skateboard, the mass spectrometer. Lots of things were invented in Birmingham.
I think I'll have to take your word for that, Mel.
Hey, I'm proud of my adopted city.
Yeah,
and
my non-GCSEs has not gone very far on that one.
Well, also made in Birmingham is Chris Wokes, and he's in, and the next ball's just defended back down to Wokes. One of Birmingham's finest.
Yeah, he is one of Birmingham's finest. Everybody's favourite older brother, Chris Wokes, who showed his teeth this week. He did. He had a little bit of a swear word on the. It didn't really, obviously, it was on the big screen. But it was great. I loved that. I thought it was fantastic. I mean, he is the nicest man in cricket, Chris Wokes, and you always want him to do well because he's too nice to be a fast bowler.
Well, he's running in now, bowls to Gill, who studiously just prods this one up to mid-off, no run. I actually did an interview with Chris Wokes earlier this year when we were in South Africa, and we got talking about his love for Aston Villa. And when I told him that I'd never been to a game, although I've been living in Birmingham for a few years, he actually just said, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed, and our relationship's never going to be the same again, Mel. And it's the worst moment of my life. Imagine disappointing Chris Wokes.
You can't. It's just not possible. He is a massive Aston Villa fan. He had a good time last year in obviously the Champions League. Newcastle had it the year before.
All right, Gill, bat raised, waits, in comes Wokes, and that's just pushed out to Ben Stokes. It's got two fielders there just in that cover region, almost holding hands. So a bit of funky field time, which we saw a lot of in the first innings as they tried desperately to find a way to get a wicket.
Yeah, Ben Stokes is encouraging Shubman Gill to try and pierce the field, whether it be on the offside or the leg side. Gill's he's walking across his stumps, so he's coming out of his crease and coming at Chris Wokes. Ben's trying to encourage him to hit through the field.
Yeah, just saw one slip in as Wokes is in, and that is just plonked straight out to short mid-wicket. So they've got a couple in catching positions on the offside and the onside. Just 4 of them pushing in there on Gill, trying to increase that pressure.
Yeah, Chris Wokes is Aston Villa, my Newcastle, first game of the season for Saturday afternoon. We've got them. I remember took Ian Bell to Villa Park. He had to stand in the Newcastle end, in the horror on his face. He was only about 19, 20.
Wokes bowls full and just turned down the leg side, and Jamie Smith has a lovely little roll and dive. Stops the ball going any further at the end of the over from Chris Wokes. And India now 101 for 2 with Gill on 3, KL Rahul on 42. India leading by 281, and the Holly stand is up and shouting for England as the clouds still remain. We've had the sun just trying to push through, but it is that moody grey skies that is enhanced by the E lights above us. Have you ever thought about what it must be like to go up and change one of those bulbs?
Oh, I'm scared of heights. I know I'm 6'5", but I am scared of heights. I couldn't think of anything worse than going up there. One of my best mates works in the wind farm industry and goes in the middle of the sort of North Sea or the Irish Sea on them wind turbines at the top. I mean, I couldn't think of anything worse.
Here's Cast with a new over. First ball just defended into the covers by KL Rahul.
Harness on, strapped in, all the way to the top, and you're just like, no, that just doesn't look fun at all. You know, looking at, I'm trying to think players that played with. Collie was one. I mean, you had a bungee rope off a bridge, and Collie was first in the queue. Freddie was another one, adventurous. Any of the roller coasters that were there, straight onto them, bang. Didn't for 1 minute thought of, what it was like. Straight up there, the adrenaline junkies. Me, no. I struggle on the kids' rides.
Here comes Cast. Next ball driven. Ben Stokes is a bit of a magnet as he prowls that area at extra cover. No run. You must get scared every time you stand up then.
Yeah, basically, yeah. So I'm not a big fan of being up here, out the way of, thankfully the bar that is causing me a huge amount of problems. Seeing the game that's in front of me, I'm pleased it's there because I know we're going to be safe. Game's in a little bit of nothing happening here. I know Cast has just got a wicket, but there's not a great deal of urgency from England. I think they're quite happy letting India dig a hole. India, well, I know they haven't got 2 players at the crease who aren't as proactive as what maybe Pant is.
In comes Carson. Oh, KL Rahul. He's just fenced that one away wide of the slip squad and runs away for 4. He played a couple this morning, a couple of edges that managed to just evade the slips fielders or be just wide enough, but he manages to just uppercut that one enough, and he moves on to 46. India now 105 for 2.
Yeah, Jack Crawley was in the game there, third slip, he was. It was a good ball from Cast, a little bit of width, not much. It bounced though, and with it bouncing, KL Rahul, he's followed it and he's just guided it. It's not come off the middle of the bat, it's come off the sort of leading edge. It's rolled down the leading edge, and that could have easily have gone to third slip in Zach Crawley.
Here is Cast once more, left alone outside the off stump by Rahul. It's just having a look. I'm not sure quite what he's thinking. Is he having a look where that ball is pitched?
Yeah, there's a little bit of inconsistency of the bounce there. The ball before bounced quite high, and he's rode the bounce and he's played with it away from his body. That one there, I would say, pitched marginally fuller, and it's bounced twice through to Jamie Smith. So maybe his natural wear and tear of the wicket starting to come in, which will encourage Shubman Gill and the Indian bowlers that the pitch has got some deterioration in it.
We've certainly seen a few flat pitches at Edgbaston over the last 18 months as Cast is in, bowls over the wicket, and a nice little limbo from KL Rahul as he lets that one go by. He would have got under the broomstick. And
yeah, that was a good lead. It was a good ball, well directed short ball. It was meant to be a short ball. thought for a second that Kyoto was just about to ramp it, because that's the shot he plays, but he's dropped his hands and got out the way of it, and he was a comfortable leave in the end.
But he's actually been a bit caught, would you say, betwixt and between, and between,
Hard
a
on the
few
rock play.
times.
Yeah, and he has. And I think that's the indecision from India, though, Mel, that if you've got a clarity of thought and a clarity of message and a clarity of what we want to achieve today, that Ben Stokes' team always have. It doesn't always come off, but you're in a better position.
Cass in bowls, and that's just again push to Ben Stokes. Everything's going to Ben Stokes. He's always in the centre of everything. That's the end of Cass's over. India 105 for 2. Gill on 3. KL Rahul closing in on a half century. He's 46, and India lead by 285. What have your thoughts been, seeing as we haven't been on together on this pitch here?
I just think it's got, it's not a bad pitch, but it's not one that you think, right, it's going to induce a fantastic cricket match. I thought the pace that was in it at Headingley, that little bit more than what this is, and a little bit more held together, I thought made for a better cricket match, as in the players. There was still a contest between bat and ball. Here, I don't think there has been as much. I think it's too slow for an international pitch. And even the batters will feel as though the ball's not really coming onto the bat. We've seen a lot of low scores, if not no scores, and a lot of ducks in there. So, yeah.
Here's Wokes, first ball to Gill. It's just pushed down into the offside. They've got those 4 fielders all in catching positions, 2 on the offside, 2 on the onside. Now, I've done a few Warwickshire games here in the past 18 months, and I think twice I've seen a team score 500 and then be made to follow on.
Oh my word! I mean, that's just not fun. That's just not cricket.
Don't you love the Kookaburra ball?
Yeah, I mean that should be thrown in the nearest bin.
Here's Wokes, next ball. It's just turned into the offside by Gill. No run.
I mean, the Kookaburra ball is there designed to try and enhance fast bowlers, reverse swing, but when the outfields are as lush as this, the ball's not going to reverse swing, goes soft very quickly. International bowlers aren't bowling with it. I mean, if you look around at this moment in time, Cook's still here, Archer's still here. The ones that you're trying to learn how to bowl with it, not an effect.
Here's Wokes. That one's come off the outside edge of the bat, but into vacant territory. It's going to run all the way down to third for a boundary for Gill, the first of his innings. And a big cheer greets that from the India fans in this marvellous crowd here today at Edgbaston. Gill moves on to 7, 109 for 2 now, India.
Yeah, Shubman Gill, he's just dropped his hands on that. He's got an outside edge on it, but he's dropped his hands on it because he can't get out to play it, because he's had to go back into his crease. Against Wokes over the course of these last sort of 3 or 4 overs, he's been able to walk at Chris Wokes, but Jamie Smith's put the helmet on and gone and stood up to the stumps. So Gill is now stuck in the crease.
Yeah. Smith up to the stumps and takes the ball immediately as the outside edge is beaten by Wokes. So that'll put a different kind of pressure on Gill. Can't move out of his crease. Do you know what? It's something I absolutely love. You're more likely to see it in associate cricket or county cricket, but I love a keeper keeping up to a seamer. Yeah,
that's the conundrum for the seamer, especially when Chris Wokes, if he swings it or nips it. Now, do you have him standing up or do you have him standing back? Because the edge is a lot easier to catch when you are standing back.
Wokes in again. It's just gently patted into the leg side by Gill. You've also got to have well, you can tell me this. I've been told by keepers that you have to have a bowler who doesn't have a huge ego as well.
Yeah, there is that. I mean, in bowlers, a lot of bowlers do have a huge ego. I'm trying to think.
You didn't, of course.
No, I didn't. But I mean, one of the thickest cricketers I ever played with, Philip Mustard. I don't even think he would have tried to stand up to me.
Here's Wokes to finish off his over, and the ball is just defended back to him, and leaves Gill on 7. Rahul is on 46. India are on 109 for 2, leading by 289. And on that note, Harmy, I'm going to leave you and I'm going to hand over to Neil Manthorp.
Yeah, well done, Mel. Thanks, and it's You see your drinks coming on. Kiro running off again for his bathroom break. Yeah, it's amazing. England have come on with three subs, 3 high fizz vests on, bringing out the drinks. There's only 4 people left on the field. Everybody else has gone off for a comfort break. Kiro's gone off for a comfort break. So Dawson, and I'm not sure who that is with a towel over his jumper, has come out to have a conversation with Shubman Gill. Shubman looks in relaxed order there. He's having a laugh and a joke with the 12th man. Martin Saggers, former teammate of mine, comes out and gives the 2 on-field umpires a drink. 3 ground staff just whitewashing the lines, brushing away some of the dust, getting themselves ready for the next session. And in England at this moment in time, find themselves in still behind the game, but still with an outside chance of forcing a victory. 289 runs, 2 wickets down. If England can get another 2 or 3 wickets in this session, it's a big if that, but if you can get 2 in this session, they'll still believe that after the lunch break they might be able to try and force a result. From India's point of view, Manners, they have to look at it and try and be as positive as they possibly can, leading into lunch and then after lunch, because they've got to believe they can win this match. They really have to. I didn't think they had any belief whatsoever at Headingley, and if there's any lessons to be learned from Headingley, whether it was their team selection, their bowlers bowling or their catching, for me it was more the belief when they've got in a win position they can get themselves over the line, because I didn't think for 1 minute at Headingley they could. Today, at this point, Manners, I think they're in a better position than at any time they were to try and force that victory at Headingley.
Just before you leave, Harmy, when you were manager of Ashington Football Club, and had you been in a situation where you were 2 points clear at the top going into the last round of fixtures, and you needed a draw to secure promotion, sure, you would have said to your players, let's go out and try and win this, lads, but if needs must, and you know your striker went down injured or whatever it was, and it was 0-0 with 15 minutes to go, with promotion on the line against your big rivals, would you have put 6 or 7 across the back?
Yeah, you would, but you'd also have you would probably have your fast lad playing up front, because if the opposition were trying to force a victory, you're still trying to win the game, but you're making sure that how you go about winning the game in the process is different. So in that situation, if it's 0-0 with 15 minutes to go, you just need a draw and they're forcing themselves on a win, you might go 1 less forward on the field, go 5 across midfield or 5 at the back and go, right, we'll defend deep, we'll entice them on, but your fast player, that your goal scorer, the one that's got all the pace, you leave him up the top and say, right, if they go 1-on-1 and they want to open the back door, we'll go through it. And that for me is trying to win the game in a different way. And are England going to try and do that? Try and win the game in a different way?
With a breakaway goal.
With a breakaway goal.
What, 200 in the last session?
So at the minute, they're trying to win it by having 3 slips in play because Carson's catching the outside edge, but they've also got 4 men on the boundary to try and stop their runs.
Carson, Rahul plays inside the line of this one, I think, and it goes through to keeper Jamie Smith. 109 for 2, drinks taken and appreciated, I'm sure. And there was a little chat amongst the English players, and Shubman Gill remains 7 not out. KL Rahul has 46 from 71 balls. It's been a good series so far to be a batsman. Jasprit Bumrah, the only bowler so far with Mohammad Siraj with 6 for 70 yesterday. So bowlers have been in the game as well. Here is Bryden Cast thundering in towards us from the city end. Bowls. KL Rahul beaten outside the off stump, and that was an indeterminate, uncharacteristic prod from KL Rahul. He's not happy with himself. He can't quite understand why he's had a fend at that one, pretty wide outside the off stump. Steve Harmison has been replaced by somebody of a little lesser pace, but far more research and statistical knowledge, and certainly knowledge of the Indian team. Siddharth Mongia from Cricinfo. Sid, welcome.
Good day, Neil. How's it going?
Very good, very good. Balmy, isn't it? They're quite overcast, but nice temperature. Lovely watching sitting out here on the balcony. Lovely watching weather as Cass is in again outside the off stump, and there's no run. If you, as it turned out, ironically labelled the Headingley test the unlosable test for India, what's this one?
Oh,
The really unlosable
yeah.
one.
Imagine if they go on to lose this one.
I can't. I got quite a vivid imagination, and that's been expanded by the last 3 years of English cricket. But I can't.
Yeah, it's
Can you?
no. I had vowed not to speak about the D word before tea, but
Cass in again, and KL Rahul looking to work it on the onside, I think, and a thick outside edge, and it scuttles off to third slip. Zach Crawley fields.
let's imagine the only way India can lose is if they run through India by lunch, which will give them a target of what? No, that'll be a gettable target if they run through India by lunch.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking, as we are bound to do now, think in terms of the ridiculous, but 400 run chase. So that'd be by tea. India bowled out by tea. Leading currently by 289. That'd be probably a 430 run chase if they bowled out by tea, something like that. Outside the off stump again, left alone by KL Rahul. 430 in 5 sessions. Well, sorry, 4 sessions.
Not in the realm of ungettable, especially on this pitch that is refusing to do anything.
1 or 2 have kept low, 1 or 2 have bounced a tiny bit more, but nothing spectacular, nothing that's anywhere near unplayable, and we haven't had any unplayable deliveries.
And where are we with the dodgy Dukes balls? It's 27th over, around 30th over, it just loses all its life. And
Cass in again, outside the off stump. Rahul again plays inside the line of it. And there's no run. 109 for 2. Shubman Gill 7. KL Rahul 46. And just 1 wicket in the morning session so far. Karen Nair caught by Jamie Smith of Bryden Cast for 26. It was 96 for 2. It's 109 for 2. All that talk about going to Lords, getting to Lords 1-0 down, that all the insinuation that a draw would be a satisfactory result from the Indian Cup, mostly I suppose from assistant coach Ryan Tenduskarta. He was the one that mentioned it 2 days before. How much do you think they will push for victory? How much commitment to winning this test match do you think they'll show?
I think after the experience of the last test, they will firstly look to bat England out positively. Just bat England out. Don't give them a whiff. Make them bat, and do something that they've not been made to do during this baseball era, which is to bat out a day and a bit with no victory in sight.
They keep saying they won't do that. They keep saying that they only play for victories. And I wonder, if he was Shubman Gill, here's Josh Tongue into the attack for the first time. A little floaty Yorker length delivery outside the off stump is pushed into the offside. Stokes fields, they go through for a run. They keep saying they won't do that. They won't do that. But I kind of have a morbid curiosity to see what the reaction would be if England come out all guns firing on the last day, chasing 500 in the day, and hand India a bit, or are perceived to have handed India a facile victory on the last day, and they go to Lords 1-1. I think there'd be a backlash, wouldn't there?
But I suppose they will not bat out of their nature. They will not go and score at 2 and over. They will just bat normally.
Which is 4 and over, I suppose. Here's Josh Tongue again. KL Rahul pushes it square of the wicket on the offside. Another single, 111 for 2.
That's what India want to do. To not even if they want to give England such a target that they cannot get it at 4 and over. If they give them 115 overs, they want the target to be beyond 460, so that at their best also England cannot get there. So then it becomes a test of, then it casts a thought in their head, which they do not want. They want to bat without thought.
Forward comes Shubman Gill. He also pushing it square of the wicket on the offside. England are leaving that gap at point, And so far, Rahul and Shubman Gill are happy to take the easy run. 112 for 2, lead of 292.
Yesterday there was a very instructive comment at the press conference when Mel asked Harry Brook, what were you talking in the middle? And Brook said nothing, just well done, keep going. And then she prodded. Anything about the plan, where you stand in the game, where you're headed? No, nothing. Just bat without any thoughts in your head.
Here's Josh Tongue again, driven through extra cover. Wonderful shot from KL Rahul to bring up, I think, his 50, unless, oh, that's good effort from Bryden Cast, chasing and chasing and chasing and not giving up and just managing to flick it back. Less than a yard before it hit the long off boundary, but it is 50 for KL Rahul. That 3 takes him to exactly 50 from 78 balls. A good series to be a batsman, isn't it?
Oh, there's a whole era of batters just before these guys who have spent their careers coming to England looking for an easy run, let alone an easy 100. I wonder what they're feeling having retired and sitting and watching at home.
Oh, long half volley from Josh Tongue, and that's got what it deserved. Shubman Gill has eased that one away through extra cover. Ben Duckett has only one option to fetch it and retrieve it. And what a lovely, lovely shot from Shubman Gill. They were talking about, you know, the epically enormous series that have been enjoyed from time to time over the years, over the last, well, century. Don Bradman scored over 900 in a 5-match series. Well, how many Shubman Gill's got over 400?
In two.
In 2.
And counting.
Going strong. That was a beautiful shot. Tongue in again outside the off stump. And there's no run. 119 for 2. South African captain, a 22-year-old South African captain, Graham Smith, had just over 600 after the first 2 tests in 2003. And I think there was a great statistic at the time, as we worked out, as if he had made 6 noughts in the remainder of the series, he would have finished the series with an average of 42.
Wow. At 22, that was a departure from the way South Africa choose their leaders. To name a 22-year-old captain to lead legends such as Pollock, Donald, Callis, Boucher.
Yeah, and he there's 2 ways of doing that. Either demurely and captain by committee, or grabbing the bull by its horns and asserting yourself, and I think we all know which one he chose.
Yeah, I would have thought it would have been intimidating, although I doubt he felt intimidated doing it.
Oh, he did. He just hit it very, very well. I mean, absolutely he did, but he admitted that he was tactless at times and imposed himself too much and tried to dominate and show who was boss. And he looks back on it now, and wry shrug of the shoulders, and think I did overdo it a bit. Here is Stokes into the attack, thick edge, 3rd slip, there is none. 4 runs there is. In the air, no 3rd slip. Genuine edge from KL Rahul. It's 3rd time now he's edged through a vacant 3rd slip region. 123 for 2. Lead is now, with that boundary, over 300.
Imagine running your first training session as a 22-year-old captain, and you have Pollock, Donald, Callis, Boucher, and you have to tell them, okay, you're done, next net please, or oh, just walking into that room and being the leader would have been something.
Here is Ben Stokes once again thundering in, and cut shot attempted from KL Rahul. Through it goes to keeper Jamie Smith, made no contact. 123 for 2. Shubman Gill has 13, 54 to KL Rahul. One of the first things that he did, and this is might amuse you, is the senior players, to whom, many of whom you've mentioned, had decided some time earlier that they didn't enjoy this practice that South Africa had of arriving an hour and a half before the start of play on a test match day. They thought it was too long, time dragged, it was a long enough day anyway. Defended now by Rahul as Stokes is in, and Graham Smith, of course, was 22, just turned 23, and he couldn't get enough of test cricket and the atmosphere, and so the first thing he did was reimpose the 90-minute arrival, just like months before the senior players had all decided amongst themselves that it would be 60 minutes. And he said, and there was no, I think it was Boucher who said, can we choose? Can some of us take a car a little bit after the team bus and maybe, just do what suits us? Here is Stokes again, punched away through the onside. Duckett field, just a single. To which Smith replied, no. One for all for one on the team bus 2 hours before.
Wow. And that's when, if you do that, that's when you need 600 runs in your first 2 test matches.
Right, you need to score some runs. And of course he made 277 of them in the first innings here at Edgbaston, and then another 80 in the second innings. Just ran out of time to force the victory, but then he went to Lord's and scored 259 in the first innings. Here is Stokes once again running in up to the crease now, and Shubman Gill pushes that one away up towards mid-on. I have to say that Shubman Gill's done something very, very similar, 147 and 269.
Exactly, although I doubt Smith had such flat pitches to score these runs on.
The one at Edgbaston had more grass on it. The grass was longer, but it wasn't sort of snaking around. But no, he definitely not as flat. Shubman Gill 14, KL Rahul 55. India now leading by 305 as Stokes is in again outside the off stump. Oh, and that one's bounced a second time before reaching Jamie Smith. He's a bit upset with himself having conceded a bye, but not really any of his fault.
And it's okay if you score 184 in a session.
He spent all but 21 overs of this test match on the field, and he ran to the ground on the second morning from the team hotel.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so he kept for 151 overs and felt a bit stiff, unsurprisingly, on the second morning, so decided to run to the ground.
That's innovative. If I'm feeling stiff, I'm not running.
You have a rest, don't you?
Yeah.
Have a lie down.
Yeah.
No, he thought what he needed was a 3.5 mile run just to run the stiffness out of his legs.
Well,
It's
to be
amazing.
22 again.
That's right, exactly. 126 for 2. Now, chat between Josh Tongue and Captain Ben Stokes, along with Chris Wokes, senior pro, and the change of plan, or a tweak of plan, or a radical change of plan. Are we going to go short ball?
It's around that time now. 29 overs done. This is when India also started to do the short ball thing, and you just wonder if it's chicken and egg. If they just they feel that around 30 overs you have to do something different, and they just start doing it without actually the ball dying on them. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, kind of.
All they've done, I can see, is move Brook from second slip to short mid-wicket. Bowled in! Middle stump! Josh Tongue has ripped through KL Rahul with a quick straight one. If anything, he went a bit wider of the crease and angled that one in. I didn't see any deviation through the air or off the pitch, but Siddharth Mongia will have a look at the replay and tell me whether I was wrong or not. But one thing is for certain is KL Rahul's missing his middle stump.
It did hold its line, and when it does hold its line from that angle, it's almost seen movement. That's really well bowled. I think they've learned from what India did yesterday. India also went wider on the crease to bring the stumps into the play, and any movement from that wide angle can be lethal, because you're looking to play with the angle 2 leg, and if it just as much as holds its line, your outside edge is exposed. And this one did enough to even miss the outside edge and hit the off stump.
Well, Rishabh Pant will be the new batsman. He's quite late to arrive, certainly within the 2 minutes that he is permitted, but it's quite a late entry onto the stage. England have got lots of high-vis vest men with drinks and encouraging words, no doubt. 306 the lead for India. It's just so hard to move with the times, isn't it, Sid? I mean, I spent 30 years in a situation like this thinking, well, the lead by 300. I mean, there's only 2 results possible here. But they chased 371 just last week.
Yeah, back in the day, you would have gone to Villa Park and maybe had enjoyed some of the Sabbath gig, and then come back on day 5 to be at the business end, the final innings that matters. You just would have wanted to simulate this third innings.
Are you staying in the city centre? Are you also surrounded by the Black Sabbath fans?
No, I'm actually further than the Villa Park, towards Sutton, almost half the way to Sutton Coldfield.
Wow, that's not even in Birmingham.
I doubt it is. Yeah, it's West Midlands, let's say.
Yeah. So what's your journey time?
It's about 50 minutes on the bus. I have to get into the city and change the bus. Or if I bike, again, it's a more scenic route along the canals and through gardens and all, but it still takes 50 minutes to bike here.
I've absolutely thoroughly enjoyed the morning runs on the canals. It's an incredible canal system. I didn't realise Birmingham's was even more intricate than Leeds. Here is Josh Tongue, first ball to Rishabh Pant, and he runs down the wicket. Turns it into a full toss, hit on the pad, bounces out to square leg, but he's on the charge, first ball. Absolutely random, Rishabh Pant. He could block the next 20, or he could try and hit the next one out of the ground as well. You just don't know what he's going to do, and the theory is that he doesn't either.
It's like Murli. Even Murli didn't know at times which way it will turn.
Is that true? I've heard that. Amazing, isn't it, to think that. Slip and a leg slip, Tongue in, bowls to Pant, steers it away behind square on the offside to Ollie Pope at backward point, no run. 126 for 3. KL Rahul bowled by Josh Tongue for 55, 126 for 3, and that's the score now.
Oh, it got the middle stump, not the off stump. It did him incomprehensively. That angle made him play the leg stump line, and it just held its line to go and take.
Didn't it? It's just almost straightened.
Yeah, I reckon it's a seam movement of more than 0.5 degrees, which is significant.
Here is Tongue again, then bowls short, pulled away by Pant. Shoaib Bashir down at long leg, didn't see it initially, mostly because it went very quickly. And down to the boundary for 4, and Rishabh Pant is underway, and India are 130 for 3.
I foresee a lot of funky fields now and a lot of funky batting from Pant in the next however time he spends on the wicket. This is not going to be a boring moment while Pant is there and Stokes is the captain.
400's my cut-off. That's when I officially, absolutely discard the final 1% chance of an England victory. 400 target.
500.
Split the difference, make it 450. Down the wicket comes Pant to Josh Tongue, launching it over, long off for 6.
It's taken by Dhruv Jurel on the sidelines. One of India's extras sitting right outside the fence.
Did he catch it?
Yep. Clean as a whistle.
Without gloves?
Yeah. And he must have been cold. He's not been doing anything. Just
what
got
a
up,
shot.
got up, picked it out, sweet as.
What a shot. Absolutely outrageous.
Yes.
See, he's working on, is he not working on the basis that a quick half an hour here, he makes 40 and then the game's gone. Just a quick reapplication of pressure on England. Not with this delivery though. Happy to play that one defensively out on the offside. Zach Crawley does the fielding. 136 for 3. And that's true. And we've got 35 minutes to go till lunch. And if he bats like that, he will have 40 or more. And the lead will be 380. And Shubman Gill's having a long chat with him now. What do you think he's saying?
I don't think he's telling him how to bat. Nobody tells him how to bat. Even the batting coach does not tell him how to bat. because you do not want any more thoughts than he needs in his head. And you can afford to have one player like that in your lineup, especially when he has a license, because there's batting to follow. There are 3 more to
A
come.
lot of batting to come.
Yeah, a bit too much.
Here's Ben Stokes, straight run up, thundering in, long run up, over 30 yards of it, up to the crease now, bowls. Gill pushes it down on the onside, wants to set off for a single. Stokes reacts very quickly off his own bowling. Gill changes his mind and scampers back. Does it still feel slightly unusual to you that India are playing 3 all-rounders?
It does. Yesterday there was a long periods of time when you were wondering, what if Kuldeep Yadav was there? Because dead pitch, soft ball, what do you need? Somebody who's going to do you in the air, somebody who's going to turn either way off the pitch, somebody who's going to cast doubt in the batter's mind. He's going to force them to read the ball, to watch the ball more closely, which dials down their aggressive intent. India did not have that point of difference bowler, and it's unfathomable why they are not playing Kuldeep Yadav.
Here's Stokes once again, up to the crease now, bowls. Gill guides it away delightfully through past the slip cordon down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. Absolutely class shot.
And I say that irrespective of the result, India could go on and win this by 300 runs. India could draw it, but still it will remain a bad selection not to play Kuldeep Yadav, especially when Bumrah is not there. You want to take 20 wickets first of all.
And the thing that irritates me slightly is that I suppose it's, labels take a long time to be removed from players in this game. You earn a reputation early on in your career and it sticks no matter what you do to change it. Flicked away by Shubman Gill down towards long leg, and it's tongue he feels. They go through for a single. And, Kuldeep was hopeless with the bat, labelled as a rabbit, but I've seen him bat a session in a test match. Didn't score many runs, but if there's a batsman at the other end, he can do a job at 8.
He can be stubborn, and if, let's say, Jadeja is the guy who's now stuck with the tail, in Headingley also in the second innings, all he needed was somebody to block the other end up. He showed he was capable of hitting 6s. He scored 25 in that last partnership when the number 11 did not have to score a run. And talking about reputations, talking about Jadeja, the really funny thing is, we'll continue after this delivery from Stokes.
He's got such a long run up, you could probably have finished your story. There's a leg slip, an orthodox slip and a leg slip, as Stokes is around the wicket to Rishabh Pant now, on the back foot, forces it to cover, no run, 141 for 3.
So when Jadeja started his career, he came on the back of 2 triple hundreds in Ranji Trophy, but he was found a little wanting at test level in the first year or two, and he did not have great numbers. He was mocked a lot, telling him that your triple centuries in the Ranji Trophy are just cheap. And then he worked on his batting, or he just got over his early nerves and he started scoring runs. As Stokes runs into Pant again, same field.
Down the leg side, swing and a miss. Oh no, he's left it alone, Rishabh Pant.
So the first time, I'll just quickly finish. The first year he started getting runs, everybody was surprised. 2 years later, everybody was surprised. 3rd year on, commentators started saying he has improved a lot in the last couple of years. And now it's been 10 years since then. And you listen to the commentary, everybody still says he has improved a lot in the last couple of years, whereas he's been the premier all-rounder in Test cricket for the last 10 years, averaging over 40 with the bat.
It's crazy. I've had him in my World 11 in all 3 formats for the last 7, 6, 7, 8, maybe even 8 years. He's just such a fabulous all-round cricketer. Those 2 triple hundreds, I found it staggering that the people mocked him, didn't they? Said, well, it's such a flat wicket and they don't really mean anything. Driven, dropped at mid-off, spilled at mid-off. On the charge, Rishabh Pant smashed it to Zach Crawley at mid-off, and he just momentarily didn't know whether to take it, fingers pointing up or down, and he's ended up caught between 2, and that hurts. That hurts a lot. Ben Stokes grabs his cap and sweater and walks off.
Was he hit in the chest there? Did it burst through his hands?
I think I think so, but do you know what I mean? He didn't know quite. He's just caught at the wrong height, that awkward height.
Tell you what, Neil, it's decision time for us. If Pant hits one our way, who's removing the headphone and catching it?
That's always the summariser's job, or producer Scott.
Scott, yeah.
But it's definitely not the
It's the
commentator's
lead
job.
commentator's job.
No.
Or you are the alpha, you choose to do what you want to do. Time for young Graham Smith here, Scott, to lay down the law.
You know what? I think Rishabh Pant's one of the few people who actually probably could hit one up here. We're on the 3rd floor of the main pavilion grandstand as Josh Tongue is in, bangs it in short. Pant tries to pull it and doesn't make contact. He's on 11, Rishabh Pant. Shubman Gill 19, 142 for 3. The lead is 322. Good weather forecast. Cloudy all day, but no rain. I think 20% chance of light shower sort of around the close of play, but every chance of a full day's play, and more of the same tomorrow. Not baking hot, nice temperate, coolish afternoon. Here is Tongue again, short, wide, and Pant dispatches it over the top of backward point. Ollie Pope has to go and fetch it. 4 more.
That was dismissive. It was sort of half cut, half drive from about chest height. It was one of the incredible shots. If it had not been played when India had 324 for 3, it would have had a lot more said about it.
Why did he have such a horrible IPL?
That's one of the, I think he's yet to figure out his game in the IPL, in the T20 format. He's not part of India's T20 international side also,
which people find weird. Here is Tongue again, and Pant pushes it out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Brook, no run.
So one of the theories that goes around is that in Test cricket, the field is generally up. You don't have 5 boundary riders. All you have to do sometimes is just clear the infield. You have the time. You have the time to build an innings, and also you have to just clear the infield. And even a half hit can go fetch you 4s. Whereas in T20, A, you do not have time to build your innings. B, there are boundary riders. There's a lot of defensive bowling, and that's why you can end up getting caught at the boundary.
Here is Tongue once again, and that's pushed away out on the onside, no run. It's interesting that you're not the only one, but it still feels and sounds very counterintuitive that your implication is that Test cricket's easier than T20 cricket, and I know that it's not as simple as that.
No, T20 cricket is not easy at all. I feel for the batters. Everybody says it's a batter's game, but imagine the pressure on the batter. Virat Kohli every season scores 800 runs at a strike rate of 140, and every season he gets told you're slow, you're holding the team back.
Tongue in again. Oh, Rishabh Pant down on one knee has heaved that into the stands, a deep backward square leg. It's a pick-up sweep shot, if you can believe that. Josh Tongue's bowling at 88 miles an hour, and Pant's down on one knee, flicking him over backward square leg for 6.
I'm trying to spot Zach Crawley, what he's doing with himself right now. I think he's stood at cover, and he is not moving towards any of the bowlers with any advice.
What was Rishabh Pant on when he dropped him? 15, was it? 13. 10. Rishabh Pant dropped on 10 by Zach Crawley.
So what happens in T20 when all his traditional scoring areas are protected? He feels the pressure to play funky shots, try to go behind square with his rams and his reverse rams. And because he's just new to the wicket, he ends up mis-executing them.
Tongue in again, bowls to Rishabh Pant, who makes a bit of a meal of this defensive shot, tumbles over as if it kept low, pushed out on the onside, and there is no run. 150 up for India, 152 for 3, double change in the commentary box. And a final thought, Ryan Rickleton, who opens the batting for Mumbai Indians, he scored 259 before the World Test Championship against Pakistan, and we thought it was an epic innings and whatever, and he came off and he said, Well, you know what? It's not as hard as T20 because, you know, there were times where I just took half an hour off, just left it and blocked a few.
Yeah, exactly. The amount of energy it takes out of you to hit that ball for those 20 overs is sometimes as much as a whole test match day. And batting is not easy. It's you are in armor, you have pads, you have to run with pads on. Just the pressure, just the expectation. As I said, Virat Kohli who scores 700, 800 runs at a strike rate of 140 every season, and he still gets told he's slow. And as I welcome Mel.
Sid Monga. Oh, we're only on. You're about to leave, but we're going to be on later together, which I'm very excited about. And
look forward to some mango lassi as I hand over to Jarrod.
As Shoaib Bashir starts his spell, his first over of the innings, the ball turned into square leg, and they stroll through for a single. 153 for 3 as Bashir comes in. A little bit of spin. We've seen quite a bit of excitement. Goodness gracious me. Rishabh Pant now on 21 off 14. Dropped by Zach Crawley off the bowling of Ben Stokes when he was on just 10. How significant might that be in the course of this game? Will Rishabh Pant do a Rishabh Pant and go absolutely bananas? We're about to find out. It's Punt on strike. Next first ball he faces from Shoaib Bashir, and it's gone for 4. He just whips it away just in front of deep square leg. Well, he's exciting as Rishabh Pant. He's been given a life and he's going to make the most of it. I'm joined now for some madness by a true madman in Jarrod Kimber.
Hello, Mel. I was thinking about this actually just before, well, the Crawley drop. When he came, he whacked the ball down the ground, Rishabh Pant. I was thinking, he kind of treats everyone like they're spinners.
Well, he's got Bashir now, and that ball turning away. It was pitching outside the off stump. He leaned over as if to play it, in the end just left it alone.
He's not that tall. I'm not sure he could reach that. Lucky to get away with that, Shoaib Bashir. That could have been a wide.
It's been a tough match so far for Bashir. He's in now around the wicket, and this time he drops it on the leg side, and so does Rishabh Pant. Pulls hard, and it's another boundary. Down to long leg, and he's got the ball on a string early on, Jarrod.
He creates his own length, partly because he is short, and short players can do this, but he creates his own length by coming down the wicket. He creates his own length by getting really deep, so he's a long way back there, but he's also quite low. That's not a sweep shot. It should be a sweep shot, but it's not. It's almost like a pull shot he has played because he's got so low. Similar to what Bradman would play, except slightly more unorthodox.
He's on a tear. Bashir is in once more. He delicately dabs this one out to point. Will go through for the single. He moves on to 30 off just 18 balls. India 162 for 3 now. That lead 342. Now, the right-hand, left-hand combination. There's the right-hander Gill, who is on 20 now. One ball remaining of Bashir's first over. One slip in. He's in over the wicket, and it's a studious forward defence from Gill, which is picked up by Bashir as he collects his sweater from the umpire. Jarrod, what have you made of this morning? England have created chances.
I actually think England have bowled well. They have fielded and set the fields horrendously, but I think they've bowled well, and they've bowled well enough to get themselves, I don't know if back into the game is the right way of putting it, Mel, but certainly keep themselves within a sniff of the game. And instead, unfortunately, Ben Stokes, rather than just putting the fielders in the most logical positions, has been, as he does, looking for magic fielders at all times, and then Zach Crawley dropped a pie. The famous Australian saying is, if that was a bag of manure, he'd be covered in flies for a month.
Oh, we come from different parts of Australia. I'd just like to
You don't have manure where you're from? At Orange? Don't you grow things?
No, we have fertiliser. Here is Josh Tongue. He's running in to bowl to Pant around the wicket, and he's upright, just pushing that out to backward point. They take a quick single. The ball's fired in by Pope. but they were home safely anyway. 163 for 3. You'll like this, actually, with Josh Tongue bowling a press box wag, shall we say. Just
Not a wife and girlfriend.
No, just a wag.
A non-acronym wag.
Non-acronym
A
wag.
funny person.
Yes.
Someone who said something. Is that it, Mel? Am I making this easy on you?
Not a tongue wag.
There we go.
Here is Tongue. It's running in over the wicket. It's down the leg side. No run there. No, he was looking at Tongue after Tongue got that wicket and just said, seeing as Josh Tongue seems to be so good at getting out bunnies, should England take him to Australia and get him to bowl at the top order?
Not sure there's many guys in the Australian top order who'd be able to edge him. So if he's bowling at the stumps, he's got a chance.
Oh dear. I kind of liked that. Here's Tongue once more in bowling to Gill, and that's driven nicely and firmly up to mid-on, shy at the stumps striker's end. But again, they're home safely, so they're pushing hard for the singles. India now 164 for 3. Gill on 21, Pant on 31, and the lead 344. And what do you think? Is this a case where it's almost better for India if they're bowled out and takes a decision-making out? It's a funny one, isn't it?
The thing is that a lot of England's success over the last couple of years has come from teams kind of stuffing up the third innings against them. And it isn't discussed enough. You know about the third innings pickle theory?
I do, as Josh Tongue is in. Oh my goodness, he's thrown the bat! He has thrown the bat miles. It's ended up a good, 30 yards away from Rishabh Pant.
He still hasn't picked it up. He's only halfway out to it.
Well, he threw everything at that, including his bat. Thank goodness there wasn't anyone fielding. And he's giving a rousing treatment by the Holly stand. My goodness, that was extraordinary. Bat's gone miles.
I don't usually say that players should be allowed to replace their gloves, but he should be allowed to replace his gloves because he could hurt someone doing that. Just having a look now, is it? No, he's okay. He's okay with his gloves. So I don't know what happened. That was just a length ball outside off start, even fuller than that maybe. He tried to slog sweep it again, and one of the more remarkable sights you'll ever see. And as Mel said, it was 30 yards away.
Extraordinary. He's all entertainment, is Pant. As Tongue is in once more down the leg side, and that's in the air. Dropped. Just a very difficult chance. It popped up over the head of short mid-wicket.
Chris Woakes out there, yeah. He's you're right. A short mid-wicket's Harry Brook. He's got a leading edge. He tried to flick this on the leg side. He's got a leading edge up in the air, and what has happened is Chris Woakes has kind of had to go in the pocket behind short mid-wicket, and he's got there. It was up in the air for a long time, and he's got there and just dropped it. To be honest, he probably should have caught that, and he was very disappointed after that because he did all the hard work. He ended up going with one hand, and he could have easily had his two there. He just made a mistake.
Well, he was off balance. I mean, it would have been an absolute ripper of a catch if he'd taken it. Just got his right hand underneath it. That was it. It's all on here as Tongue is in. Ball full of delivery, just defended by Gill. Which, boy, that's actually a really tame end to an over where it seemed everything was happening. We had Rishabh Pant throwing his bat halfway to the boundary. We've had a drop. We've had all sorts. And at the end of it, India 165 for 3 with Gill still out there on 21. Pant still out there on 32. His bat is still out there with him. And India lead by 345.
Yeah, poor from England. Can't catch the ball, can't catch the bat. Hard to say they haven't had a chance. They've dropped him twice. I know what you're saying. It would have been a very good catch. But he did the hard bit of it. And he really did stuff up the catching bit of it. It would have been a very good catch, but he really, Chris Woakes, I think a slightly younger Chris Woakes was maybe more, if we could have got some fresh hamstrings in there, Mel, I think there's a chance that he would have got there. I think maybe the slightly older Chris Woakes struggled there, but as a younger man, I think he would have got there. He did move quite slow originally. It was in the air for a long time.
Shoaib Bashir's first ball is met by a long stride and a smother from punt. Yes, you were talking about the third innings pickle theory.
Third innings pickle theory.
Yes, which is my favourite thing, which we always credit to Johnny Barron, the great Johnny Barron, wonderful commentator, as Bashir is in, and that goes for that almost cross between a sweep and a pull and completely misses it. Punt down on one knee.
I don't think that was far from the stumps.
Just having another
Slid
look
it
at that.
through.
Ooh.
Yeah, it flicked his pocket. It was definitely not going to be out LBW, but it might have just clipped the outside of a stump if it hadn't clipped his pocket. Very, very close.
Harry Brook in at first slip is absolutely beside himself. Bashir in once more. That one is just floating down the leg side, and it's turned behind square leg. Only get the single.
So third innings pickle theory basically is that when you're batting in the third innings and you're ahead in the game, you actually get yourself into a bit of a confusion, a situation where you're not sure if you should continue to attack if you've lost a couple of wickets, and you end up setting less runs than you expect because you either bat too slowly, or you declare too early or too late, or you get bowled out, or you can't score. So you end up not setting the kind of total that you think you should when you're massively in front in the game.
Bashir in, and Gill just drops this one on front of him. It rolls gently out to the offside.
And a lot of it has to do with the time left in the game, because you've got one eye on, we need enough time to bowl them out. And so you're not just batting normally, but you're also on top, so you're quite confident and you're playing your shots. So it can come from losing wickets, or it can come from just being too safe.
Bashir brings another one in, and it's turned around out towards deep square leg by Gill. They'll take another single, 167 for 3.
And I haven't written about it in a while when it comes to England, but if you look at England's early Bazball success, all 3 New Zealand test matches that they won were pickle theory. The test that they won against India here, in the replayed one, or whatever you call it, the 5th test that in the series that was a year later, that was another pickle theory. And there's been a few others where teams are just not quite sure what to do. And it means that because England can chase anything, they put you under a different kind of pressure.
Punt on strike as Bashir is in, and just delicately turns that towards square leg. Not a word you often associate with punt, but they'll take a single. And at the end of that over, it's 168 for 3 with Gill on 22, Rishabh Pant on 34, the lead 348. And what I was saying to Harmy earlier is that England, I think, in international cricket, are the hardest team to bat third against.
Yeah, and I think that's why. Basically what England have done, if you think about it, is they are turning the game more into a one-dayer. In the early part of the game, I'm not saying it's not important, Mel, but in normal Test cricket, the first 2.5 innings are really important. And then if you get in front, you can stay in front and hang in front for the rest of the game. Because of the way that England play, you have to kill them off. Right, and the third innings then becomes even trickier than normal, and that's much more like a first-class game. We want to set them a good total, but we don't want them to chase it. We want them to do it in this many overs, and unfortunately now we've lost a couple too many wickets, so we can't attack in this bit. And so it is very hard to know exactly what to set them and how to set it, and it ends up playing in your mind a little bit. And so when you said before, it might be better for India to be bowled out than declare. That is the third innings pickle theory in a nutshell, right? You're not sure what is better for you, how many runs to make and how long to bat. So it's a very, very interesting one, but it's certainly something we've seen a lot during Bazball.
Here's Josh Tongue around the wicket to punt, and he plays that with a very high elbow out to Zach Crawley, who did drop him on 10. We've already seen him move on to 34 very, very quickly. Yes, it's almost like England's reputation has become like a 12th man.
Well, just the different way that they play the game as well. Like, you actually do have to play differently against England and other sides.
Here's Tongue, and well, that's an awkward-looking shot from Punt, who's played it off his hip with a cross bat, but it ends up just rolling down to long leg, and they'll take another single.
I should say that Rishabh Pant is completely unencumbered by pickle theory. I don't think he's thought about it, he's worried about it. He's just playing punt ball. He's not worried about any pickle theories here. But it's as you get further into your innings, if they lose another wicket here, you know, that's when it becomes a little bit confusing. And, you know, there were times when New Zealand were just batting too slow. And it's because they didn't know, they'd lost a couple of wickets, because England is very good at chipping away and finding wickets against you as well.
Gill on strike now as Tongue bangs one in. It's just bunted out to in front of square leg. It's just darkening up a bit again. There was the clouds were lifting, and it was a bit of thin, watery sunshine for a while, but they've closed.
Thin, watery sunshine.
Well, you know, it wasn't bright, glary
Sounds like a
sunshine.
Donovan song from the 60s.
Thin, watery sunshine.
I don't know if anyone remembers Donovan. He's like the least famous pop singer.
I don't remember him. In comes Tongue to Gill. Just defends a full delivery. The clouds have come in, and it is that really dark, grey, moody feel once more. Or maybe it's just that I'm still wearing my sunglasses.
You are wearing your sunglasses while the lights are on, just to point that out. It's a weird one. Look, I've done a lot of work with Aaron Briggs, the ECB scientist of recent times, about the ball swinging with the clouds in and everything else, and we both agree that the ball doesn't swing anymore when the clouds are in, but there is something the clouds do.
In comes Tongue, and that ball's just pushed out into the covers. No run for Gill there.
The darker the clouds and the lower the clouds, the harder it is to see the ball. And so in bright sunshine, the ball is very, very clear. The minute you get any sort of darkness or any kind of shade or whatever, it does get a lot harder to bat. And I think that plays a very, very big part in it. And it's I don't know, dark, it's grimy. Is grimy, are we allowed to say that in Birmingham? Do they get offended?
No,
We're not. I mean, no one from Birmingham's listening to this, so it's okay.
I'm listening. Here comes Tongue in over the wicket. And just defended towards short mid-wicket, where it's picked up by Harry Brook. No run, and that is the end of Tongue's over. 169 for 3 now, India, with their lead stretched out to 349. Gill on 22, Rishabh Pant on 35. Jarrod Kimber, what does the ball do then when it's thin, watery sunshine?
I'll talk to some scientists and I'll get back to you on that one. What I was talking to Manthorp about this yesterday. What's your hometown?
My hometown is Orange, you know that.
So, no, well, I know that, obviously, because you bring it up in every second sentence. But you still see Orange as your hometown, not Birmingham? Because you've lived here for a while now.
Well, this is my adopted hometown.
Okay, but you can.
If you've got children, if you'd adopted
I've got
one
a lot
of them.
I've got a lot of children.
Only 3 I know about.
I did try and convince one of them he was adopted the other day. I had him for about a minute and a half. And then he said, but I'm obsessed with all the things you're obsessed with. And I was like, fair enough.
Well, Shoaib Bashir is going to continue with his spell before lunch. It's in around the wicket, and to Pant, who just pushes that one up to Ben Stokes at mid-on, no run. So, I'm very proud of my adopted city. I'm obviously very proud of my city of birth. Very different.
Is it a city?
Yes.
Orange?
City of Orange, correct.
Not a town?
Nope. In comes Bashir, and he's let that one sit up, and boy oh boy does Pant get hold of that one, makes the most of it, and in the end it's 4 runs. It's just bounced inside, sent it towards Cow Corner. 4 runs to Pant now, and he moves on to 39. India to 173 for 3, and that drop by Zach Crawley looks worse by the moment.
And Chris Folkes. They've dropped him twice.
Oh. Yeah, you're right, of course.
That ball just sat up. I thought it was shorter than it was, but again, he makes his own length, right? He actually spooned that up in the air, Mel. He wasn't in complete control there.
Bashir in once more. This time it's more conservatively played as it went down the leg side, just pushed out in front of square leg. Yes, by the way, yes, it is a city. City of Orange, city of Birmingham, which is where we are now. The lights closing in, the clouds closing in. Bashir bowls full, and it's just pressed out into the offside by Pant.
What's the population of Orange?
Just over 40,000.
You're the only person from Orange I've ever met.
Phoebe Litchfield, she's going to be
here. I don't know if
I've
met her, actually. Maybe I've interviewed her, but...
Phoebe Litchfield will be here playing for the Birmingham Phoenix soon enough, as Bashir is in and the ball is defended by Pant back up to the bowler. No run.
There's no oranges though.
No,
Is it?
apples and grapes.
It's weird, isn't it? Nagpur in India is another one where it's supposed to be the home of the oranges. Never seen an orange there. Never seen a single orange in Nagpur. Searched, asked questions. I've seen limes. Seen other citrus.
To be fair, probably last time we did a big full tour together was in India, as Bashir is in around the wicket. It's just defended into the leg side by punt, no run, and that finishes another over for Bashir. He's none for 17 off his 3. India 173 for 3. Gill on 22, punt on 39. The lead 353.
The partnership is 47, Mel. What's Rishabh Pant scored of that?
39. That my maths is good, so that means Gill has scored 8.
So I point this out for 2 reasons. One, because it's ridiculous, but also in the first innings, Gill was batting forever, and poor Jaiswal was at the non-striker's end. So he's had the reverse happen to him. Gill really just hasn't faced many balls. He's finding singles quite easily and happy to do so. And Pant's being Pant.
Oh, long may that continue. He's so entertaining. Here is Tongue bowling down the leg side to Gill. It's funny. I actually first met Rishabh Pant in India on one of those tours.
Nagpur eating an orange.
In Nagpur eating an orange. It was in Delhi, and it was after we'd been on tour together on the 2017 Australian Test Tour. And he was 18, he hadn't played for India, but there was a lot of buzz about him. And he was the cheekiest 18-year-old you can imagine. And I came away and said, he's the most confident teenager I've ever met. His tongue is in again down the leg side. This time it's clipped away by Gill. And they'll get a single. It's 174 for 3 now. But I did go away from it just laughing because he was so confident and cheeky in a very charming way. But it seemed so much older than
Did he throw
18.
a bat at you?
He didn't throw a bat at me, thank goodness. But yeah, he was quite delightful, and I had absolutely no idea that he would be terrorising sides in the future.
Was he playing for Delhi then?
Yeah, he was. Yeah. He was. He just scored a triple century in domestic cricket, red ball cricket. And there was a real buzz about a young Rishabh Pant, with good reason. He's on strike now. His tongue is in around the wicket. Just turns that in front of square leg, and they hustle through for a single.
He's kind of done his job here already, because this partnership's almost 50. I remember looking up when they had a lead of 280 and the ball was still doing something, and I think it must have been around the time, not long after that KL roll was out. And now he's got it to 350, so that even if England had a magnificent end to this innings, you're still looking at 400, right? And that hasn't been done many times. Tongue comes in again. This is just pushed out on the offside, and they'll take a single.
This will be the last couple of balls, you would imagine, for tea. Just 1 minute of tea, even lunch perhaps. Just 1 minute to go. The day has gone very quickly.
I didn't even doubt. I was just like, that sounds right. She said it with authority. Can he reverse switch hit this over first slip for 6 to get to the break?
Don't put it past him. Here comes Tongue. And he's just played that cross bat shot off his hip again. He played earlier, and it just goes down towards fine leg. Comes through for a single. He's done that a couple of times. It looks awkward.
So they've got a deep backward square for Rishabh Pant. And when that shot was played, I was watching going, why is Ben Duckett running? Because it went straight to Shoaib Bashir. There was no way he could have even got to that ball. And I now realise he's gone from deep backward square leg to fine leg for Shubman Gill. He must have just sprinted about 70 or 80 metres, Ben Duckett, with little legs.
They are little. Here we are. Last ball of the session from Tongue is just defended with a straight bat by Gill. The umpire comes in and knocks the bails off the stumps, and India will go to tea 177 for 3 with Gill out there on 24. Rishabh Pant on 41 of 35, having been dropped twice along the way when he was on 10 by Zach Crawley, and when he was on 31 by Chris Wokes. The partnership has passed the 50 mark, 51 runs, so 10 of them scored by Gill, 41 by Rishabh Pant. And India's lead is 357.
So I'm just looking at your notes. Chest and arms is the top note, and I don't know what it means, and it completely put me off. What were we talking about? The cricket. I thought that was a great session of cricket. I really enjoyed it. I thought England bowled really well. I don't think they fielded very well, and I don't think they set their fields very well, but I really thought that they put in with the ball. And then Rishabh Pant came in, and he just brought the Pant chaos. He invents his own lengths, as I keep saying. He threw his bat to backward square leg at one point. It was a fascinating session. Because of Pant's innings, though, it's getting tougher and tougher for you to believe in England. But remember, they could chase anything up to infinity, I believe, is the number that they look at. So they'll still feel confident, but it's going to be hard for them to chase anything under 400 now, and you're probably looking, even if they have a good day, at chasing over 420 at this point. Chest and arms.
I'll explain that to you off air, Jarrod. But just a little recap. India started the day at 64 for 1, having lost Yashasvi Jaiswal yesterday. Was out courtesy of an LBW from Tung, and Tung has been in the wickets today. Managed to bowl KL Rahul, it was, who'd made 55. That was after Karan Nair was out for 26. He was caught behind, short ball, good one from Bryden Cass, caught by Smith behind. And then it brought together that partnership, Shubman Gill and Rishabh Pant, which is still undefeated at the moment. The partnership passing 50 just before lunch, 51 of just 53 balls. And most of that is courtesy of a typically belligerent Rishabh Pant, who should have been out when he was on 10, dropped off the bowling of Ben Stokes by Zach Crawley. Pretty straightforward chance, and then again he was put down a more difficult chance by Chris Wokes, running and diving when Pant was on 31. Just how much will that hurt England? It's possibly hurt them already, but you just never know. The damage may not be terminal. You can't keep England out of any game while ever there is a sniff. But as we take a break for lunch, the score is 177 for 3. And India lead by 357. It'll be the captain, Shubman Gill, and Rishabh Pant to resume after lunch. And that is when we will be back here. So make sure you join us again when we start the second session in around 35 minutes here on talkSPORT.
Welcome back to talkSPORT Cricket. Jarrod Kimber and Neil Manthorp are here with you. I feel like it's a quick draw. Who can get the mic up and talk first, Manus?
Absolutely no competition at all. It's all yours. It's an intriguing situation, isn't it? 177 for 3. The fact that India lead by 357, and yet there are those who are saying that England could chase 400. But Rishabh Pant has once again been the thorn in their side. Dropped twice. The first one on 10 by Zach Crawley at mid-off. That was a regulation catch that really should have been taken. Much more difficult one, a leading edge, ballooned out towards mid-wicket. Chris Wokes ran, dived, just got a hand to it, couldn't hang on. But he's now 41 not out from only 35 deliveries. Shubman Gill has 24. And there's nothing quite like the captain being in the middle to assess situation, assess conditions, and to get a strong feel for the declaration. I don't think necessarily that there would have been a lengthy conversation about declaration, if there has even been one, to be honest. It is very often in a situation like this, a team who might or could or should be in a position to declare very often don't want more than 120 overs. We often see the kind of dead period in the third innings when the team has enough runs, they're far enough ahead, but they don't want to be in a situation where they might have to bowl 140 overs, so they just use up time. I don't think that we'll be in that situation. I can't foresee that situation. 357 ahead now. I also can't foresee a situation in which India would want more than 120. Actually, I don't think they'll want 120 overs. I think they might prefer 100 try and win the game. So they'll just bat until an hour before the close of play, maybe, if they're not bowled out. Shoaib Bashir's bowling the first over after lunch, and he's immediately cut by Rishabh Pant for 4 behind square on the offside.
Yeah, I think he's decided to bowl wide to him a few times now. This is the first one that Rishabh Pant's actually got away. A couple should have been called for wide. He's cut this. It was quite full. He just doesn't care about length. He's not interested in your length. Make his own.
He's just carefree, really. I was trying to think what he would care. Of course he cares about how many runs he scores, and he cares about the result, and that one is pushed past Bashir, who gets tangled up with Shubman Gill at the non-striker's end. He thought he could field that himself. Gill now glares at Bashir as if he has the temerity to get in the way of the non-striker. It was all completely innocent, I think. Bashir now to Shubman Gill, long on, deep square leg, mid-off halfway, sweeper on the cover boundary, backward point, extra cover, backward square leg. Here is Bashir once again, and forward comes Gill. His figures show Bashir's figures in the series so far, Jarrod. 4 wickets for 360. So and he hasn't had a helpful pitch at Headingley or here at Edgbaston. That one is squeezed away to backward point. But you know, the guy's got 60-odd Test wickets, and there are still people saying, "What's he doing? What does he really actually contribute?" Here we are into the 4th day. No one's really turning it, to be fair.
I mean, we have seen some turn, haven't we? But not consistent.
Quite slow turn. Jadeja, I mean, he bowls it so quickly sometimes that it looks like the ball's biting and gripping, but not really. Turned away by Gill to mid-wicket again. Stokes fields no run.
Yeah, there was one that turned and bounced dramatically, and we saw a couple from Washington, and even some from Shoaib. I thought Shoaib bowled okay in the first, didn't he? There's just not much on this surface for any human.
Gill in again. Pushes it out to extra cover, and it's Wokes who does the fielding.
Maybe if we had Teak Waqar Yunus or Bumrah was available to us, Sid Barnes, maybe one of those sort of bowlers, but other than that, it's pretty flat.
Anybody that thinks that Jasprit Bumrah is being wrapped up in a feather down duvet and gently massaged to the sound of whale music and scented candles is wrong.
Your Saturday nights are wild.
Carried out. He's been on drinks duty. He's been out in the middle at lunch every
doing wind
day,
sprints.
bowling. We exactly doing sprints.
It was actually noticeable today. They had some markers out where they wanted their bowlers to bowl the right length, and he hit his 3 times while I was watching. And Shardul Thakur, who bowls it about 4 yards slower, never got close to one of the markers.
He's a rare talent, highly skilled. I think all elite sportsmen find it a source of some frustration when people say, "Oh, it's just natural." it just comes naturally to him. Well, the most naturally gifted players often can be also those who put in the most work. Here is Josh Tongue, short, pulled by Shubman Gill. He knew what was coming. It's the short ball field, so Gill had backed away. Tongue followed him, and Gill's actually pulled that from about 2 foot outside leg stump. He was standing 2 foot outside leg stump, straight to the fielder. Describe the field for us, Jarrod.
There is a line of fielders on the leg side from backward square leg
jagged
to
line.
I don't know what, straightish mid wicket, a slog corner of 3 guys who are all there for catching, and they've fielded the last 2 balls.
Short and pulled behind square on the leg side. Shoaib Bashir, this is from Ben Jones, your mate, one of the CricViz analysts. Shoaib Bashir has the highest economy rate for any test spinner in history to bowl as often as him. Wow.
A lot of that is that the game has changed. But to be fair, he hasn't had to bowl to the Baz bowlers.
Well, I suppose that's true. Short and hooked away. Super shot from Shubman Gill. He knew it was coming. He was prepared to take it on. Do you know what? He's actually stepped inside the line of that bouncer and just helped it on its way.
We've seen that a couple of times, actually. A couple of sixes from that of, you know, the short ball's coming, and rather than trying to force it away, you almost get inside the line and help it, which is something you see a lot in T20 cricket. You don't see it as much in test matches, but you certainly see it a lot in T20.
And you won't find a better execution of the shot, really. It's just a kind of scoop. Short pulled, hit in the air, out towards deep mid-wicket. He's hit enough of it, Shubman Gill. Didn't hit it sweetly, but enough to clear wide mid-on. Bryden Cass, and it's 4 more.
The backing away, hopping pull shot, I mean, that's essentially what it is. You don't really expect Shubman Gill to play that, though, do you? Oh, we've had a break in the wall. Ben Stokes has moved back 20 metres to, what did we call it the other day? 3/4 deep mid-wicket.
The leg side wall of 4 is now, Ben Stokes has retreated 20 yards behind it. Short, pulled, and it's gone straight to Stokes, and he misfields it. Oh, the England captain can't believe it. He's on his knees, looking down at the ground, wondering whether that one bobbled. Doesn't matter, the result's the same. It's gone for 4. We've had 14 off the last 3 balls, 197 for 3, lead of 377.
I think he's hurt himself here. He's trying to style it out.
His pride's hurt.
But I wonder if that has hit a finger on his right hand. Yeah, that hurt him. He hit that incredibly hard. I know we've been watching Rishabh Pant, but wow, and I think that's hurt him.
Gill's up to 39, 14 off the last 3 balls. Another short one from Tongue down the leg side. Fielded at backward point by Harry Brook. Has a shy at the stumps. Gill dutifully regains his ground, and he remains on 39. Rishabh Pant has 46. India 197 for 3, leading by 377. And I think metaphorically, Shubman Gill's decided to not kick for home, because home's 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, but you know what I mean. He's decided to take a few more risks.
Well, once it gets past 420,
400 was my cut-off point.
But 420, if they don't lose another wicket, I'm not saying it's unchaseable, but it's not chaseable.
Well, and you have to divide it by the number of overs remaining, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, runs per over I'm not worried about. I'm more worried about chasing 500 in, even 110 or 120. No one's ever managed to do it in any period of time, Manners, even on some very flat pitches before.
Been done at first class level, hasn't it? Twice, a target of over 500. Short and wide cut, not a good ball from Bashir. Gets away with it. There's a man for the bad ball on the cover boundary, and he dutifully tidies up.
I think Victoria chased over 400 in a day in a Shield game.
In a day?
Yeah. It was David Hussey made a double 100 against Stuart McGill, got slaughtered in that game. So it wasn't like they were bad bowlers either. Might have been a smaller ground though. It might have been North Sydney rather than the SCG, but it was certainly turning.
198 for 3, lead of 378. Bashir in again, lots of air this time. A little bit of gentle turn. Shubman Gill pats it out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Ben Stokes, who, if he did have a sore finger, I think he's shaken the pain out. He is still looking at it though, Jarrod, you're quite right. He did hurt that finger, but he's been shaking it and rubbing it, and just had a look at it after he fielded that one. Nice shot from Gill now down the ground, a little bit of bottom hand on drive to long on, Duckett Fields. 199 for 3. All I will say is that the declaration, if that's what we're heading for, is not imminent. You cannot see a declaration at tea, can you, Jarrod?
No, not with the bowling attack.
After tea.
Yeah.
Here's Shoaib Bashir once again up to round the wicket to Rishabh Pant on the back foot, chops it out towards cover. Misunderstanding. Initially, Shubman Gill thought that Pant was coming for the single. Pant apologises, holds his hand up, the vice-captain to the captain. So sorry about that.
It's the third misunderstanding since lunch, and I think they had 3 of them before lunch as well.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that everyone's particularly confident running with Rishabh Pant. There's a certain skittishness about his unpredictability. It's fine for his batting. Here's Bashir. That one turned, didn't it? Wide outside the off stump, left alone.
Yeah, I mean, a minute ago, Shubman Gill hit the ball to backward square leg and took off as well. And I think it was Ollie Pope who was there, threw the ball at the stumps. But so I'm not sure either of them are great runners between the wickets. But you're right. The problem with Rishabh Pant is you don't know what decisions he's going to make in any moment.
At any level. Bashir in had huge air on that one. Really tossed it up. Steve Harmison and I were talking about Shoaib Bashir yesterday. It's defended by Rishabh Pant, 199 for 3, and just asked the question whether there are too many variations and whether that's what contributes to the fact that he still bowls a 4-ball once every 10 balls, like a real boundary ball, like a full toss or a long hop, and he varies the pace a lot and often. Harmy was asking the question about whether he just needs to learn to focus more on his stock ball.
I think the problem is his stock ball kind of especially against right-handers, fades down the leg side a little bit, doesn't it? He has trouble keeping that LBW and bowled in play, and so you can turn him on the leg side, so you can milk him if he bowls his stock ball. So he's trying to mix it up. Look, he's not quite. His best ball is wicket taking, and his worst ball is very bad.
Down the leg side now from Josh Tongue, another short one, hook shot tempted from Shubman Gill. Let's go back to Ben Jones's tweet. He said that Shoaib Bashir has the highest economy rate, and you said a lot of that's to do with the way the game has changed, but you didn't put any flesh on that bones of that statement.
Would you like me to put some flesh on the bones?
Yeah, I would, please.
Basically we had a jump in economy rate around the 2000s when Australia started scoring quicker.
Here's Tongue again, another short one. Gill takes it on and hooks it beautifully again, straight over long leg or fine leg for 6 more. It's not working, England. It's not working. Spread field, got this 5 on the leg side, 6 on the leg side, 6-3 leg side field. There's a fly slip, an extra cover, and a deep backward point.
Is it possible that they've swapped batting shirts, and this is actually Rishabh Pant playing all these shots?
Right-handed.
Because you wouldn't expect Gill to come out and play the way he has. He's played 5 big shots.
And he's rushed up to 46. 5 shots, all of which are boundaries. Another bouncer, 2 short, 2 wide, and a wide is called. Tell you what, Shafadullah's stayed in the bombshell bunker for most of this Test match. He's adopted a studious nod-out policy. He hasn't raised his head above the parapet for much, but that was the right call. But many an umpire wouldn't have made it. But he called wide, but Josh Tongue will have to bowl that one again. 206 for 3. Short again from Josh Tongue, as it will be, and pulled out towards Stokes, fielding 3/4 of the way back at deep mid-wicket. And it's a single, and they're now level, Shubman Gill and Rishabh Pant, 47 runs apiece.
He stopped that very gingerly again. I don't know if you saw, but he fumbled it a little bit, and I think he tried to stop it with his left hand. So I think whatever happened before with Gill is certainly bothering him. But yeah, there's no doubt they certainly decided to score in this session. Whereas I'm not sure that Rishabh Pant really decided. I'm not sure he's a decider. I think it just happens. The runs happen around him, to him. He's in the area of boundaries. He doesn't know how he got there. Like if he comes off and you ask him, it'd be like a fever dream. He's like, I don't know, but did that happen? Are you sure I played that shot? Show me some evidence.
Big consultation between the senior pros there, the bowler and the captain, Ben Stokes, and Chris Woakes involved as well. So it's just a ridiculous field. Everyone's just spread out on the leg side, hoping for a top edge or a splice or a toe end to Rishabh Pant, and instead of which he just gets on top of this hip-high short ball and pulls it down towards long leg, just happy for a single. 207 for 3, so lead of 388.
If I can put some more flesh on the bones, we'd never really had any years that were above 3 runs and over in Test cricket. Outside of, there's some early ones when they weren't many Tests played, and I think there was one in 1982 that was exactly 3 runs and over. When Australia started to score quickly, from then on, we go up to 3.2, 3.4, 3.5 even at times, and we kept getting faster and faster. But
this is the scoring rate in Test matches?
Runs per over in Test matches.
Year.
By year, I'm going through here. Yep. So it hovers around about 3.2, 3.3 for a little while, and then everyone starts taking a lot of wickets, Manners.
Here's Josh Tongue again, short and spanked by Shubman Gill. Through mid-on, he's pulled that from outside off stump. Acknowledges the applause from around the ground for his half-century. This to go with 147 at Headingley and 269 in the first innings here. Now he's added another 50. What a start to this series the Indian captain has made. 212 for 3.
2 things very noticeable there. The control at which he had and how even this pitch still is, because it looked like he was a tennis coach knocking the ball back to a kid.
Yeah, that's right. Round the wicket comes Tongue. Short, pulled once again by Shubman Gill, taking everything on that he can. Anything that is reachable, he is taking on, and he's helped himself to a couple of sixes post-lunch. He's 52 from 58 balls, 213 for 3. Carry on with your history lesson. What years
runs per over.
Talking?
So in 2000, when the Australians take over, we go above 3 runs and over consistently. Right. So 2001 is the first one, and we had every year up until 2020 was more than 3 runs per over. 2021, it drops back down because teams are losing wickets at record rates because of the wobble ball and because of the Kookaburra seam being changed and all these things. Teams are playing for points because of World Test Championship. All these different things happen at the same time, and because of that, Manners, it means that batters slow down. Problem is that they keep going out even when they bat defensively. So they've already tried batting defensively. So what's the next option on their list is batting attackingly. So in 2021, the runs per over was 2.99. It is then 3.3, 3.5, 3.6, and 3.67. Those are, off the top of my head, the 4 fastest years in any year where we've had masses of Test cricket played in the history of our game. So the last 4 years have been the quickest. So if you're a Test bowler who's bowled in the last 4 years, you should be going for more runs per over than any older player.
So Shoaib Bashir might be going for 4.5 and over, but it's not his fault. Is that what you're saying?
It's not his fault that he's the fastest ever. I think in any era, I don't think he's a particularly good defensive bowler. So I think in any era, he's been told to bowl for wickets and bowl jaffers. So I think he would always have a higher economy. But the fact that it's the highest, I think, comes down to the era that he's playing in.
And his inexperience?
Yeah, a little bit. He's probably not quite ready to be playing at this level. I mean, he doesn't always play in county cricket on flat pitches, does he? There's a Pakistani spinner, Scott might know him. He played against England. Is it Zahid Mahmood, the leg spinner? I think he's the first bowler in Test cricket history to play 4 Test matches and go at more than a run a ball. So we are now starting to see these sorts of patterns coming through. And again, you know, I'm not saying that they're not expensive, but if you bowled in the 1950s, expensive might have been 2.2 runs and over. Expensive now is 5 runs and over.
Breaking news, the ball has been changed. That's why we haven't had any action for the last 3 minutes. The 4th umpire, Martin Saggers, has been on with his James Bond briefcase.
Is he in the ICC panel now, Martin Saggers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The, what do they call it? The
elite panel.
No, not elite. That's short and wide, cut by Rishabh Pant for a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. The elite's only 12, isn't it?
Are you saying he's sub-elite?
I'm not judging. What's the international panel?
He is. You're right. It is international panel. He's in. I think he made me a cocktail in South Africa. I think he was taking a tour group, and when we were on tour there, and me and Bats were walking around the ground, he called us over to a private box and gave us a drink, if I'm remembering correctly.
How good of him. What a good man. Here's Shoaib Bashir then, again on the back foot, punched away by Gill to mid-wicket. Stokes fields, and there's no run. 213 for 3. Gill 51, and Rishabh Pant now, he's behind him, 49. At lunch, Gill had 24, Pant had 41, and Gill has beaten him to his half-century. It's a remarkable counter-attack from the Indian captain, who now takes a single against Shoaib Bashir, working it out towards mid-wicket. What was in this cocktail?
I'm trying to remember, and I'm trying to remember what ground it was at. It might have been Cape Town. What test did we cover? It wasn't Centurion. That was early. That was the first test that summer, wasn't it? God, you and I have covered so many. One. You guys have. We've covered. So Joburg was the last one.
It was in a private box, but you were walking around the ground, so it must have been a ground where the private boxes are close to the ground level, or on the first floor. So it had been St George's Park, maybe.
It might have been St George's Park. Actually, I think you're right.
Here is Shoaib Bashir around the wicket again to Pant on the back foot, chops it straight to backward point, fielded by Bryden Cast, no run.
It was, because I think we had a drink, because he was umpiring, but he was still a domestic umpire at that stage, but he was also doing tour groups, and he saw me and Bats and got us a drink, and I think we had that drink, and then we went to the next box, and I think Mike Haseman was in the next box, some sort of super sport box, so we had a really good time.
Evidently you weren't commentating, or you'd finished
the game had finished, I should say.
Right, okay. Bashir in again. Loopy one outside the off stump. Pant leaves it alone. In outfield, deep mid-wicket, cow corner you'd call that. Wide long off, deep cover. They're the only 3 on the boundary. 2 behind square on the offside, 1 at extra cover. Deep-ish, halfway back, mid-on. And a man just behind square leg, 10 yards behind square. So very much a spread field as Pant now goes back and across and then changes his mind and chops this one to backward point, where it's fielded by Josh Tongue. Tongue and Cast, 2 men at backward. The 2 fast bowlers sharing backward point duties. Things you like to see in a test match. No hiding for the 2 quick men. 214 for 3. The lead is 394. We've had some aggregates in this series, haven't we? Headingley was almost 1,700 runs. 3rd highest ever to achieve a positive result. And we've already had 587 for. We're up to 1,200 already. We've got innings to come. We could breach 1,600 for the 2nd consecutive test match.
And that it had never been done before in a result test, or had been done in a result test?
I'm told it was the 3rd highest aggregate to produce so only 2 test matches have had a higher aggregate for a positive result. There were lots that obviously finished in a draw. There was that one where Sri Lanka made 900 against India in Gaul. Here is Tongue once again, and it's short and wide outside the off stump. Slight change in the all-out short ball policy here. I think it's an element of orthodoxy, slightly more orthodox about the field, but anyway, it's a single to Shubman Gill.
Of course, we should break a lot of more aggregate records if we're scoring at 3.6 runs and over in Test cricket.
Yeah, Do you remember Roshan Mahanama made 300 and... Do you remember India made... I mean, I'm not exaggerating. Sri Lanka made 900. I think India batted first and made 600 and batted quite slowly, and there was an element of protest about Sri Lanka's reply, wasn't there? And they just went on and batted for the rest of the test match. Made 900. Josh Tongue again. Jayasuriya made 300. Maybe they both did. 215 for 3.
I don't know if Mahanama did. Now,
Mahanama may have made 200. I think Jayasuriya
did. The Indian seamer was playing in that game. I think he's a seamer, and he took a wicket with his first ball, and then he bowled 419 more and never took another wicket in that test. I think that's right. I think that's the test, because it was late 90s, mid 90s.
We should definitely get producer Scott to get up that scorecard for us. Tucked away off his pads, Josh Tongue in at the ribs of Rishabh Pant, and he clips it down to fine leg for the single that brings him 50, and it's come for him a leisurely 48 balls. Any 50 better than a runner ball used to be back page headline news, but not so these days, and certainly not for Rishabh Pant. 50 from 48.
I've got it here. So India made 537.
It was Jayasuriya with the triple.
Yeah, I thought it was, because I knew he had one. 537 for 8 declared. Navjot Sidhu, the great Navjot Sidhu, made 100. Sachin Azharuddin also made hundreds.
Tongue to Gill, single to point, 217 for 3.
And then Nilesh Kulkarni was the left-arm finger spinner, I think, so he didn't come on with the new ball. He gets Marvin Adapadu with his first ball, so Marvin Adapadu goes out for 26. And then the partnership from then on in, they were 1 for 39, 2 for 615. They actually had a collapse on 615 because Sanath went out as well. And then Aravinda De Silva and Arjuna Ranatunga scored runs. And Mahela as well. Young Mahela was in that game.
How hard do you think Aravinda and Arjuna had to work for those runs? 650 on the board. Oh, that's a beautiful shot from Rishabh Pant as Josh Tongue pitches one up and pays the price as he's hoisted over deep mid-wicket for 6. The ball hits the advertising hoardings and bounces back into the field of play. The only consolation for England and Ben Stokes is that it saved him 10 yards to go and fetch it.
He's
shot. Rishabh Pant up to 56, Tongue in again, short paddle pulled away by Rishabh Pant. He seems to lose his balance so often that you half wonder whether it's part of his technique. Like, if I just lose my balance, fall away to the leg side, maybe that'll give me some. And he does again. He just sort of wobbles on one leg as he pulls it away down to fine leg, and the score moves up to 224 for 3 at the end of the over, and the lead now 404.
Go. So Aravinda De Silva was very famous for only batting when he wanted to, right?
Or only scoring when he wanted.
Yeah. And Kumar Sangakkara tells great stories about him turning up to club games late, asking the assistant coach to bring him on some pastries, fielding at slip, and then going to the other player at slip. Can you stand in front of me while I don't plan on taking any slip catches today, so I need second slip in front of me.
So Bashir to Pant, left alone.
And what they used to do in lower level games in Sri Lanka is they would bring on their worst bowlers to bowl to him, because he had no interest in playing someone who was any good. And all players were told in Sri Lanka, do not talk to him, do not say anything that he might take against him. And what cricket team do you think maybe talked to him the most and he ended up being absolutely brutal against?
224 for 3. What are they called? The Colombo Renegades.
Oh no, I mean internationally.
Oh.
What cricket team do you think took a long time to learn the lesson? You don't talk to Aravinda De Silva.
Bashir in again, short wide. Australia.
Test average of 47 against the great Australian team in the 90s. Hey?
He hated them.
Bashir in, low full toss, flighted, swept, 4. That's not where you want to be bowling to Rishabh Pant. Shin high full toss.
Slow.
Slow full, shin high full
yeah. He did get Rishabh Pant with a similar ball in the first innings. I know it landed, but again, it was a very slow one. So he might have been thinking about that, but that, yeah, it looks like I'm bowling. Sadly, that did not look like a international quality delivery, that one. Really got away from him. But yeah, Aravinda, absolutely. And so my point is, he made 100 in this match, even though he didn't have to. He did it because of how angry he was with the Indians.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think India used 9 bowlers in that game. Only the keeper didn't bowl. 228 for 3, Gill 54, Rishabh Pant 61. We still have 58 overs remaining today, and then another day tomorrow with no poor weather forecast. Bashir in. Oh, that looks like he's bowled a change of action there. It almost looked like he was carom ball, I'm going, but almost looked like he was bowling it out the side of the hand. Anyway, it was left alone by Rishabh Pant. Maybe the change of action confused him momentarily and he didn't want anything to do with it. Here is another off spinner, rips that one quite nicely, turns, left alone by Pant, no run, 228 for 3. Double change in the commentary box. I'm delighted to say that you'll have some sense from Siddharth Mongia after half an hour of fun and games from Jarrod and I. Siddharth Mongia and the wonderful Melinda Farrell, who's been in for 2 long days, I suspect, taking over from Jon Norman. Mel, Sid, all yours.
Thank you, Manners. Just settle into the chair alongside Sid Monga for the start of Josh Tongue's over. He's in over the wicket to Gill. Just plays that with a straight bat, holds the pose for a few seconds. Ball just rolls back down the pitch. Lights still on here at Edgbaston. Still some thick cloud, dark grey in front of us, but a few peeps of blue sky above us, directly above us as well. Hello, Sid Monga.
Good day, Mel. I just overheard Neil say, for some sense, head over to Sid and Mel. I don't think you should bank on it.
Next ball from Tongue is defended, this time on the offside, back down the track. No run. Well, there'll be plenty of sense from you, Sid Monga. Of course, we've been colleagues for a long time. You and I covered India series together, both in India and in Australia. So we go back a long way.
And a couple of World Cups, and we're still colleagues.
And we still are. You've come to visit me in Orange as well. We were talking about Orange beforehand. You're one of the few who's managed to come out there. As Tongue runs in, Gill just plays up with an angled bat out to straight mid-off. No run.
We did enjoy the hospitality of the Farrell household a lot. And then we drove into the bush, into Warren Bungles, and we were back to Orange, where we spent an evening with the crazy Farrell family.
Yeah, I'm the same one, I reckon. Of course, because what I do love about you and I being on together, Sid, as Tongue, he's in over the wicket to Gill, down the track, and then he ends up whipping his hands through that with a cross bat, absolutely flays it through cover and ends up getting another boundary. So Gill is just opening up now and having a bit of fun, and he moves on to 58. India move on to 232 for 3, and that lead now 412. Yes, I was going to say you're Sid Monga as well to just play that down into the turf in front of him. What's your take on this now? Have India done enough?
Not yet. India will be looking to just not leave England any option of winning the game. If it'll be down to the number of overs they leave them times 5, I think, so that option is completely taken out. England are in new territory, and just see how they respond.
Tongue in, that's down the leg side, diving stop by Jamie Smith, the wicketkeeper, prevents the byes, and that's the end of another Tongue over. 232 for 3. Gill on 58, punt on 61, the lead 412. It's funny, isn't it? We were talking about this before, that England must be the most frustrating side to have to bat third against because of the crazy way they chase. But almost now, because of the speed with which they're scoring, particularly Rishabh Pant, it's making all those possibly tricky decisions a little bit clearer for Shubman Gill.
And not just frustrating to bat in the third innings against, it's just frustrating to watch and observe also, because there are certain conventions we are used to, there are certain things pitches do that we're used to. None of that is happening. A lot of test batting, a lot of test batters are held back. A lot of test batters are held back because of the jeopardy from the pitch, and now baseball relies on no jeopardy. Anything is possible. T20 emboldened batters. We just don't know what to expect and what is good, what is not. The pig running in the Hollies is good.
You're not missing any cricket, by the way. There's been a pause, and I think it's because of a pig. In comes Bashir, and oh my goodness, Pant, what does he do? He falls over and plays that ridiculous shot over his right shoulder. Pirouettes, gets up to his feet. Take a bow. That's another 4 runs to Pant. Ridiculous to watch him do that. It's amazing. It's so entertaining.
Pant jumped like a small, well-fed pig there. Oink, oink.
The pigs have been running up and down the Holly stand, chased by many butchers, and I think they actually stopped play for a little bit there. So it is quite an interesting place, the Holly stand. I don't know if you've ever actually sat up there for a session, Sid. No? Well, I have. Boy, oh boy. Here's Bashir. Down the track comes Pant, and he's lost his bat again for the second time, and he's been caught. Well, he's lost his bat. The ball's gone up. It's ballooned out to Ben Duckett. And, well, what an extraordinary moment. The bat went one way. The bat's gone towards mid-wicket. The ball has flown out towards the deep in the other direction. And the end result is Pant has to go and pick his bat up and walk off the field with it.
And if I'm the long off, this is quite an interesting proposition. There is a stocky little object advancing down the wicket, trying a big shot, and then there are 2 objects coming towards me from where I'm looking. It looks like they're both coming towards me, and I have to focus on the smaller object, judge the flight, settle myself under it, and take that catch. It is well done, Ben Duckett.
Well, you almost didn't know where to look because your eyes were following the bat. And then you realise the ball was still up in the air, and it took a long time to reach Ben Duckett. The end result is that Rishabh Pant departs for 65 of 58. Remember, he was dropped twice, once on 10, another time on 31. He's done his job, though. You imagine it brings to an end 110-run partnership between Gill and Pant. Now India 236 for 4. Lead by 416. Bashir has his first wicket of the innings. He's 1 for 35 after 7.2 overs. But boy, you just can't take your eyes off this. We've got pigs, we've got butchers, we've got bats flying. Everything's going on, Sid.
And amid all that, Shoaib Bashir, another boundary catch. Do you remember any traditional test dismissal for Shoaib Bashir? When was the last time he had an LBW bowled or caught behind?
Well, you can tell me. Well, he got Rishabh Pant out, holing out in the deep last time, didn't he? But no, I don't remember.
Gill holing out in Leeds, all boundary catches.
Well, you could say one wicket's as good as another, Sid.
It doesn't say on the scorecard where he was caught.
That is very true. Here is Gill. First ball to Jadeja, who just takes a stride forward and presses it into the ground. It rolls out to the offside, and Bashir does the fielding himself.
It's almost boring after Pant batted. I mean, he's did the right thing.
It's just been astonishing. What a series he's had. Bashir in around the wicket. This time that's just outside leg stump, and Jadeja turns it around behind square leg, and they'll come through for a single. So Jadeja is off the mark with quite a sedate single, but everything seems sedate after Rishabh Pant. He's just an extraordinary player. He really is. Bashir has got a slip in for Gill. He's in over the wicket. Gill plays that late down to a short third area. They don't get a run. Yeah,
That was an insane afternoon of cricket from Pant. Nobody tells him how to play. Nobody tells him don't do this, don't do that. He's an original, one of one.
He certainly is. This one's floated up by Bashir, very full, but met by Gill, who turns it around in front of square leg. And that is the end of an over that saw the end of Rishabh Pant, who really is one of the game's great entertainers. What an innings that was. 237 for 4, Gill on 58, Jadeja on 1. India lead by 417. And what I would say, Sid, do you know, after he had that terrible car accident and he was out of the game for so long, you never know when a player is out of the game for a long period of time, whether they're going to come back and reach the same levels that they've previously reached. And so for me, it's been really heartening seeing those centuries at Leeds, and then just seeing his wonderful, entertaining self.
And playing for India, the amount of competition that you have to play amidst the insecurities that come with it, you cannot take it lightly. And for somebody to take that position so lightly,
Right, here is Tung around the wicket, and Jadeja just lets that one go outside the off stump. So Jadeja coming in now above Nitish Kumar Reddy in this innings.
probably right left to continue. And I was just going back to Pant. You actually, to survive in that environment, you actually need a sense of humor. So it's almost like a very contradictory thing to say. It's not easy to have a sense of humor in that environment, but the only way to survive it is to have a sense of humor.
The only way you can survive watching Rishabh Pant is if you have a sense of humour, Sid. Okay, Jadeja now, as Tung is in around the wicket, just plays that one out in front of point, no run.
There are a few old-timers who were very serious, whom he has converted as well.
Well, I mean, unless you're the sort of person who hates fun.
How long can you resist? How long can you resist enjoying what he does? Unless you're in the dressing room, I'm sure it's not that fun.
In comes Tung. That ball is played with a very straight bat by Jadeja, just defended out to short cover. I mean, I remember watching him in that incredible Border Gavaskar series in Australia, that match at the Gabba. And it's interesting, I was going back and looking at how many players that are in this side now kind of emerged in that series in Australia when India were absolutely decimated. They had something like 8 or 9 injuries by the time they got to that last test. As Tung is in, short ball, and Jadeja sways out of the way of that one. But Shubman Gill was one of them. He came in and played in Melbourne in that series.
Shubman Gill, Rishabh Pant, Mohammad Siraj. Shardul Thakur has kind of fallen off the radar. Washington Sundar playing this test also made his debut then. It was a series when, quite a few players who had been knocking at the door finally got an opportunity, and they were really, really just dying to show what they are made of.
Many of them are here as Tung is in, and that one's left alone outside the off stump, well outside by Jadeja. Yeah, it felt like that was a formative series in so many ways, and it was one where don't forget, India were bowled out for 36 in Adelaide in the first test. They immediately lost Virat Kohli. He went home because he was having a child. Mohammad Shami, he broke his forearm in that one as well. Oh, it's an incredible turnaround. Here is Tung again outside the off stump and left alone by Jadeja. I was looking at that thinking, you know, that loss by India in the first test here at Headingley, they should know what it's like to turn a series around when you're missing some of your big stars.
Absolutely. Professional cricketers these days, they have almost made it second nature. They've trained themselves not to carry too much baggage from one match to the other, be it ecstasy, be it desperation. They have, and I'm really amazed how they do it, because it's a highly emotional job to do, and to not carry any emotions from the last test into the next. And you know how they lost maybe 3 sessions and lost the test. Now to get back into those positions again.
237 for 4 here at Edgbaston as Shoaib Bashir continues his spell. First ball is floated. Took an eternity to get down to Gill, and he just turns it very fine.
That's a ginger chase by Josh Tung, is it? It was just a jog.
Yeah, he wasn't express pace. He managed to pull it up before it got to the boundary. 239 now. They took 2 runs for that particular shot from Shubman Gill. Still a slip in for Shoaib Bashir. It's in over the wicket, and again it's turned very fine. It's a replay, and Josh Tung is again setting off at not the greatest pace.
But it also seems there's a pact between the batters and the fielder that we'll also not push for the third.
Well, they just took another leisurely 2. Takes it to 241 for 4. Gill now on 62. He's now got more runs in a test, I believe, than any Indian captain. He's surpassed Virat Kohli.
Another Virat Kohli record broken.
He's broken a few. Another ball floated up full, and that's absolutely smashed to Ollie Pope. An extra cover. He managed to get something on it, so keeps them to just 1 run, brings Jadeja back on strike.
For those who might not have listened to this yesterday, Gill, when he was about 15 or 16, he used to go to Cricket Archive and used to look at Cricket Archive, of course, has scorecards of cricketers before they became professionals. He used to go and look at Virat Kohli's scorecards and see how he measures up, and he was always the yardstick for him. And what coincidences that everything he has done as a test captain is measuring up.
A leg slip and a slip in now for Jadeja as Bashir is in around the wicket. He just whips this one through mid-wicket, and fielders converge in the outfield to keep it to a single. I guess it's an interesting thing, isn't it? There's different kind of captains. You talk about some captains who are quieter, who kind of lead by example with the bat. Others who are inspirational speakers and fire up their team. Others who are master tacticians, as Bashir is in once more to Gill, who just plays that behind square leg, won't get a run. What kind of captain do you think Shubman Gill is at the moment and might become?
I think he's just finding himself. The last test that he captained was only his 6th first-class game as a captain.
Bashir bowls a little bit flatter this time. It's just pushed out in front of point. Ollie Pope does the fielding, wipes his sweat on the ball and gives it a polish. End of the over, 243 for 4.
But what's good is that while he finds himself, while he finds his feet, while he develops his own captaincy, he's got runs. And anybody you talk to, captaincy, first you have to deserve your place in the side, which there was a question mark against when he came here. Don't forget, he was averaging 35 coming into the series, and we are 2 weeks into it and is already past 41, I think. So he's doing the first job, nailing his place down, and now he has to develop his captaincy style. The one thing that I've noticed, him and his deputy Rishabh Pant, have talked about love and care in the dressing room, to look after each other, to not make anyone feel insecure, which is a good thing.
It certainly is. Jadeja on strike as Tung begins his next over by bowling an outside off stump, and it's let go by Jadeja. That's a very modern thing, isn't it, in cricket? Have we moved away from the old hard and you've got to knock the corners off the youngsters coming in?
Although the one thing that I guess a more entrenched captain would have done was a rocket when
Tung is in, it's flicked away behind square leg. Ben Duckett, I think it is, all the way out there of the other side, fires the ball back in, keeps it to a single.
there would likely have been a spray when India lost their last 7 wickets for 41, and it was not losing 7 wickets for 41, it was the kind of bowling that they lost it to. Those were casual strokes, those were strokes of a team that actually thought they might have had enough on the board, instead of batting them out, and it was repeated in the second innings. So I was very curious to see how Gill would react to it, and Gill actually said, I started it by holding out a deep mid wicket.
In comes Tung, it's just fenced out into the offside by Gill, no run.
And he said, come next time, I have to react better. And he's leading that by example. As you saw in the first innings, it would have been understandable if he had played loose shots, but there weren't any. He was not satisfied with whatever he had got, 269, and it's the same right now. But it's easy to play loose shots now, but he's not. He is laying the law this way.
Tung in, and that's just turned off the hip by Gill. Fielder Ollie Pope down there at deep square leg. They just get another single, takes them to 245 for 4. Gill now on 64. Jadeja on 3. They lead by 425. And I guess one thing that I was wondering was, how much in this early stage of his career, how much of a say does he have, for example, in the team that he gets? And all the selection talk that was floating around before this as Tung is around the wicket, ball left alone by Jadeja.
So this is where his start is different to how the last two captains started their captaincy careers. Virat Kohli had Ravi Shastri, who was firmly behind him, who always said, it's the captain's team, I am there to facilitate the captain. Rahul Dravid, famously great manager, he always put Rohit in front. He let Rohit decide. Here, Gautam Gambhir is a more domineering personality.
Jadeja waits as in comes Tung, and that ball's leapt up and just seemed away a bit from Jadeja, but he just was happy to leave that alone. And it's 50 overs now have been bowled. India 245 for 4. Gill on 64. Jadeja on 3 in the lead, 425.
So Gambhir has been here before Gill. He has been in the leadership role before Gill. Gill is just starting out. So it will probably take a little bit of time for him to stamp his authority on the team, on the way he wants to take it. Because in the press conferences he has been saying he does not mind playing 4 tail-enders even for 20 wickets. But in his actions it has not shown. We are still without Kuldeep Yadav in this game.
Yeah, that is an interesting one. Bashir's in, full delivery, toss that one up to Gill, just plays it down to mid-off, no run. Yeah, that's a funny one, and look, it's likely a moot point because of the way India have batted, but I did wonder for long parts of this game if that might come back to bite them. It's Bashir in once more, it's gently stroked, it goes past Bashir and again up to mid-off, no run.
India also are just getting a hang of the way England are playing. They are not sure about how much is enough, so probably they felt they needed to beef up the batting.
In comes Bashir. This one's played in front of square leg, no run. Well, the irony is, all that talk before this was, did India have enough bowling to take 20 wickets? But actually it's been England's inability to take wickets That's been the big problem. As Bashir in, he really floated that one up very high. It's batted away, no run.
100%, which is why I said India should never have lost the last test. The worst result they should have come out of that test with was a draw. England's bowling is really toothless.
Fighting words from Sid Monga as in comes Bashir. That's very easily stroked up towards long on, and they'll almost walk through for a single as Ben Duckett runs in and fields that ball. Yeah, it's gummy. Are you saying they're gummy? England are gummy. They're not got no teeth. They'll just gnaw India to death. If well, it'll be interesting to see what the selection is for the next test. Still a long way to go in this one, of course. But leg slip and slip again in for Jadeja, who takes a giant stride forward to smother that ball from Shoaib Bashir. Finishes the over from Bashir, and India 246 for 4. Gill motoring along nicely on 65 off just 82 balls. Jadeja is on 3. India lead by 426. But does make it interesting for the next test. Do we see Bumrah come back in, Jofra Archer come back in? Does that change things?
But even they are humans. It can change things only to a certain extent. If we keep getting the pitches that they are doing, which are bowler killers, and the captain and the coach, by asking for these pitches, are not helping their bowlers at all. And just contrary to the public opinion, and this might get me in trouble, Bazball makes for really boring cricket. There is the end of like, yes, there have been thrilling finishes. The end does not justify the means. It for long periods of play, we are just watching no contest between bat and ball.
Well, I love it. Here is the captain, Ben Stokes. And first ball, gets it to leap up off the pitch, but Gill gets on top of it, plays it down to deep third boundary, and they'll come through for a single. No, I do understand what you mean. I have to say, well, I suppose I look at it differently rather than purely from a spectator point of view. I just love the fact that 2 days into this test, in days gone by, you'd be thinking it was just completely all over. But the fact that you start thinking about all these possible scenarios, I actually really enjoy that aspect of it.
But we wouldn't be in that state in days gone by, because the pitches would have had some life.
Well, yeah, so I agree. I sort of think that's a little bit different in a way, in that what's going on with the pitches as Stokes is in around the wicket. Again, he just hurried Jadeja a little bit, but he just plays it along the carpet down towards deep third. They'll take another single.
Nothing has changed from 2021 to 2025 for the pitches to become so lifeless. The only thing that has changed is that the groundsmen have been told not to leave any moisture, because moisture tends to get moist pitches tend to get indentations on it when the new ball is banged hard in it. Those indentations result in uneven bounce, which makes the pitches deteriorate, which traditionally makes the fourth innings and the third innings jeopardous. Whereas when you look at Bazball era, the innings averages are just going up from first to fourth, every inning progressively.
Stokes it is now. He's coming over the wicket to Gill, who has a little waft at that one. Goes through to the keeper.
I refuse to believe that these very good groundsmen have suddenly forgotten their jobs.
Well, I can't speak to that. You know, I've commentated on a few games here at Edgbaston in the past 18 months, and just generally they have been very flat. And we've of course had the Kookaburra ball rounds as well. I think twice I've seen a team score 500 and then be asked to follow on. I wish you could see Sid Monga's face right now.
Well, competitively, I think England have made a competitive decision where they think their batters are much better off playing on flatter tracks. It gives them a more competitive chance to win or draw test matches, which is fair enough.
And Stokes, he's in that ball, just flicked off the hip by Gill. Manages to beat one sprawling fielder in front of square leg, but they just get a single. Barry Brooker's out there in the deep to prevent any more.
And I don't think the oppositions will be complaining about it because they have to just get on with the job and find a way to get 20 wickets, whether it's a green seamer or these flat tracks. But as a spectator, I kind of feel we are just, manipulating ourselves into these thrilling finishes on the last day. But having said that, because our stint is coming to an end, I will not take away from their commitment to baseball. They have followed it to the T.
Here's Stokes, and second last ball of his over. It's just left alone outside the off stump. I found it fascinating. I found it fascinating when they've gone and played in Pakistan, found a way to win, and they've played against New Zealand in very different conditions, and I will continue to be fascinated when they go to Australia later this year, and I'm enjoying this series very much.
Their commitment to that positivity, their commitment to not think about the draw, their commitment to even not let a negative thought enter their heads, hats off to that. That has been superb.
Here's Stokes, final ball of his over. It comes off the inside portion of Jadeja's bat. It just goes up to Chris Wokes at mid-on, and that will be the end of that over. No run to finish off. And India of 249 for 4 with Gill on 67. Jadeja on 4. That lead now has ballooned out to 429. We're going to have a double change here in the commentary box. I'm going to make way for Neil Manthorp. Final thought from you, Sid, and then we'll hear from Steve Harmison.
Thanks, Mel. This game has now reached a point where we can start talking about declarations. India lead by 429 midway into the fourth day. It will be interesting how spooked they are after the last game. Think of as a target that will make an England win impossible. Over to Manners and Army.
400, but India have scored a bit quicker, and it's all about. It's not about the number, is it? It's not about the finishing post. It's about the speed you need to run, or in this case, score, in order to reach the finishing post within the allotted time, which is 5 days, of course. So India lead by 429, 249 for 4. We've still got 3.5 hours left today and 6.5 hours tomorrow. So Steve Harmison's going to put his darts mind on here, and or his cricket calculator brain, and tell us that the asking rate at the moment, Harmy, with 51 overs left today, 90 tomorrow, 140, target is 429. That's an asking rate that's not going to scare England.
No, it's not, Manners. Good afternoon. It's not going to scare England, but I think the pitch is deteriorating enough to say it's not what Headingley was like. The outfield is not what Headingley was like. And I think that is, for me, would be in the calculation that I think 429 is enough now. It really is. But it's all about grinding England down, taking the pitch a little bit deeper, and make the natural process of the disintegration work, because you don't have to win by lunchtime on day 5. You can go into that last session.
Harmy, the thing is also it's about teams don't want to have too many overs. You talked about 120 is enough, and as far as I can remember, 120's always been enough. Like, the theory has always been that if you can't bowl a team out in 120 overs, then 130 or 140 isn't going to make any difference. And also, you don't necessarily want too many. I mean, do you want to be bowling 120 overs? Worst case scenario, I know India have got 6 bowlers and they've got Bumble to come back so they can rest one of their seamers, but I don't think they'd want more than 100, maybe.
Yeah, that's a valid point. I think there's no point leaving 160 overs when if you from a 120 point of view, all you're doing is
everyone's exhausted.
Exhausted, but you're also giving the opposition a chance to bat for 40 overs, build a partnership on a wicket, which is 40 overs better, if you know what I mean. So I think it's the time. It should never be about the number. It should always be about the time, and it should always be about when the wicket is gradually getting worse. And I think this wicket is gradually getting worse. So that for me is what I'd be thinking if I was Shubman Gill.
Just wondering who Jofra Archer's fellow waiters are as they make their way finally off the field.
2 young lads from Warwickshire, I would have thought.
Yeah. That's a good reason I didn't recognise them.
I think Jamie Overton's still, Jacob Bethel's still here. I think Jacob Bethel actually is on the field.
Shoaib Bashir's on the field, he's bowling. Drinks have taken. Shubman Gill comes forward and plays defensively out on the offside. Jacob Bethel's fielding at backward square leg.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I think Big Josh. Big Josh. Yeah, Big Josh tongues off.
And probably quite glad of a breather, chance to put his feet up unless he's having a rub down. Driven in the air, down the ground by Shubman Gill for 4 glorious runs. It was hit in the air, but it was hit very, very hard indeed. I don't know whether you're aware of these stats, but Gill continues to break records, and he's just erased Virat Kohli from 2 illustrious records, or it pushed him into second place anyway. Most runs in his debut series as captain, and he's got 3 tests to go. And this innings, here's Bashir once again. Gill defends. Most runs in debut series as captain for India was Virat Kohli's 449 in Australia in 2014-2015.
He could get 1,000 here. He could get 1,000 in England, was it?
The record's 903, isn't it, by Don Bradman? Oh, he's gone big over deep mid-wicket. Has he got enough of it? Yes, he has. It was a swing, really, from Shubman Gill. It wasn't his most elegant shot, but he's just literally just swung at this over the leg side. He's picked his spot, shorter boundary, and it's flown away. Could be on for a second 100.
Yeah,
now.
it could be on for a second 100. I think that's the first time since we've been in Birmingham that I think when he's contemplating an attacking shot, he's lost his shape and tried to hit it too hard.
It was a hoik, wasn't it, really? Bashir is in. Not this time. Lovely shot. Late cut down towards backward point. Won't reach the boundary. Will be intercepted by Joe Root, who's fielding on the cover boundary. The other record is most runs for an Indian captain in a single test match, and he's absolutely obliterated that. It was 293 by Kohli against Sri Lanka in Delhi. Well, he could get 400 in this test. I mean, I'm not even exaggerating. Bashir in again, driven by Gill down the ground, and he'll trot through. He walks the first half of it and then almost reluctantly breaks into a very gentle trot for a single, and he moves on to 80.
And it's horrible. I mean, it is. I'm going from experience of the bowling situation. Somebody gets 100 in the first test match, or a double 100, i.e. Graham Smith, Herschel Gibbs in 04, I think 03, 04, I think it was. Mohammad Youssef in, I think, 2007. Shivnarine Chanderpaul. I mean, when they get big scores, they just don't look like getting out. And when you rock up the next game, the next week, next 2 games, and it's like, oh no, not him again. And then you start thinking about, right, we might have to take 10 wickets. I mean, you just have to get the other one. We'll have to get the other ones out and let them have one.
Here is Ben Stokes once more, and it's pushed away by Shubman Gill, and there's no run. It's gone straight to the fielder. So he's now got 349 in this test match. I'll just say that again. Shubman Gill's got 349 runs in this test match, which gives him 500, and I can't do the maths. Just under 496, I think it is. So he's on the verge of 500 in the test match. Pushed away defensively, and 400 in the test match, I should say. Sorry, I was getting very excited. 269 in the first innings, 80 now. Next one from Stokes is defended up to mid-on. There's no run. Jadeja is looking on meanwhile from the non-striker's end with 4 from 17. We had a highly exciting, entertaining 65 from Rishabh Pant. He does need to have a word with the supplier of his bat handles, though, you would think. He's got a history of the bat flying out of his hands, as it happened again on his dismissal, having happened earlier today before he reached 65. This time Gill pushes Stokes to square leg. It's fielded by Ollie Pope.
Was it Derek Randall who glued their hand to the bat? Was it Randall?
John Wright.
John Wright did, yeah. I was like, that might be a thing for him. Just glue the gloves to the handle.
You know, I mean, people might not know that is strictly against the laws of the game. You're not allowed to do that. Anyway, John Wright was rumbled because...
you might have to do it for safety issues, because if a fielder's standing in backward point or at 45 and the bat's coming flying towards him.
Here's Stokes once again, and that's full and down the leg side. When we were in New Zealand, the end of last year, Harmy, John Wright, there was a gathering of the famous 1977 New Zealand Test team that beat England for the first time, and John Wright told the story. It was against the West Indies, and it was Malcolm Marshall. There was a drinks break. It was a hot day, and John Wright took his gloves off, and then realised that he was going to be rumbled because his bottom glove was glued to the bat handle, so it wouldn't slip, and that's pushed out towards mid-off. And John Wright sort of had his bat tucked under his arm and was trying to protect the fact that the glove was stuck. But Malcolm Marshall spotted it and said, "You glued your glove to the handle." And Wright knew he'd been rumbled and just sort of mumbled and said, "Yeah, something like that."
Yeah, great character, John Wright. Worked with him on the World 11 game. He did a good job for India coach. Absolutely bonkers. It didn't surprise me he glued his glove to the bat.
Stokes in again. Gill once more pushes this one out to one of two fielders. That's one at square leg, one just 10 yards to his left, slightly in front of square. And it's Ollie Pope again who does the fielding. 262 for 4. Been an absolute run fest. Where would you sit on criticism of this pitch, saying that it's not fit for Test cricket? Would that be going too much? Not ideal for Test cricket? Would that be
not
fair?
ideal? Not ideal. I think it's fit for Test cricket. No problem with that. Slow. It's a bit too slow for my liking, but hey, you can't have everything, and it's not. We don't live in the perfect world and the perfect game. Probably not ideal for Test cricket the way I would sit. I don't think it's dangerous or anything.
Shoaib Bashir continues to Ravi Jadeja, pushes it out to mid-wicket, no run.
I think what I'd question, is it the pitch or is it the bowlers? And I'd possibly question the bowlers and say, well, the bowlers good enough for Test cricket. And that's a different argument.
Bashir in again, Jadeja defends, no run. Why have we not seen any reverse swing?
I think the outfields are very, very lush. Not many broken ends, and even the broken ends that are there, they're not abrasive and sharp. That's the key thing with the Kookaburra ball. When you play in the Southern Hemisphere, the wicket ends are abrasive, they're hard, they're rock solid, they've got sharp points on.
Here's Bashir once again, and Jadeja helps himself to a single, clipping it out towards mid-wicket.
Even in the grass on the outfields, there's a little spike to them. Where in England, I mean, all the broken ends of the pitches either side, it's just dusty, so it's going into soft surface. It's not going into sharp, abrasive surface to make the ball scuff up and rough up as much as what possibly used to. A lot of moisture in these outfields.
Here is Bashir once again over the wicket to the right-handed Shubman Gill. Pushes away defensively, and there's no run.
England have also got bowlers that probably don't really reverse swing it. Never really been a one that says Chris Wokes reverse swings it loads. Neither Bryden Cars, who can do it, Josh Tongue. The one that does do it very well is Ben Stokes.
Here is Bashir, wide, very wide, so wide it's called a wide. This, by the way, it's just confirmation from Gary Morgan that this is the highest aggregate in a Test match by an Indian, bar none. He's top of the list now, ahead of Sunil Gavaskar, VVS Laxman, Saurav Ganguly. Here's Bashir again, forward comes Gill, and the list goes on. Ganguly, Sehwag, Dravid, Karan Nair when he made his unbeaten 300. So Shubman Gill now has 349 runs. Gavaskar 344. Here's Bashir again. Forward comes Gill, struck on the pad outside the line of off stump. Polite inquiry. Gavaskar's 344, 124 and 220. VVS Laxman, I'm sure people will probably have guessed that. That was the famous Eden Gardens Test match when he made his 280 in the second innings. And after that, Lakshman made 59 and 281. Sourav Ganguly 239 and 91 against Pakistan. It's an impressive list. Virender Sehwag made 319 and none, didn't bat, against South Africa, and 309 and didn't bat. So he made his 2 triple hundreds, puts him in the top 5.
I bet you that was done quickly as well.
Well, I commentated on the 309. On the 309, it was in a day against South Africa in Chennai.
That's right, yeah.
It was 40 degrees.
Remember that? Yeah.
It was 40 degrees.
Kept belting it out the park, didn't he?
And Kyarantini was on his knees, and he's one of the fittest fast bowlers ever to play the game. Full wide outside the off stump, left alone by Jadeja. 264 for 4.
He was difficult. I mean, he was. I mean, he'd give you a chance. I mean, you had a chance with a short ball with Virender. He was another one that played in that World 11 game. Remember the Chennai game when we went back after the terrorist attack? You know, bowled very, very well to get India off to a good start in that contest. KP kept setting fields for short and wide outside off stump. We had 2 gullies, a backward point, and a man on the fence, and still kept hitting it over him.
Stokes in again, pushed away by Jadeja to square leg. I mean, that's a bizarre tactic. That is.
Yeah,
That's like saying that, you know, it's like hoping that King Henry VIII would eat himself to death. Just like give him a banquet of
Just keep giving him food. Yeah. No, we were. I mean, there was one point. Kev was mid off going, come around the wicket. We had 2 gullies, a backward point, all in more or less in a line, a bit like what England would have in front of square. And then you had a deep point, and we're just bowling short and wide. And the Sehwag, we kept hitting it for 6.
Down that egg side from Stokes now. Gill can't get a bat on that one. It's not wide enough to be called wide, but it's he can't lay a bat on it. It's just, all right, listen, lads, it might cost us a couple of 100 runs, but he'll hit one in the air eventually.
I think he got 80 or 90 off about 60 balls, and he just stood there waiting, baseball style, going bosh, and it was. Cookie dropped him. I mean, Cookie nearly landed over the boundary. Cookie was sort of on where the 30-yard circle would be, and it just went straight through him.
Here is Stokes once again, and this one is steered away. There's nobody at point. That's not a fielding position that England use very often, actually, cover point. It's empty. There's a man at deep backward point on the boundary, but a lot of runs have been scored in this Test match through point, singles through point. 267 for 4. Lead of 447. Were you actually told? Was it genuinely?
Yeah.
That was like we're going to go short and wide to Sehwag.
Just go short and wide to him, because every time he pitched it up, he just belted it straight back over your head. It was flat in Chennai. It was red hot. It's when they got 365 to win the game. Sachin got 100 at the end.
Here is Stokes once again. Forward comes Shubman Gill. Absolutely resolute. He's not going to give anything away. Fancy smashing the aggregate record as a captain for your country, and then thinking we've got effectively an average series of 3 tests still to come.
Got 3 tests to come. That's it. You could get 1,000 runs. When you're like this as a bowler, so demoralising. Just even seeing them at warm up, and you look at them. They look 10 foot tall. They've got bats. The bats are so wide. It doesn't, but it just feels that way when you as a bowler.
Stokes runs in, bowls a short one, bouncer. Gill ducks underneath it and then glares at the umpire as if to suggest, how am I supposed to lay a bat on that? But it's not called wide by Shafudullah, the Bangladeshi umpire, who's had a resolutely not out game. He's been disinclined to raise the finger or to get much involved in any way. It's like we've got a man with headphones and a TV upstairs, he can make the decisions.
He can get on with it. He can get on with it. See if he's still awake. Yeah, look, there hasn't been many. There's been one or two close calls, which have gone umpire's call. They've given a not out on a couple of times where I've thought, wow, that's close, and it's missed by quite a distance. There was one bizarre one, I can't remember where it was. Goughy was on here. I was sitting on the box waiting to come on, and Goughy was in my chair, and I'm trying to think which one it was. And it said it was missing down leg side. I think it was from somebody around the wicket.
It was. It's pushed away defensively, out on the offside, and there's just a quick single. I made a note of it. It was Harry Brook, wasn't it? It was Harry Brook on 143. There was an LBW Washington Sundar.
Yeah, that's right.
Straightened, and we all looked at it on the replay and thought, that's straightened.
The minute it hit the pad, it was like, this is out, and then it went down leg side. You're like, really? You're joking?
Goughy didn't hold back. He said,
he didn't.
you know, he likes technology, but every now and then you think that can't be right. Just, you know, cricket. You might not know computers. Driven now, good shot from Shubman Gill. Sweeper on the cover boundary, keeps him down to a single. That's what Goughy said. He said, you know cricket. You might not know computers, but you know cricket. You know your own eyes. And I just always say, well, you know, right in the early days of DRS, I happened to be in Dubai, and they walked me through the technology, which has subsequently improved massively. And forward comes Jadeja to Bashir now, and they had a series of examples, and they'd say, watch a replay. You've watched a lot of cricket, you've commentated on a lot of cricket. Have a look at this replay, and then you'd say, absolutely not out. That swung too late, and then they would show you the replay, the technology, and prove how the evidence of your eyes can be deceptive. Bashir in once again. Jadeja pushes it out on the onside, and I was won over. I was convinced, and I still think it's a good thing 99 point whatever % of the time, but every now and then. That was an example, wasn't it? Washington there round the wicket, straightened one to Harry Brook. Looked like it was crashing into middle and leg, and forward comes middle and off, maybe. Here comes Bashir again round the wicket, and Jadeja defends.
Yeah, I agree, and it just didn't. I mean, bear in mind as well, we're watching it on the big screen. We haven't got monitors in front of us, so we're watching it on the big screen. Just didn't look right.
Here's Bashir again. Jadeja using his feet, driving this up towards mid-on. There's no run. Reason that Jadeja came in ahead of Nitish Reddy? A left-hander, I suppose. We'll keep the right-hand, left-hand combination. 269 for 4.
Yeah, possibly the way they batted in the first innings and the partnership that these two put on. Might have been just to take Reddy out the firing line and put him back down. Washington Sundar might come in after it. I didn't believe that Nitish Reddy was a number 6. He's probably a number 7 at a push and a handy number 8.
Very good number 8. Very good number 8. Yesterday was officially dress-up day, wasn't it? But we've got bumblebees and bananas in the Hollies stand.
Yeah, it's normally Saturday though, isn't it?
Oh yeah, Saturday's normally day 3, but we've got some dress-up characters who are entertaining. Are they bananas or traffic cones they're running through?
Traffic cones, aren't they? Yeah, traffic cones. Bananas.
Are they bananas on the right?
No.
Oh, maybe I'm just seeing. Maybe they're the bumblebees. Stokes begins a new over. That's down the leg side, and Shubman Gill is just holding his arms aloft and saying to the umpire, not aloft, arms out wide, and saying to the umpire, how am I supposed to hit that? How am I supposed to hit that? He's got a point too. I mean, it wasn't technically a wide, but the umpires' briefings have changed now. Doesn't have to be wide of the return crease. If it's not reachable, then the umpires can call it wide, and I think that Shubman Gill may have had a point there. Stokes in once again. He's bowling at the body, at leg stump or outside, with 3 fielders on the leg side as well as a leg slip. It's a creative field, isn't it? How would you have felt bowling to this field, Harmy? Maybe you did.
You did. Well, you'd bowl it. It'd be short ball. You just that one didn't get up. And that's what I'm expecting him to do. Bowl the
Two short mid
ball.
wickets, a short square leg, and a leg slip.
Yeah, he's going for. I can't imagine he's setting a field for leg stump half volleys.
You'd hope not. There's a backward point as well. It's interesting. That's short and pulled, bottom edge. There's a long leg. It'll be just a single. So yeah, the wide third man or the deep backward point is interesting, given that Stokes is bowling leg stump or outside. I suppose.
The uppercut, isn't it?
Okay. So he's an attacking fielder.
Attacking fielder. Shuman Gill's just having a word with Sheffield, the umpire there. It's going to go short again, possibly. It's a little bit of an outfield, this one. One slip. Harry Brooks going to about 5th slip. Extra cover.
It's the deep mid wicket that intrigues me.
Yeah. Fine leg is fine. It's very square.
Stokes has an insect in his eye. Running in, and something just flew into his eye, and it's very difficult to carry on with one eye. So he's fished it out, and the score remains 270 for 4. Lead is 450.
Joe Root's doing, I wouldn't say somersaults, but Harry Brooks just done one. Yeah, they're doing cartwheels, trying to amuse themselves.
Here is Ben Stokes again to the left-handed Jadeja. Forward, plays defensively, and there's no run. We are, if we're not in the situation, we're approaching the situation where India are more interested in using up overs than scoring runs.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we talked about a little bit earlier, it's the natural progression in this game would be for India to get bowled out, and then they don't have to make a decision. And I think for me, the decision would be the number of overs. We need to win the game, whatever it is. Stick by it. Whatever the score says, we'll have it, and that could be largely down to trying to get the surface to disintegrate even more.
Here is Stokes, bouncer, and left alone by Jadeja. Dropped the hands. Looked like he had the intention of taking it on, but it just got too tall on him.
And there are things that you can do to help fast forward the natural progression of the disintegration, i.e. big fast bowlers, instead of batting in sort of trainers or half and half spikes, having their big bowling boots on and running up and down the middle of the wicket. Apologies, umpire, I'm trying to get off the surface, but just little tactics like that do go on.
Here is Stokes once again, and that's pushed up towards mid-on, and there's no run. It's fielded by Josh Tongue. 270 for 4. Do you know the history of the first bowling boot pair of bowling boots that was ever made? They were coal mining boots, which had been whitened, had a layer of the heel taken off, so they weren't an inch thick, and nails were hammered through the soles, and then cut off. So they were mining boots.
Some heavy
very heavy boot, very heavy.
I've just had half an hour with Andy Caddick, who's in the hospitality suite across there, and Caddy swears by, there was a boot, I had them as well, a guy called Ian Mason, were custom made boots from around here, not far from.
Forward comes Gill to Bashir, no run. Alan Donald
wore them. Yeah. I think Sutton Coldfield, Shoaib Akhtar wore them. I wore them for a little bit to try and help. Horrendous shin problems. Caddy had worse shin problems, and he swears by them, but he says these lads should be still bowling in them boots, but boy, were they heavy.
Driven now down the ground by Shubman Gill, just relentlessly grinds on the Indian captain in impressive fashion. My goodness, he's played some wonderful shots. And let's not forget that it might be a bit slow now. That's why my reference to using up overs rather than scoring runs. But after lunch, he took on the short ball. He collected 3 sixes.
Took on Shoaib Bashir about 2 overs ago. He hit him down the ground for a 4, and then came down the wicket, didn't quite get there, and hacked him into the mid-wicket boundary for 6.
Here's Jadeja on the charge to Bashir, drives, hoiks, loses his shape a little bit, drags it. He was looking to hit it straight, is my guess, and in the end, not enough pace on it from Bashir. Maybe clever bowling, and he's just hoiked it threw the shot too early and dragged it down to deep mid-wicket for a couple.
He's possibly looking at a milestone as well. Shubman Gill getting closer to that 3-figure score, which, I mean, he doesn't look like getting out. I hope I put the commentator's curse on him, but he don't look like getting out. Over the course of the last 4 days when Shubman Gill's been batting, he hasn't looked like getting out.
On strike now, Jadeja. Quicker one from Bashir. Turned away off his pads again through square leg. It's Wokes who trudges after it. India leading by 454, the most runs ever scored in a test match by an Indian batsman, surpassing Sunil Gavaskar. And I think Sunny Bai might be sitting in the commentary box thinking, I didn't get to bat on too many pitches like this, not in England. Here's Bashir in once more, and it's pushed straight back to the bowler. Can't remember the name of the head groundsman here at Edgbaston, but he sent out a tweet before this test match began saying, these are my results over the last 10 years and only one draw. So he was, you know, sort of puffing himself up.
Defensive.
Yeah, prickly, I think. I think there was some prickle in there. just the one draw, but it was the my results which I found. I mean, good on him. He does put a lot of work into the preparation of the pitch, but not sure how many runs he scored or wickets he took.
Yeah.
274 for 4.
I remember.
Quick word from you, and then it'll be Melinda Farrell.
Yeah, I remember a dietitian who worked with you like this. We worked with Chelsea, and he came in to work with England, and he said, you know, I won the Premier League last year, and me and Andrew Flintoff were sitting in the front of the queue, in the front row, going, what position did you play? And he was, yeah, and I mean, yeah, there are his results. I don't think this is a unsatisfactory pitch. Not ideal for Test cricket. Could have been a little bit more pace in it, Mel Farrell.
Thanks, Harmy. Ben Stokes is in, and it's a short ball slapped away down towards deep backward point. They come through for a single. Takes them to 275 for 4, leading India at the moment by 455 runs. They are in the driving seat. It now comes down to a little bit of decision making, the calculations of how long is left in the game, how many runs they want to set England, making sure they have enough time to bowl them out. I'm joined again by Jarrod Kimber.
Chest and arms. You haven't explained why it says chest and arms at the top of your notebook.
Here is Stokes, all down the track. It's an almighty hoik in the air. Doesn't get all of it, and it ends up falling safely. Mid-off was up. It ended up falling in that pocket behind him. Get a couple of runs, 277 for 4 now. Gill on 87, the unlucky.
Yeah, he slogged it up in the air, he wasn't caught. Chest and arms. Why does it say chest and arms?
Do you know, you should understand this better than anyone, Jarrod.
I understand
Kimber.
chest and arms. Quite a lot of mammals have them.
Sometimes when you're writing at the end of the day, you just write words that remind you of something and remind you to talk about something. As Stokes is in over the wicket, nice deft little touch out towards deep point, and they'll get another 2 runs. So yesterday I was writing about Jamie Smith, and he's got
a chest and he's got arms. No, that makes sense. See, I thought it was going to be something silly. Could you imagine how embarrassing it would be as a cricket writer if you forgot that?
Do you know what? He was a small child when he was coming through, when he did a lot of extra work in the gym.
Doesn't say small child in your notes.
I've written below it extra gym sessions. In comes Stokes. It's a fuller ball that has just pushed out into the covers. They'll take a single.
Kept a little bit low, that one.
Did keep a little bit low. So I was just little thoughts about Jamie Smith because of the powerful way he pulls. Don't you start going through my notes.
Tallest ever wicketkeeper.
For England.
Is he?
Yes, apparently so.
How tall's Ben Folkes? 6'1"?
Jamie Smith's taller than Ben Folkes. Can't believe Jarrod Kimber is critiquing my notes.
Not critiquing, just checking. Fact checking.
Jadeja on strike. Around the wicket comes Stokes. It's just punched that one up into the covers. There's a little misfield by Chris Wokes, but it doesn't cost them a run.
Maybe wicketkeepers are just getting taller, because Folkes is about 6 foot. He's not short. Gilchrist. Yeah, there's been a couple. Sean Klingleffer from Tasmania in 2000s, I think.
Now you're reaching.
I remember him being quite tall.
Okay, just little notes that
Should we go through all your notes?
No. Some of the weird connections you have written about in the past to do with cricket. You're the last one. I remember times when you were writing about sexy dinosaurs. In comes Stokes around the wicket. It's just punched out towards deep mid-wicket by Jadeja. They'll come through for a single.
It wasn't sexy dinosaurs. You know exactly what it was. I said that this person was playing like a sexual tyrannosaur, which is a line from the movie Predator, and our subs changed it to sexy T-Rex, which is not the same thing.
It's still my favourite sub-editing.
It's not the same thing at
story.
all. A sexual tyrannosaur is nothing like a sexy T-Rex. But that's not my favourite sub. My favourite sub, and I actually talked about Nasser when he was commentating with us on talkSPORT about this once, when I wrote a quote from Nas, the rapper, and put it into an article about Virat Kohli. And George Benoit, our sub-editor, thought it was a quote from Nasser Hussain. And he changed Nas the rapper's lyrics to Nasser Hussain. Then I had to spend about 20 minutes explaining who Nas the rapper was to Nasser Hussain as well.
This is what happens when you try to be creative. It's 281 for 4. That was the last ball of Ben Stokes over. So Bashir, it's going to be from the Birmingham end. Gill is on 90, closing in on another century. Goodness. And Jadeja acting in support on 12. The lead 461. There is a slip in as Bashir comes around the wicket. That's just a poke from Jadeja. Just pushes that one down towards a backward point. They won't take a run. We have worked together. I mean, I was on with Sid Monga before, and obviously you and I were colleagues
Like
for
a
many
weird
years.
Crick Info reunion, isn't it?
It is, and I love it. Bashir in once more, a little bit of turn on offer and bounce, left alone by Jadeja. We have had some wonderful times travelling the world. There were 3 of us, you, me and a producer, who slept in a 2-man tent up at Triund near Dharamshala. In comes Bashir. It's pushed forward in defence by Jadeja.
A dog got into the tent and slept on my feet. Do you remember?
It slept on all of our feet. We woke up in the morning, and I remember waking up squashed in between you and Aria and our producer, thinking, wow, my feet are really warm. It was because there was a dog asleep on them. Bashir in at balls well outside the off stump and left alone by Jadeja.
It was on my feet, but I kept kicking the dog until it shifted down to your end.
But it was amazing. We got to watch the sunrise over the lower Himalayas. Had some fantastic adventures in India travelling around. You're a good travel companion, Jarrod. As Bashir is in, it's ball defended to the offside by Jadeja.
Because of my chest and arms.
No,
We didn't talk about the fact that you've written it down in your notebook, and I brought it up just before in our last session, and then just as I was leaving, I circled it, and it put you off so much that for about a minute and a half, you couldn't even tell anyone what had happened in the previous session.
Yeah, thanks for that. Next ball from Bashir again, defended out into the offside by Jadeja, and there is no run. 281 for 4. Gill on 90, edging closer. Jadeja on 12, the lead 461, and umpire is just running on. What have we got happening here? Oh, we've got the umpires have decided that it's muggy enough. They're going to shed their jackets.
It's like this Martin Saggers again. I told a story before of him making me a cocktail once, but it's like Chris Gaffney has his own personal valet, because earlier today he came out without the jacket and he got cold, and Martin Saggers had to come bring him out his jacket. Now Martin Saggers has come out to take it off.
Well, it is actually quite muggy, as we see Joe Root is going to try that golden arm of his.
He's no mug.
He's no mug. It is muggy though. There's a little bit of blue sky.
What did you call it before? Wet sky?
thin, watery sunshine. But it's not. I don't even know if it's that at the moment. It's still quite overcast.
It's like a Sri Lankan or a Brisbane morning at the moment. It's not like they're full humidity, but it is muggy.
It is very muggy. I brought in a jumper and a jacket because I didn't know how cold it might be out here in the open. Here we go with Root bowling over the wicket to Gill. First ball patted straight back down the strip, and Root fields it himself. But as it turns out, yeah, it's much warmer than I thought. It does feel very close, the air, as Root trundles up. And the next ball is swept hard, slog swept. And that's going all the way for 4. So Gill dispatching Root.
Yeah, England don't like having a fielder out for the sweep. And they've been trying it quite a lot in Bazball. And Shubman Gill is not the most natural sweeper. If he's going to play that shot, he's got 2 shots he plays from the spinners. He plays like a short arm jab pull shot. They've got the fielder out for that, or he plays the slog sweep. That's where the man is set. But against England, he's just been getting inside the line and is helping his way to 4s.
Next ball is just played with a flick of the wrist down towards, through the covers, down towards deep cover. They come through for a single, takes them to 286 for 4.
I think we've jumped the pickle.
With the pickle's gone.
And third innings pickle theory we explained before, where teams get themselves into a mess in the third innings when they're setting totals. At 466 in front with 6 wickets in hand, they're doing fine.
Around the wicket comes Root, and that one just carved up to Ben Duckett at mid-off. And come through for another single. Takes them to 287, and that lead now 467. Well, India are just basically in control of this right now.
Yeah, but what I mean is, even if they slowed down now, they're still going to set more than 500, right? Like, even if they have a collapse, they're going to set around 500. So the pickle thing of getting in a mess, they've managed to skip over.
In comes Root, and played off the back foot nicely, delicately out towards deep point, and good running. They come back for a second. The throw was good. They ran the first one hard, gave themselves every chance for Gill to get back to the danger end without trouble. 289. So then, are we in the territory where are we really going to test England's commitment to the win here?
Yeah, that's where we are now, aren't we? Are they going to go for the win? At what score? 501 would be nice.
The old 501.
We can get a sponsorship as well then, if that.
Root, last ball of his over, and a step forward and a press in defence from Gill to finish that over. And it is now 289 for 4. Gill 97, Jadeja 13, lead 469.
Cricket is a sport of stupid numbers, so you might as well set them something like that. And, you know, at least it's iconic if you lose and you can remember it forever. You know, I said that to Martin Crowe once. I said, your highest score is 299. And he said, yeah. And I said, that's awesome, because if you made 300, lots of people have done that. How are you ever going to forget 299? And he said, do you know what would be better? 300. Maybe. I think 299 is a better number, Martin. Didn't agree.
Oh, it is crazy, isn't it? How one run.
Yeah, means nothing. I would have had the same conversation with Don Bradman. He probably would have given me a similar answer.
So it is. I always think that, and the times. That's why it sort of annoyed me a little bit when there was some criticism by Darren Lehman of Joe Root saying he hadn't made a century in Australia, so that meant he wasn't up to the same level as the other so-called Fab Four. He made 89 in Australia. So if he'd made 11 more runs in Australia, then that's changes your whole assessment of his career.
I mean, basically what 100 means is you have gone from scoring in double figures to triple figures. We don't celebrate going from 9 to 10.
Right, Bashir around the wicket, and Jadeja almost does a split, stepping forward to smother that one.
So there's a mathematical formula in cricket that says a 50 makes you about 5% more likely to win a game on average, and 100 is 12% more likely. But what they don't say is 85 is also helps that quite a bit.
Here's Bashir, is turned around nicely, and It's only going to be 2 runs as fielder has come in and fired the ball in. They ran between the wickets very hard there again. Still a lot of energy from these two. It was Harry Brook, I think. No, it wasn't. It was
Joe
who
Root.
was out there? Joe Root.
Yeah, and the other one I would say, Mel, is that we focus on the 50s and the 100s and all those sorts of things, but
As Bashir in once more, pushed just behind point. No run.
there are plenty of times when players have scored very important 36s and 76s that we all remember. Like, it's not as if we don't have that within our mind. And how many players go out just after 100 because they've made 100 and there's an emotional letdown? I can tell you, more of them go out after 100 than before it.
Bashir in a full delivery that's just driven straight back to him. No run. And also, like, at the times when you see someone approaching 100 and they slow down.
Yeah, exactly. 100s actually cause masses of problems. So you don't go out very often between 95 and 99, but you actually go out a lot between 100 and 104.
Now, next ball from Bashir is slapped away by Jadeja, and it beats the fielders in the covers. There was protection on the ring, but none in the deep. So that is another 4 to Jadeja. It takes India to 295 for 4. Jadeja moves on to 19. That lead now a huge 475. Shubman Gill is just 3 runs off a century. Like to tick that one off, no doubt. And just when we think it's only his 34th test.
This one's flicked on the leg side. They're going to take 1 out to square leg, just on the hip there.
Finishes the over. Just keeping an eye on Shubman Gill there.
Well, Shubman Gill's a perfect example of he is going to score a lot of 100s. He doesn't score a lot of 50s, Mel. So he's got a great conversion rate, but he actually fails quite a lot.
Yeah,
Don't get me started on median scores.
oh God, here we go. Right, it's going to be Joe Root to bowl. 296 for 4. Gill closing in on another century. What a match it has been for India's captain. Jadeja with him on 20, lead 476, and Joe Root, can he produce some magic? He so often does, out of nowhere.
Likes bowling for the left-handers in the second innings of Test match. That's his specialty. That's what he has here with Jadeja facing him.
He's in now around the wicket, wide of the crease, just patted up to mid-off. No run. Ben Duckett does the fielding, underarms it back to Joe Root.
Just on Jadeja, it is quite interesting. He's 20 off 49 when they're setting a target, and in the first innings when they're in all sorts of trouble, he's playing shots all the time. He's reversed his innings.
The next ball just played up to mid-on, and they scamper through horrifically fast for a single. Really quick stuff between the wickets. Another single to Jadeja to get Gill on strike. He has 4 balls against Root, and one would imagine he would love to bring up his century in this over, not hang around.
Last over I said to you, they don't like putting someone out on the sweep, Mel, but they have put someone out on the sweep because they don't want him to get an easy boundary here to bring up his 100. So they're going to make him just wait a little bit longer.
And so they've got 2 out on the leg side boundary, one at deep mid-wicket, one at deep backward square as Root is in, and it's just played nice and wristily back to the bowler.
The boundary shot, if he wants it, is over over mid-off, I should say. The leg slip, I should say, is coming wider. So he's going to bowl straight to him.
Root in. He does bowl straight, and it's defended back to Root. Holly Sand in fine voice. Only once been out there and sat there for a session. Boy, oh boy.
He said this was your new hometown.
In comes Root. Next ball is flatter, and it is turned around the corner to deep square leg where Shoaib Bashir is stationed. They'll just get the single though, so it takes Gill on to 98 and the score to 298. How much time do you reckon India want this evening to bowl at England?
Well, it'd be interesting to see what happens when Gill makes his 100. Are they going to... Because that'll give us the real answer.
Floated up, it's a full toss, the next ball from Root. And Jadeja doesn't get hold of it. I think he was surprised. Sends it down to deep mid-wicket, and that'll come through for a rather casual single.
Root's coming off the ground after that, and the minute he bowled it, he waved. I think he's okay. Don't want to be indelicate, but perhaps toilet break.
Comfort break, isn't it? At the end of that...
Depends on the toilet.
Well, it might be comfortable. At the end of that over, by the way, it is 299 for 4. So Gill is still hovering just below the 100 mark on 98. Jadeja on 22. Yeah, that question of how long they might want.
You're going to say that question of how comfortable the toilet is.
Oh, you always want it to be comfortable. If you've got an uncomfortable... I don't know if we're allowed... Are we allowed to say this on talkSPORT?
I think Scott said 5 minutes of toilet chat's enough per hour.
That's not much for you. Here's Shoaib Bashir. The first ball of his over is just pressed to the left of Bashir. Does the fielding himself.
Well, they're not batting at the moment like time is an issue. Gill pushed quite hard early on. Now they've gone defensive with their fields. I think Gill's thinking, well, I'll pick up my 100. We've got plenty of time here to make any decisions.
In comes Bashir with a floaty ball outside the off stump. And that's just paddled by Jadeja into the covers. They don't take a run, though.
That's 2 absolutely horrendous balls that have been bowled to Jadeja in the last minute and a half. And he's hit one for a single, and the other one he couldn't get past the offside. So he's not looking to attack anything.
It's Bashir, still got to slip in. It's in a flatter delivery that Jadeja just watches all the way very carefully into the hands of Jamie Smith.
And Jadeja mimics Bashir's bowling back to him. With his left arm, obviously.
Interesting. Off with a hop and a skip goes Bashir once more. Starts this one in and defended by Jadeja. So he's not looking to attack Bashir. I wondered if he might try and get a single early to get Shubman Gill on strike, captain on 98. Just a little misstep as Bashir just loses his run-up. I'm not sure how you lose a run-up that short. He's in. Fuller delivery on leg stump, turned around the corner. That does get the single, and it's the end of the over, though.
No.
Is it? No, one more. It's brought up the 300. That's what it is. It's brought up the 300 for India.
300 for 4. We've certainly seen the big scores in this game so far.
You certainly are. The Indian flag flying in the crowd as they celebrate that. The lead 480. But now Gill, he has one ball remaining in this over from Bashir, and he's on 98. As Bashir comes in over the wicket, and it just clips straight to Ben Stokes at mid-wicket. So Gill not reaching the milestone in this over. That over has brought up the 300 for India in pole position right now.
Gill's upset there because he decided before that ball was bowled he was going to look for the single, and I think he decided he wanted to go square on the leg side because there was a gap there. And unfortunately for him, Shoaib Bashir bowled wide of off stump and he found short mid-wicket. So he's a bit frustrated, but not enough, I don't think, to say to Jadeja, just give me the strike early in this over. And Joe Root's back on. He's more comfortable.
Golden arm returns from the golden throne.
You made yourself laugh quite a bit there.
I know. Someone has to. Right. Joe Root is marshalling his troops. He's talking to Ben Stokes and trying to shift him. Ben Stokes is coming in to short extra cover.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. They've got 2 sweepers out, because keeping Jadeja on strike also helps here.
Around the wicket comes Root, outside the off stump. Full delivery that's just sent straight out to deep cover. He will take a single, so that does bring Gill on strike.
That's where the part-time aspect of Joe Root just lets him down a little bit. He wanted to keep Jadeja on strike for a bit there and just overpitched a little bit too wide, and Jadeja was good enough. They had 2 catching fielders on the offside, but just placed the ball on the ground between them, take a single, and here's Shubman Gill looking for his 100.
Is this the moment then for Gill? As Root is in, he sweeps, attempts to sweep. He's got a leg slip in, and the ball goes no further than Harry Brook.
I think he swept it into the ground to him, onto his chest.
Yes, still there, as in comes Root, and that is played all the way along the ground gently down to Ben Duckett at long on, and it takes Gill on to 99. He's happy to get there in his own sweet time.
Well, as I said, there's so many fielders on the boundary at the moment. The only place he had a really good chance of a boundary was over long off. It is a shot he can play, but maybe not on the line that Root's been bowling.
Long off and long on up as Root bowls outside the off stump to Jadeja, who lets that one go past. Did you see Harry Brook's cartwheel earlier, by the way?
I did. I also saw Joe Root's attempted cartwheel.
Root is bowling now. He sends that one in flat and outside the off stump, wide of off stump, well wide.
Yeah, he's trying to dump this in the foot marks. He's bowling with the lower and lower arm action to do it. Be called for a no ball soon if he gets any lower than the last one.
Malinga-esque as in comes Root. This time he bowls it on leg stump. It's just turned around the corner behind square leg. No run there, so 302 for 4 at the end of Root's over, and we still await Gill now on 99, Jadeja on 24. The lead 482 at the moment. I think we're all just on watch for Gill's century.
Yeah, because we're just in a bit of a holding pattern because Jadeja's not really scoring all that quickly. So what's he, 24 off 60? As I said before, he had 2 terrible balls bowled to him, and he didn't really even show that much intent against them. So Gill's just looking for his 100 at the moment. There's no issue from time or anything from India's perspective. I mean, we might be saying something different if England are blocking it out tomorrow afternoon. But right at the moment, there doesn't seem to be any issue. But Shoaib Bashir's bowling, and Gill's on strike, and they've brought the field up. There is no one on the boundary except for deep mid-wicket. Everyone else is up in the ring. There's a leg slip as well. He's the only catcher.
So on 99, Gill, and Bashir is in over the wicket. It's just defended out to Ollie Pope. There's an extra cover. No way through there. So all the field is up except for one fielder down on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Bashir in once more, flatter delivery. This time played to Ben Stokes at mid-wicket. No way through there.
This is where it starts to get you as a batter because that wasn't a good ball and he should have got a single there and he now realises it.
Everyone up, crowding around the ring as Bashir is in. They are going to go through though. He's found enough of a gap. There's a quick throw back in from Duckett to the striker's end, but Gill has got it. He takes off his helmet, he lifts his bat to the air, and that is 100 for the India captain to add to his magnificent 269 in the first innings. He has led his side with the bat. He walks down and he hugs Jadeja the other end and turns and acknowledges the crowd once more. But he has been magnificent in this test.
Yeah, just brilliant in both innings now. And this is certainly changing the reputation of a young man who's come in to be the test captain, partly because Jasprit Bumrah can't do the job.
Next ball defended back to Bashir by Jadeja. Indian fans in the audience, well, they enjoyed that very much. What a moment. And a young man, a young captain under pressure as well. And Bashir in with a full delivery that's gently played out to square leg. They'll get another gentle single. Just when you think a lot of people were expecting Jasprit Bumrah to be named as captain. Of course, the adulation that has followed Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli in the past. Shubman Gill has earned a lot of respect. It's on strike again as Bashir is in, and it's played back to the bowler.
Well, interesting there. They put the field back out and he's blocked that next one. So they don't seem to be in any hurry here, Mel.
Well, they certainly haven't. 304 for 4 after that over. We have 36 overs remaining in the day.
We get one more over before tea. What time is it?
Oh, it's 3:39.
Yeah. So it's possible now they just block out the last over before tea, but very interested to see that now they have that milestone. They're basically 500 in front. They don't look like they're about to declare to me, though.
Well, you'd think if they were about to declare that they would have been more attacking.
Yeah, or he would have hit his 100 and then he would have played a shot. So maybe play for another half an hour after tea just to frustrate England, but
Yeah, maybe.
get over 500.
Here's Root for the final over of the session. First ball is wide off stump as he searches for that rough outside. Jadeja, the left-hander's off stump. It's quickly in again, looking for that, and that one did turn out of the rough.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here to face Washington Sundar in this next innings for England, because this rough is quite big, and Jadeja, in fact.
Interesting. Root in once more. This time it's just defended to point.
Yes, especially for the left-handers. I think bowling from our end, I think it's going to cause some issues. In fact, even Stokes is coming in for an extra slip because he can see the same thing that I'm seeing at the moment. So it's a big advantage for India on top of the 484 runs, Mel.
Yeah, 2 slips in and that ball's in the rough again from Root. It did just turn a fraction. It's left alone, and there might just be a few worries looking at those dark marks. They're dark patches looking from where we are outside the left-hander. Joe Root is trying to hammer those. The next ball is left alone by Jadeja. What impact will that have? There is one ball remaining in the over and in the session. It's Jadeja on strike as Root is in with that round arm delivery, but it's defended stoutly by Jadeja. And that will take us to tea with India 304 for 4, leading by 484. And really the big story of that session was the century from their captain, Gill, finishing that session on 100, made off 130 balls. Jadeja's 25 of 68. This partnership is 68 runs, and really it's just all about the decision making now. It's hard not to think, no matter how much of a fan you are of the way England play this game, that there's a way for them to win it now.
Well, they just scored one extra run. Let's go nuts, come out there and swing. No, look, the pitch has held up pretty good in the middle. We've seen a couple of balls, you can just hear the crowd cheering off Shubman Gill here. We've seen a couple of balls kicked a little bit low, nothing that England need to worry about. The foot marks are a big problem for England if they really want to go for this win. If they want to bat out the draw, that is a lot more possible. But I can just see the dust coming off the wicket there. There's quite a bit out there, so it's more at one end. So perhaps we'll see the seamers at one end and the spinners at the other end for India. But certainly, 484 would be a world record already, and I don't think they're about to declare.
All right, just a couple of interesting stats coming in. Gill, the second captain to score more than 200 and 100 as captain in England after Graham Gooch in 1990 at Lord's. That famous 3-3-3 was followed by the 1-2-3. But our main story here is that India are well in control of this test match at the moment on 304 for 4. We did see some real entertainment earlier. Rishabh Pant in particular ended up being out for 65 of 58 in an extraordinary sequence where he lost his bat and the ball. But we're going to take a break here on talkSPORT as we head into the tea break at the moment, with India leading by 484 and Gill still out there on 100.
Ben Stokes leading out England.
Welcome back to Edgbaston in Birmingham. We're about to start the final session of day 4 of this intriguing, high-scoring test match between England and India, with the visitors on 304 for 4. Leading by 484, Shubman Gill. It's just difficult to keep up with all the records that he's broken. It's the highest aggregate in a test match by an Indian captain by a very long way. He becomes just the second Indian to score a double 100 and 100 in a test match after Sunil Gavaskar, and only the 9th in total. Walters, Gavaskar, Rowe, Chappell, Gooch, Lara, Sangakkara, Labuschagne. Double 100. A couple of those, a triple 100 and 100. Gooch and Sangakkara. Sangakkara was on television commentary a moment ago. Siddharth Mongia from Cricinfo and talkSPORT is alongside me. And Sangakkara was asked about his achievement. Michael Atherton was his co-commentator, and he said, "Where was that, Sanga?" And he said, "I can't remember." What?
I'm sure it must have come on a pitch like this, so they're not the most memorable ones. They didn't actually tax you so much.
I think I'd remember if I scored a triple 100 and 100.
How many do you have otherwise?
Um,
Which is why you would remember it.
yes, that's quite right. Never made 100. Never mind a triple. I'm sure I made 300 runs in a season. Here's Shoaib Bashir bowling to Shubman Gill. Drives down the ground to long on. Let's actually try and go through some of the records. And I know that I will have missed out several of them. But yeah, highest score by an Indian captain. That was
anyone.
That was in the first innings, 254.
Highest score by an Indian in a match. Highest aggregate by an Indian in a match.
Highest aggregate. Oh yes, absolutely. He's bearing down on 400. Previous highest aggregates. I wrote them down somewhere. But it's that's driven down the ground by Jadeja. Really got underneath that one from Shoaib Bashir. He was just waiting for a slot ball, and that was in the slot, and he's hit it straight back over the bowler's head for 6. Absolutely glorious.
It's like he's been given some sugar during the tea break. He has the sugar rush now, and he was asleep in the middle session.
Yeah, it's been an extraordinary test match. The highest aggregate in a debut season as captain, an Indian, and he's surpassed Virat Kohli's record by almost 100 runs. He's got 3 tests to go. Forward comes Jadeja once again, pushing that one to cover. Straight to the field, and no run.
He's what, 370 already? And if India do give, as we were discussing, if India settle on 110 overs for to bowl England out, he could go past Gooch's 456 in a single match.
Whipped away off his pads now by Jadeja, behind square on the leg side. 456. How many overs have we got? 34 left today.
So that it gives them about 14 overs to bat if they want to give England 110.
Do they believe they can bowl England out in 110? I think that's reverse swept by Shubman Gill. Nicely played as well. Tumbling stop from Chris Wokes. It used to be that a team, you know, that we used to be in a situation, Harmy and I were talking about this a little earlier, where the team batting third had enough runs. It was just a question of using up overs, because there was a theory that if you couldn't bowl the team out in 120 overs, you wouldn't want to be bowling 130 or 140. You're just damaging yourself and your bowlers. Bashir in again. Jadeja plays defensively. So it's a question of coming up with a bowling plan, isn't it? And you'd be going like, say, how many is Akashdeep good for? How many is Mohammad Suraj? How many would I want them to be bowling? How many spells? How many overs in those spells? And you come up with this battle plan, and you go, right, in order to effect it, I need, as you say, 110 overs.
And 110 might be the sweet spot, because this ball, as we have seen, after 30 overs is no good. So you get 80 overs with the first ball and 30 overs with the second new ball, and you do not bowl your bowlers into ground, because you have Lord's coming up in 3 days after this. That's a very, very good point made by somebody who's actually toiled in the field and who knows this. Otherwise, we are sitting here, we've been saying, the more the better.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that, does it? I mean, you reach a sort of maximum load threshold for your fast bowlers, and if they're having to end up they're bowling 25, 30 overs because you're searching for wickets, you can end up damaging them, and it becomes counterproductive. So there is a sweet spot's good work, and I like that. I like the number 110. So 30 overs with the new ball, and then that becomes soft and unthreatening. Here we go. Chris Woakes is back into the attack. I bet he's loving this. 12 overs into his... Oh my goodness, Shubman Gill's launched that straight back down the ground for 6. Directly below our commentary position on the television camera balcony on the 3rd floor. It didn't reach the 3rd floor, but it landed on the ground directly below us, and well, Shubman Gill, just no end to the man's talents. A 4th 6, and let's not forget his strike rate as well. It's 108 from 133 balls. His century came from just 129.
That's having slowed down during that partnership with Jadeja. Before that, he was going at a higher rate. So, and there's no end to his appetite. And the one record that I worry about now is Bradman's tally of 900 plus in a series, because if the pitches are same, that record is under threat.
Extraordinary thought, isn't it? That's short from Woakes and pulled through mid-wicket for 4 more. That is the gentlest of gentle long hops from Chris Woakes, and Shubman Gill's just short arm jabbed it through mid-wicket. That was a record I always thought all my life would never ever be broken. In fact, you used to look at it as a kid and think, that can't be real. He didn't score 930 runs in a series.
Just like we think about 99.94, it's almost unbelievable. It's inconceivable for anyone to do that today.
Incredible, isn't it? Here's Woakes again, another short one, wide, cut away for 4 more by Shubman Gill. Well, he's backed away with Woakes 3 yards away from the gather and deliver. He's actually backed away and given himself room to hit, knew exactly where he was going to hit it. Didn't matter where Woakes bowled it. And he's gone bang, bang, bang. 116, 327 for 4, lead over 500.
How good a pitch is this? This was a slower shot ball, dug in by Woakes, hoping that it grips the surface a little bit, loses the pace a little bit. But it did not surprise Gill at all, because it just did not sit in the surface. The surface has got no abrasions.
Just hasn't dented it at all, has it? I mean, there's no damage at all. There's no pockmarks. There's no cracks. It's turned away off his pads by Shubman Gill for a single. He's going to start keeping the strike now. That looks at things.
Dent is a great word that you've used, and the dents happen when the new ball is banged into the pitch on a moist pitch. If the pitch does not have any moisture, it does not have any indentations. If there are no indentations, it does not go up and down, and you can chase all the insane targets that England have been chasing over the last 2-3 years.
371 at Headingley last week's looking like quite modest target. At the moment, India leading by 508. Shubman Gill 117. So the magic number is 131. That gives him 400 in the Test match. 269 in the first innings. If he gets to 131, he'll have 400. If you said to Shubman Gill before the series started, how would you feel about 400 runs in the series? He'd have said, well, I'd like a few more, but that'd be pretty good.
Yeah, especially if you see the last few series in England that India have travelled for.
There is Woakes around the wicket to Jadeja now. It's right up. It's almost Yorker length outside the off stump and steered to point. Ollie Pope fields another run. 329 for 4.
We're almost in ODI territory when overs 35 to 40 kind, when the one extra fielder goes out after 40. So batters who are in try to maximize those overs 35 to 40. That's what is happening right now. There's no slip. There are no catchers. And there are 4 men on the boundary.
Is it only 4? 5, I think. Yeah.
Oh, that's 5, yeah. Which is not allowed.
That's exactly right. So it's not quite ODI, it's worse. His works against, I think that was a slow ball, I really do. And Shubman Gill's dropped it down on the offside. Joe Root's deep at backward point. And Shubman Gill, for all of his shot making and skills and courage and power and timing, it's his physical stamina, because he's dropped that, what, 15 yards and run 2, sprinted 2.
Exactly. That's one thing that we sometimes take for granted. Wearing those pads, thigh guard, arm guard, helmet, and then running up and down at speeds that we don't do even without any of these equipment. That's one part of batting we generally tend to forget about, that it's not a comfortable attire that they play in.
It's become more comfortable. At least there aren't any metal buckles on the pads that we had when we played. The pads are a lot more lightweight as well. Do you remember when pads were literally made of cotton waste, really, and they'd get wet one day and they'd smell like a dead body, and have to carry them round and strap them to ourselves, and you bat more than half an hour, you get rashes from the buckles. They're a bit better than that these days. And that sweep shot now from Ravi Jadeja down towards deep backward square leg, and they're through for another single.
Is that why they used to call dull dower batters cops with pads on?
Well, why do you think they call the
coffin?
The coffin. It's not just the shape, it's the smell that emanates from them in the old days before equipment was sweat proof.
There was another funny one. We'll continue after Bashir bowls to Gill.
Or doesn't. He went through with his action, didn't let go of it.
Does he have a earpiece? Does he want to hear the story before he bowls?
Oh dear, so Bashir's had a trying 2 test matches, as have England. Well, particularly Bashir. And that's short and pulled away behind square on the leg side. It's I won't call it a long hop, but it was too short. It was a drag down, and really Shubman Gill's just being fed now. Is an interesting and amusing story from Steve Harmison about Virendra Sehwag before tea. But anyway, let's hear yours.
I'll just quickly finish it. A Pakistan wicketkeeper told me that before the modern gloves came in, they used to stick chunks of meat between their fingers and the gloves to soften the blow from the ball on their hands. That wouldn't smell nice.
No, dreadful. Can you imagine 40 degrees in Lahore? And it was liver as well. It was the meat of choice. So they really would have been distinctly smelly at the end of the day. Bashir in again. Gill defends, pushes it up towards mid-wicket. I'm peculiarly desperate for Shubman Gill to score another 8 runs to get to an aggregate of 400 for the test. There's no other record he hasn't broken. He's swept this one from outside off stump, and I mean a 1.5 foot outside off stump. He's really fetched that through mid-wicket. Premeditated shot. Stokes dives, gets a hand on it. It's cleaned up by Zach Crawley on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
I just wonder what Virat Kohli in his southwest London mansion must be wondering once he puts the tele on and sees the scores after having scored just 200s in his career in England.
Gill now has 3. Pushed away behind square on the offside, and there's no run for once. The one record they still share is 300s in their first 2 tests as captain.
That cannot be broken.
Yeah, quite. Exactly. That's one he can only share.
Although this pitch is good enough for another innings.
Here is Shoaib Bashir. That's right, 3 innings test. Great anticipation from Harry Brook there, who's run around from orthodox slip to leg slip as Jadeja was going down for the sweep shot, and he actually fields the ball as well. 337 for 4. So is it confirmed that Virat now lives in London full time with his family?
I don't know full time, but they do have a residence there. And the thing is that he retired just before this tour, having worked, having sweated and taken blows and dealt with excessive seam movement to score those 200s, and he retires just before this tour. And now hundreds are being thrown at everyone like at an Oprah Winfrey show. You get one, everybody gets one.
5 in the first test, and as you say, they're being shared out once again. And there should have been a couple more. I mean, Jaiswal and Jadeja out for 87 and 89.
Harry Brook, 99 in the last test.
Crazy, isn't it? Who'd be a bowler? Here's Wokes, and that is punched off the back foot out to extra cover. And there's no run. Wokes has really been innocuous. I mean, there's no swing for him. It's in both tests, in all fairness.
I don't blame him, really. He's trying everything. He's tried to swing it, the ball is not swinging. He's tried to hit the good length, trying to seam it. The seam has been very, very negligible this match. And there's no uneven bounce. The ball has gone soft. Who'd be a bowler, as you said?
Well, Chris Wokes is 36 years old. He said before this series began he had no intention of playing to 41 like Jimmy Anderson. He might be thinking he might not play till 37 if this is what he has to work with. He's in once again, chopped away by Jadeja behind square on the offside to Pope, and there is no run.
Jimmy Anderson is one person who will be happy he's retired. Looking at the scores in this series,
I don't know. He's a bit of a masochist, isn't he, Jimmy? You know, he'd be like, well, you know, what England are missing is a bit of swing. That's what I gave them.
True.
Here's Wokes once again. Bowls a slower ball, and it's driven by Jadeja. He wasn't fooled by that. In fact, it was. Even I picked it as it came out the hand. I reckon that was about 110 kilometers an hour.
And it was so full, even if he had kind of beaten him in the air, he would have recovered because it was almost a Yorker.
Yeah, it's all a question now of whether India, how long they want to bowl at the end of today. I'm absolutely certain that, you know, it's a new ball pitch. Everyone has said that. It's short and pulled away by Shubman Gill again, out towards deep square leg. Just a question of how many overs they want. Mohammad Siraj with a 6 for 70 in the first innings. Akash Deep, 3 quick wickets at the beginning of the first England innings, and then a couple more for Siraj. One of them fortunate, but he bowled some very, very good balls while the Dukes was still new and hard. 340 for 4 now. Leaders 520, and Wokes bowls a wide one outside the off stump to Jadeja. Was a little off cutter, was it?
And that one gripped for a change. Even Jadeja looked at it. Wow, that might be something. But that spot is too short for Jadeja to bowl into.
Wokes is trying very hard. It's positive body language, but he's got fielders all over the place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 offside field, no catchers, and that's another little off cutter, and it's cut appropriately enough by Ravi Jadeja, who ambles through for a single and then suddenly has to hurry because it's Harry Brook sweeping on the cover boundary. Realised that Jadeja was attempting a walk rather than a run, threw it at the non-striker's end, and suddenly Jadeja had to accelerate to make sure he wasn't embarrassed. Gill 126.
5 short of your magic number.
He's got to do it. He's got to get there. Yeah, 126. More importantly, he's 395 for 1. That's amazing, isn't it?
It's ridiculous. He's barely played a false shot all match long.
I don't have a single chance on my scorecard. It's always a chance that you miss a half chance. You don't make a note of it, but he hasn't offered a chance, has he?
No.
Apart from the one he got out to in the first innings. Here's Bashir again. Sweep shot from Jadeja, trying to fetch it outside the off stump. This time misses it, taken by Jamie Smith. England fond of saying that they'll chase anything. Harry Brook said last night, we'll chase anything. He did admit that England were behind, that India were ahead in the game, but he said let's see how it works out. And then this morning, that's chopped away by Jadeja for another single to the cover boundary. This morning, Jamie Smith said the one thing that we want to do is take the declaration out of the equation. He said we're just backing ourselves to bowl India out. We don't want them to have to make that decision. Well, that's not going to work.
They've tried, haven't they?
Oh, for sure. I mean, exactly. They haven't waved the white flag. They've tried everything they possibly can. It's just a very, very flat pitch. This quick single is taken again. Ollie Pope fields. Gill moves to 396.
What's surprising is in a dry summer, the square is still, the outfield is still lush, so there has not been any reverse swing either. So the bowlers have got nothing to work with.
Yep. Talking to Steve Harmison about that as well, and that's exactly as you say. There's no dry wicket ends to throw the ball into. You can't scuff it up. Short, pulled by Jadeja out to deep square leg, and they'll amble through for yet another 2 runs. Jadeja quietly has played a very fine innings in a partnership of 109. Shubman Gill is sort of known for his calmness and serenity as a batsman. I think he's quite a bit more volatile as a captain and a personality than we think. I mean, and we've seen a bit of that at Headingley as well. And here, he's been quite prickly. Not in the calm serenity of a press conference, but in the middle, he's had words. He's had a few comments aimed in his direction, and he has responded. But it's remember as well that just before lunch he took on the short ball. Yeah, he pulled a couple of sixes, 14 off 3 balls from Josh Tongue. He took it on and played some magnificent shots. Reverse sweep now from Gill once again. Not sure he got anything on that. Did he get anything on that?
I think it's a bye. Yes, the umpire confirms it. Tell you what, talking about the bullishness that England
chasing
display.
anything.
Yeah, I loved Jeetan Patel's press conferences. He's also self-aware. He says that you guys laugh at me, but hey, we've done this. You guys laughed at me the last time. The guys laughed at me the time before that, but we have done it more than 2-3 times now. We have conceded 503 times, and then we've come up with 800 and won those test matches.
Yeah, they haven't chased 500 though. It's only happened a couple of times in first-class cricket, hasn't it?
I mean, all things being equal, I struggle to see how any side will pick up 10 wickets on this pitch in 110 overs, unless England go searching for runs and throw a few wickets.
Joe Root's now into the attack, and there's a sweep shot from Shubman Gill. I think it hit him on the pad. I think it's just a leg by.
On the glove.
Oh, is it? It gloved him, did it?
Yeah.
Do we put that down as a false shot?
Yeah. He was not in control of that.
But would you, if you were Shubman Gill, would you not factor that in? Say, well, England, if they're true to their word and they do chase whatever we set them, then that means could possibly be gifted the first, I don't know, 3-4 wickets, prize top order wickets before they start trying to play for the draw. Here's Jadeja punching this one from Root through the offside.
That's certainly something they will play for. And that's why they want to leave this target just outside their reach, play on their ego, kind of plant a seed in their heads, because so far they have batted only with 2 results in their mind, either win or loss. Now they might have to work towards a draw.
Here's Joe Root again in down the leg side, and there's no shot off at Shubman Gill. He's very good at glaring at the umpire, and I'm quite impressed that Shafadullah from Bangladesh has not wilted in the face of the Gill glare. A few times he's signalled to held his arms akimbo out wide, suggesting that why are you not calling that a wide? But he hasn't flinched, hasn't Shafadullah. Singled through the leg side. Gill moves to 129. Gill moves to 398 runs for the Test match.
I think holies are more interesting right now than the cricket. There's a 22-yard bear snake going around.
That's properly impressive. And it's It's only not even 4:30. You see that, those at maybe 5:30, 6 o'clock. Chopped down by Jadeja, bottom edge.
It's livelier than this pitch.
The Hollies, it's fantastic. You see the traffic cones in the middle.
Yeah, and it also looks like the old VLC player.
The end of the over from Joe Root. Dot ball to finish. Gill's 129. Jadeja has 42. India are leading by 531. Not really about the runs, but let's do the maths quickly. 29 overs left. Take off 3 for change of innings, or is it 2 now? Two. So the target's 531. If they declared now, there would be
117.
I've started the process now. So that would be an asking rate of 4.5, right? Is that right? Bashir.
Yeah. So I think another half an hour, and we go past 5 and over, and then you have that sweet spot of 110 overs, which gives you 20 overs tonight, which could be 6 each for the fast bowlers and 2 for a spinner.
Here's Bashir from the city end. Lots of air, swept by Jadeja. Might just pick himself up another 50 here. Not that, I don't know if he's a statistically minded cricketer or not, but his numbers are very, very impressive. As everybody knows now, he's played a lot of test matches.
And not just the last 2 years, as we discussed in the morning.
No, it's his 82nd test match, and he's got 22 50s and 400s. It'll be 23rd. Actually, no, 23 50s and 400s, because he got 87 in the first innings. Sweep shot from Gill. Down towards deep backward square leg, straight to the fielder, and he moves on to 399 for the test match. 130 not out.
I'm old enough to remember when 399 in England was the winning team score.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
3 years ago.
Yeah, that's exactly right. If the team made 399, they'd be well satisfied. Here's Bashir into Ravi Jadeja, drives it out to extra cover, and there's no run. The only aggregate I've seen in the first 2 test matches also happened to be here in England. 203. Graham Smith 606.
Yep.
That was extraordinary. He scored over 300 runs in the Edgbaston test, which was the first of that series. Bashir's quicker one is too wide, and there's nobody on the third boundary defending, and it's chopped away by Jadeja for yet another 4, and he races up to 47. It's a runaway train now. England have lost all control.
And that bear snake is growing at the pace of India's lead.
Is there not a deposit on those? Do you not? Like, if there's a £1, there's a £1 deposit on those mugs. What do you think that snake's worth? It's got to be several £100s. Sweep shot now from Jadeja. I think he signalled to the umpire that he hit it. Did you see that? Halfway down, he signalled to the umpire. He waved his bat at him, saying, "I hit that. I got bat on it." I love it. I love the cheek of that. It just somehow appeals to me. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be broadcasting Shubman Gill's 400 for the match, but you can stay on, because Melinda Farrell's going to take over for the next half an hour.
And that pointing of the bat by Jadeja to let the umpire know that he had hit it reminded me of 2 of the most old-fashioned Indian batters, Tendulkar and Virat Kohli, who were the quickest to let the umpire know when there were 4 leg bys going that they hit it, no matter whether they hit it or not. And since Jadeja is now on strike, even I will not be calling the 400. I'll be handing over to Steve Harmison.
Thank you. Sid Monga, first ball of Root's over. It's pushed in to the offside by Jadeja, no run. Of course, I am not Steve Harmison. He's about to sit down next to me. Melinda Farrell taking you through for the next half hour as Root is in, around the wicket, slapped away behind point, and that's going to find a gap and run all the way to the boundary for 4. It's runs on a plate at the moment, and out comes the sword celebration because Jadeja has reached his 50. Used to seeing that one from him. He gets to 52 with that boundary. India now 362 for 4. That lead enormous now, 542. His partnership is 126 runs, and Gill still has to wait for his 400 for the match. There's Root. Fires one down the leg side, Jadeja, and that is going to go all the way for 4. I don't think he did get bat on it. I didn't think he did. The umpire's signalling runs. So another 4, back-to-back boundaries for Jadeja, and this is now a bit of a feast of runs, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, they've got enough now. Come on. Come on, Shubman, off you come. You've got enough. 546 is more than enough. I know he might want to get to 400 in the match, but yeah, he's got enough now.
Does 400 in a match matter? Next ball is looped outside the off stump, punched down to wide mid-off by Jadeja. So they'll get a single. Gill now on strike. And one more run. He reaches 400, which is not at all impressing, Steve Harmison.
No, it's not. I was on the field when Brian Lara got 400. At least he got it in one go. That was a bit more impressive. I was bored then as well.
Root in, whipped straight to Ben Stokes, mid-wicket. No run.
I'd been warned off then. I wasn't allowed to bowl by the time Brian got 400.
They've got 3 on the deep, on the leg side, and he tries to sweep. It only goes as far as the gully region. The 3/4, I should say. And that is the end of the over. So no 400 there, but 367 for 4 now, India, leading by 547. Gill on 130, Jadeja on 57. And the question now really is, how many overs do India want to bowl at England in this evening session?
Well, I thought it was down to the pitch deteriorating, and it hasn't really done that much difference over the course of the last sort of hour and a half, 2 hours. So if they're waiting for that, then fine, fair enough. I understood why they're batting on, but now I think I'd be one more over. This would be my last India having to face what? There's 27 overs left, 2 for a change of innings, so 24, possibly 20 overs to bowl tonight. That would be ideal.
In comes Bashir, down the track comes Jadeja, but he just checked himself there and played it straight back to Bashir. Might have seen him coming. Light's still on here at Edgbaston, even though there's quite a bit of sunshine around now. The shadows of the players out there on the turf as Bashir is in, and it's down the leg side, but Harry Brook is there for the attempted sweep. Jadeja almost fell over playing it.
Yeah, just looking at the scorecard from Grenada. Wow, would be nice to be working on that game. That looks exciting. 32 for 3 the Aussies are in the second innings.
Bashir in once more, and Jadeja does a little dance and kind of does the hokey pokey and turns around as Bashir fires a ball back to Jamie Smith. Yeah, that's there's some spicy pitches over there.
Yeah, not in Birmingham, there's not.
Here is Bashir once more over the wicket, just gently stroked down to long off, and they'll come through for the single. Takes to 368 for 4.
Yeah, it's been a great performance from India. Faultless, really, the way they've gone about their work. They picked a side which was criticised, and they've utilised, and their senior players of what senior players they've got have really took responsibility and stood up.
Out comes a reverse sweep from Gill for the next ball, but that's actually got a little top edge. Falls safely though. They get through for another single, and that is it. I think that's his 400.
I think you give leg buys.
Oh,
for that.
leg
I think
buys.
It was off the pad. It went straight in the air.
It is. I thought, hang on a second, they've run the single. You're right, it is a leg bye. But surely you're not hanging around for 400 in a game. Bashir loops one up, and he's really lost his line there. That was right down the leg side, and in fact, Jadeja holds his hands up to the umpire to say, if that's not a wide, what is?
Yeah, I think that was a wide, Mel. I think Jadeja's trying to say, if I was bowling over the wicket to a right-hander and I bowl it that far outside leg stump, I would expect to be given basically given the wide. So yeah, I think that was a wide. I think it was a fair call. I think there's been some back chatting in this game towards umpires. You know, Ben Stokes had a go. There's one or two others had a go. Shubman Gill had a go at Shafadullah. And there, Jadeja having a go at Chris Gaffney.
Wow. I've spent some long hot days in the field. Maybe tempers are frayed somewhat, but it's going to be Root to bowl the next over. Just got a little break in play here.
Jadeja's having a drink.
Just having a... Well, he can go off and have a drink if they declare.
Well,
It's going to be Root to bowl, 369 for 4. Gill on 130, still not quite there. Here comes the ball from Root, and he's got hold of that. Has he? Has! Goes all the way, Gill. 6 runs. There were 2 fielders out there on the deep, but he had enough of that one. So he does get 400 runs in the match. It's been a mighty effort from Shubman Gill. He loves that slog sweep. They had 2 men out in the boundary for it. Got it over. Next ball, he goes again, and he might have 6 again. He does. So this time he went much finer, and there was a fielder out there at long leg, but Shubman Gill has decided now he's going to drop the foot onto the accelerator. 381 for 4. Gill now 142. The lead 561.
2 big hits, 2 massive hits to the long boundary.
Root this time drags it down somewhat, and it's swept just for the single. And it's really the spin attack, the twin spin attack from England has just been offering up easy runs.
It has, yes. Shubman Gill 400, there's 4 others. 400, Lara got 400 in the Antigua game. Sangakkara 424. Sri Lanka against Bangladesh at Chattogram.
Root in to Jadeja, just presses this out into the covers, no run.
Mark Taylor 426 in Peshawar, and Graham Gooch 456 against India at Lords.
3-3-3, the next ball's well outside the off stump, left alone by Jadeja.
Yeah, so in some big company there is Shubman Gill. He has his batter beautifully. I think I've only seen him once lose his balance.
Root is in outside the off stump, slapped away, and there is a fielder though running across to widen it off. It's Chris Wokes. Just get the single.
Yeah, I think the only time I've seen him sort of lose his shape and lose his balance was when he came down the wicket and he hit Shoaib Bashir over mid-wicket for 6. And I think it was the only time that an England batter had really troubled him from the point of view of him picking up line all length and got it wrong. He's been completely faultless throughout of this Test match, both with decision making. His bowlers backed him up after a tough time at Headingley, and he stood up and, as you want your captain to do, lead from the front. And boy, has he 400 runs in a Test match and still going. It's been a mammoth effort from Shubman Gill.
Certainly has. 14 runs coming off Root's last over, and it's Bashir back. He's 1 for 102 off his 23. Starts his next over, swept by Jadeja. That's straight to Ollie Pope, square leg. And I'm interested in your thoughts on Shoaib Bashir. It's been a pretty tough series for him so far. I don't know his situation in the county game as he's in once more over the wicket. It's just played, well, wide of Ben Stokes. He started to chase it from mid-on and then stopped and then started again.
Yeah, it's a difficult one because we know that England see him as a developing project. But the problem you have with a developing project is when they come up against the very, very best, what happens to their self-confidence? And he strikes me, Shoaib Bashir, he's quite a confident character, confident bowler, backs himself when he stands at the top of his mark.
Gill on strike after that previous single. Next ball just clips down towards deep square leg, and they'll take another single.
But he's running the risk soon of not having a county. It'll be interesting to see where he goes from Somerset, which I'm sure he'll leave at the end of this current summer. And then you've got Australia, which is a difficult place to bowl spin. and in the heat of the battle of an Ashes series.
He's in once more, bowling to Jadeja, who gently brushes that one into the onside. No run.
So England will stick with him, try and keep developing the long-term project. But at what point do you go, actually we're doing him more harm than good?
It's over the wicket once more, down on one knee, sweeping Jadeja. But there is a fielder, short fine leg in Harry Brook. No run.
We had that problem, that issue with Zach Crawley so many times when he went through sort of barren patches. At what point is it affecting the individual player? It didn't affect Zach.
Bashir in, gently driven out into the covers, and Bashir runs out and fields it himself to finish off the over. Now it's figures of 1 for 105 as India finished that one. 386 for 4, Gill on 144, Jadeja on 61, and the lead 566. It was interesting during that test against Zimbabwe when he got figures of 3 for 62 and 6 for 81. He came down, did a press conference, and he said that the England squad was his happy place. The confidence that he's given by Ben Stokes, no matter what's happening anywhere else. He's struggled to take wickets and even play in the county championship down there at Somerset. But you wonder how happy it is when you are going for so many runs and you're not taking any wickets. And it's a different proposition against India than it was against Zimbabwe.
And then it's going to be even tougher again when you go to Australia. England, and I'm not sure England are at that point yet.
Joe Root starts another over, and well, that is just a mighty swipe from Jadeja. It was in the air. There was no one down at long off who could move around, and in the end Chris Woakes goes and collects it after it's rolled over the rope.
Jadeja just give himself some room there. Chris Woakes came up, Ben Stokes brought Chris Woakes up to try and tempt Jadeja, and Jadeja played a lovely shot, just give himself some room, went early and just eased it over the top of Chris Woakes.
Chris Woakes is now back at long off as the next ball is sent down the leg side and turned around by Jadeja. Get another single, takes them to 391 for 4.
The issue with the show of Bashir, well, and the argument will be, is there somebody else out there who's better? And some people will say yes, there is, but they're not standing up yet.
That's a round arm from Root, and it is roundly and soundly dealt with by Gill, who goes for that slog sweep, but he sends that one into the Hollies stand. That brings up his 150 off just 156 balls. There goes with his mighty effort in the first innings as well, with that 269. What a match it has been for the England captain. In comes Root, he goes for it again. Is there enough on this one? Oh my goodness, there wasn't enough on it, and Ollie Pope was running in, and I think he's lost it in the sun, and he overran it. He came in and the ball bounced over his head, and it is another boundary. You don't see that often.
I think that just sums up England's day, England's test match so far. Ollie Pope he's more or less at fine leg. What would fine leg be for a fast bowler? He's come running in 20 metres, put his hands in the air, can't see it for the sun, and it's actually nearly hit him on the head.
Completely lost it. The next ball from Root is a wide, and they've run through as well.
People will be wondering, Mel, why are India batting on? Why are they going like this? This is why. Because England look raggy now. England look lost. England look gone. If I was Shubman Gill now, I'm walking off. There's a no ball. Joe Root's ball a wide down leg side. You know, Ollie Pope's overran one when it could have been an easy catch. England look spent now. They look tired. This is when India have to strike, and that is Dick Declare.
Jadeja now on strike, flicks this one to square leg. No run, and that is it. You know, Harry Brook, he came, talk about coming into presses, when he came in to do media last night, he was so exhausted you felt that he could hardly answer questions. They've spent 3 long days in the field, England. Root is in and bowls down the leg side. Jamie Smith can't collect it, but Ollie Pope is down there, manages to stop this one. That's the end of the over. 402 for 4 now. India leading by 583, 403 for 4, I should say. Scoreboard hadn't ticked over. And there it is. The players are walking off, are they? No, they're having a drink.
There's a drink, come on.
Oh.
There's a drink. I think even the crowd, Mel, even the crowd thought you were going. So you weren't, you weren't seeing things. The two of them got together, started walking towards where Jamie Smith is, and the Hollis crowd are singing Boran India at this moment in time. And do you know what? I feel like joining in with him.
I tell you what, they did me like a kipper then.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, they were coming off. I actually thought that was it, and the crowd cheered because they thought that was it as well. But they're going with the Boran India bit now, and Shobhashir has to continue.
Well, he loops one well outside the off stump, and Gill just about manages to get the toe of his bat to it. Doesn't go anywhere though. England, you saw some of the wickets that fell in England's first innings, and some of them definitely look like they were a result of tired minds. There's the next ball. Is Hoyt high? Is he going to get another 6 into the opposite stand? Yes, he does. Sends it straight over deep mid-wicket, Gill. And he's just helping himself at the moment.
I just wonder if Shubman Gill's thinking I can get a double 100 in both innings. If he does, oh my God, not unbelievably selfish, because it's not, he has every right, but he's going to bat for another half an hour, 25 minutes if that's the point.
409 for 4 as Bashir is in. This one's wide of the off stump and it's slapped away. It's going to be stopped out in the deep though. They just get the single, and just looking now, so 22.3 overs remaining in the day.
20 with a change of innings from now.
Yep.
You lose 2 point whatever you're in, 2 plus whatever you're in, so goes down to 20. So it's 110 left in the match.
Interesting. Here's Bashir. He's played with a high elbow through mid-wicket. Then Stokes comes around and flicks it up with one hand, throws it over his shoulder and collects it in front of himself. Nice bit of dexterity, but seems all for naught at the moment. India 411 for 4. Now, Shubman Gill, I mean, he's 161 off 161 balls. It's just, what is the plan here? Does he just want to really grind England? Oh, well, he's played it. The next ball has popped up in the air, top edge, and Shoaib Bashir has run down, and he's got him out, caught and bowled. The ball was in the air for an age, and Shubman Gill's stand comes to an end, and the England players all coming in to congratulate him and shake his hand. A lovely bit of sportsmanship there, and well deserved too, because Shubman Gill has been magnificent. Out for 161 off 162 balls, and there's a standing ovation for him right around Edgbaston.
Yeah, standing ovation. That's the second time he's had one as he's walking off dismissed. The ball's bounced, he's just got a leading edge straight up in the air. He's played a wonderful innings for his team. Captain's performance throughout this test match. He's getting a little bit of booing. That's largely down to the fact that Nitish Reddy's walking out and he haven't declared. I think they might have had a look at that delivery from Shoaib Bashir, and it spat off a length, took the top off the surface, and Gill's just top edged it straight up in the air. And I think they might have been saying to Ravindra Jadeja, come on, let's go, you come with me, let's get this game into fast forward mode. 20 overs left tonight. Can we get 3 wickets like we did at the end of England's first innings? And see if we can get ourselves in a position to strike for victory tonight, rather than just prolong the England misery of having to be further in or having more time further in the field.
I did like when he came off, and you did hear the crowd start to boo as Nitish Kumar Reddy walked out. But then Shubman Gill, when he got to the boundary rope, he turned to the Holly stand and he kissed his bat and held it up, and some of those boos turned to cheers again.
Yeah, but you don't want to be running the risk that you're going to run out of time. England come out tonight, first 18 overs, and England come out tonight after 18 overs and 70 or 80 for none. All of a sudden, you've got 90 wickets, 90 overs to take. There's a little bit with the second new ball to take all 10 wickets.
So, first ball that Nitish Kumar Reddy faces, he reverses the bat and slaps it away behind conventional point. They get a run, so he's off the mark with one. Jadeja now, well, he's going to retain the strike actually, because that was the last ball of the over. Wicket coming for Shoaib Bashir, hard fought for as well. They didn't get one holding out to the deep though, Harmy. I know that people were saying to me before, has he got, when was the last time he got one that wasn't hold out to the deep?
Yeah, that was a good ball. He bowled into the surface. I wouldn't say it was a good ball. It was a one driven into the surface, and the surface did the work for him. It spat off a length, and because of where he bowls, that sort of overspin, bang, it bounced and it deceived Shubman Gill. Just a little bit of a sort of sideshow here. When the ball went out to the deep earlier, when Joe Root was fielding, he sort of tripped and he rolled his ankle. And he's limping here, is the former England captain. I don't think he was that keen on bowling. He's got a little bit of a limp now. I think he rolled his ankle when he was fielding.
He's in now, bowling outside the off stump, a full ball, it's in the air, should be taken, and it is! Well, finally, wickets are falling for England. It's Zach Crawley out there who dived forward and took the ball, so Root does get the breakthrough, and it's all coming a little bit late for England. And what are they going to do? They're not going to declare. Nitish Kumar Reddy, he's walking off having scored one run, but Jadeja is still out there.
Good catch from Zach Crawley, running in, diving forward. This is getting a bit silly now, from my opinion, from India's point of view.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? 21.5 overs remaining, so they're not going to have 20 overs at them tonight, because they will lose the 2 overs as Washington Sundar makes his way out to the centre, and he's greeted by a few boos as well, because the crowd are just wondering what is going on here. India have every right to control this game the way they see fit. They've put themselves into this position.
They do, yeah, you're right, Mel. You've got, you're 100% spot on. They do have the right to dictate terms in this game, but the more they bat tonight, and the more the less they have the sort of security of a second new ball if required. This time tomorrow. So if they declare now, there's 19 overs left. From a time point of view, that's probably only going to bowl 16.
Root comes around the wicket to Sundar, who plays it straight back to Root. He's not hobbling at the moment. It's just been a little roll. Hopefully, doesn't look like it's anything too serious, but he's in again, and he plays a real bottom hand whippy shot. My goodness, that has gone all the way. How has it? He was reaching for it, but he just went all bottom hand underneath at Washington Sundar, and it ends up over wide, long off for 6.
That's a great shot. I mean, I've been whinging and moaning about them declaring, but I'm pleased they didn't, just to witness that shot. That was fantastic. A little bit of width, a little bit of flight. Washington Sundar just cleared his front leg and eased it over the top. What a beautiful shot that was.
Yeah, something. Next ball defended back to Root. It looked almost innocuous. He just flicked his bottom hand through it and off it went.
Yeah, I'm not sure why this guy's batting behind Nitish Kumar Reddy. I really struggle to see that one.
Sundar on strike again. Next ball, he throws his hands at it, and it ends up just falling at his feet. So the wait for the declaration begins. It's proper declaration speculation that we've been on for quite some time now. Next ball is looped up by Root, and he's gone again. Sundar, the same area, doesn't get it over the rope this time, but it does go for 4. Boy, oh boy, anything outside that off stump, he is quite happy to put away. Expensive over from Root. And Sundar is already 10 off 5. 422 for 6, India now, and that lead has passed 600. It's now 602 with the final ball of that over.
Similar shot to the beautiful 6 that he hit, but this time the bat just sort of twisted in his hand, so he didn't get all the timing on it. England are, big screens telling us that England are 6 overs ahead of schedule at this moment in time, so no World Test Championship fine and point deduction for this week anyway, so that's that's a positive for Ben Stokes. If every cloud's got a silver lining, that's one for Ben to think, right, I'm not going to get docked points this week. Yeah, points off the World Test Championship.
What a shame you can't build up credits. Battenberg. Here's Bashir. Over the wicket. It's gently turned towards square leg by Jadeja. They'll take a single.
I'm really struggling to understand what India are doing here. I really am. Jadeja's just clipping into the leg side for one. He's not going for that big shot. I'm pleased he's not, because if he hits 2 sixes and gets into the sort of late 70s, then India might be looking and thinking, right, a milestone's coming for Jadeja, and wait till he gets 100. Then I will be ready to jump off this balcony.
Well, the field is spread far and wide for Washington. Sundar, who plays another extraordinary shot. He just reached up a shoulder height and sort of ran it off the face of the bat. Just gets the single.
Just, again, England are spread. Probably you would have, I actually don't think England would have anybody inside a 30-yard circle. Brook and Tongue are just probably outside, so is Stokes. Everybody else is on the boundary.
In comes Bashir. He's played out to Stokes, who's taken position on the circle. Extra cover. Yeah, everyone else is pretty much out. So some pretty good sunshine here now, and the lights are still on. There is meant to be perhaps a bit of rain around in the morning that might cause a delayed start, as Bashir is in wide of off stump and just slapped in front of point. A sweeper on the boundary keeps it to a single, and so the wait goes on.
And this is proper declaration bowling as well.
Yeah, 525 for 6. Washington Sundar on strike. He's on 11 already. Next ball, he flays that one, but just goes down towards sort of a deep third, but it's not really deep because the field is in off the circle there. I think is that Josh Tongue down there? Yep. It's a fair way in off the boundary rope. So Jadeja on strike now. In comes Bashir, and he gently pushes that to Stokes, running in the covers. He has the shy, the bails come off as Jamie Smith whips his hands across quickly, but they were through very sprightly for the single. And that is the end of the over, and we're just keeping an eye. What's happening?
We're having a drink.
Oh.
Yeah, we're having a drink.
I need a drink, Harvey.
Yeah. I need a stiff drink. The way these are going, there's going to have to be a stiff one.
Well, hang on.
That's it. That's it. All gone. Declaration.
Ah, there we go. So we've saved Harmy's liver by having the declaration. England walking around, slapping each other, low fives from England, as Washington Sundar and Ravindra Jadeja walk off after some very entertaining shots from Sundar. But the end result is that India declare on 427 for 6 and lead by 607. It's saying 20 overs remaining in the day, but once we change over, we think that will drop to
That's 18, isn't it? Yeah, 18 overs left in the day, 607. Obviously, England have toiled hard, they've worked hard. They haven't, as Ben Stokes' team always do, they never let their heads drop. They were a little bit raggy towards the end there, but Shoaib Bashir and Joe Root bowling at the end have India And time will tell if India have got enough time to force a result and win this game. A lot of people, not just the Hollis stand, but a lot of people probably working on this game from a former player's point of view and a media's point of view would probably have said they batted on possibly 5 to 10 overs too many, and will that take any effect on the end result in this game? Well, time will tell, but at this moment in time, I mean, India 607 in front, and it's a big hour and a half of this test match left, and if England are none down at the end of it, then I'm not saying that there's never ever going to be a game on for an England victory, but if England can get through tonight and don't lose any wickets, you feel as though England would sleep easy in their beds tonight and feel as though they can get out of Edgbaston and go to Lord's still 1-0 up.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting indeed. Just to take you through India, the scorecard, Yashasvi Jaiswal, he made 28 before he was out LBW to tongue yesterday. Then today, KL Rahul made 55. Karan Nair was in the first wicket to fall today, made 26. Shubman Gill, that magnificent 161 before he was caught and bowled by Shoaib Bashir just a few minutes ago. Rishabh Pant earlier, boy oh boy, was that fun. 65 off 58 from Rishabh Pant. Jadeja, he was still out there at the end with Washington Sundar. The last wicket to fall was Nitish Kumar Reddy, making 1. Jadeja finishing on 69, Washington Sundar on 12. And just at the bowling figures, Chris Wokes, 14 overs, none for 61. Bryden Cass, 1 for 56 off his 12. Josh Tongue, 2 for 93 off 15. Stokes bowled 7, none for 26. Shoaib Bashir, 2 for 119. He did the lion's share of the bowling, 26 overs. And Joe Root bowled 9, 1 for 65. And that's been enough for Harmy. He's had it, he's walked away, and Jarrod Kimber has stepped in.
Great work.
Thanks, that's all we need to hear from you.
All right, well, that's it for us on talkSPORT today. 607 is a weird number.
It is a weird number, isn't it? It's a weird number of
It's not
overs.
601, is it? Or 602?
No, it's not.
I know they need 608 manners. What I was... Oh, Jesus.
He does.
You stay on, Mel. Stay on. That's why we have issues, me and Manners. He goes to bed at 4 p.m. every night. Tells me he's going to beat me in the bar. Never see him again. No, what I meant was, like, I don't know what... if it all felt so arbitrary. Maybe they just thought we will bat till 5?
It did seem really arbitrary. I wondered if it was about Gill and then.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It wasn't about the run total. It was maybe about the time. That's the one that I would give them the most. But anyway, what time do you think England will chase us tomorrow, Mel?
Well, it's going to test. We talked about this earlier. It's going to test their whole mantra that we can chase anything to the limit.
Stephen, our social media guy, has been outside talking to Indian fans for the last couple of hours, and they have all been saying, get over 500, get over 550, get over 600. So they are nervous, and it's not what I expected. Indian fans can be very, very sure of themselves, but they have not been sure. So England has them shook a little bit. I can't imagine. This would be the world record in first-class cricket and Test cricket. The chances of that happening are small.
Small to Stokes, small to Bazball. But one thing, though, too, to remember, I just mentioned the fact that there is a bit of rain forecast in the morning, not in the afternoon. But might we end up seeing, so maybe a delayed start. It's now going to be 18 overs tonight. If they lose some more overs tomorrow...
England could be all out tonight.
England could be all out tonight.
It's unlikely, Mel. It's possible. The pitch is still flat. Why don't you let the big man come in, because look at him. He's like an urban fox waiting for some free food. He's so keen to come on the air.
Oh, he is an urban fox. A South African urban fox. I've always said that about Manners. I will see you for another session later on.
See you then. So it's been interesting just watching India warm up. So at tea, I thought they might declare not long after tea, because Washington Sundar didn't have any pads on, was actually out bowling at tea. And I noticed that he was bowling with Jasprit Bumrah, and Jasprit Bumrah seemed to be showing him how to bowl the outswinger, which I thought was quite fascinating. One of the reasons that India batted on so long, of course, was just to tire out England. We are assuming we're going to see a couple of different bowlers for the next test.
Bryden Cast had some issues with his toe again in this test, but by the end was doing all right. But it was shambolic towards the end. It was some of the funniest test cricket I think you'll see in a long time. I'm trying to go through my notes, but I think in a short period of time, Shubman Gill hit the ball into the grandstand, and that bounced back into the ground. The next ball, there was a top edge from to Ollie Pope, which almost hit him in the head. The next ball was a no ball because Joe Root couldn't deliver the ball onto the pitch. We then had a fake declaration, another ball hitting the grandstand, popping back in, a wicket, kind of another fake declaration after that. It's a couple of minutes of absolute madness, but this test has been absolutely mad, and that is why chasing 608, Manners, is a doddle.
What notes? You don't keep notes.
Keep notes on my phone. Well, you think I just remember everything in my head? What do you think I am? Dustin Hoffman and Rain Man?
Well,
I forgot the name of the character.
Well, do you think India have erred on the side of caution, Jarrod?
I think they're batted on too long. I don't mind them getting 530, 540, 550 in front.
See, I just don't think it's about the runs. I really don't think
You
it's
wanted
about
them
the
to tie
runs
them?
at all. No, not at all. I think it's about the overs. I think they had to come up with a... I think what would have happened is that they come up with a bowling plan, and you know, it's like, how many do we want Akashdeep and Mohammad Siraj to bowl? Prasid Krishna, they'd have maybe allocated them. They'd have come up with a how many spells are they good for? How many spells are they effective? Also, the second new ball pitch. They want to have 20 overs, 25 overs with the second new ball because it's gone a bit soft, hasn't it, after about 30. So there's no point bowling too many overs with a soft second new ball if that's required. And maybe they've then added up this bowling plan. They've got 4 spells each for Akashdeep, or maybe 3 for Mohammad Siraj. And they've said, look, if we can't get the job done in 110 overs, and they've actually left themselves 108, haven't they, if we get them all in. So there were 20 left, 2 change of innings, 108 overs. I mean, they'll be frustrated if England are 8 or 9 down.
Yeah, my worry is that they are a bowler down, aren't they?
Are they?
Well, I don't think they've picked 4 frontline bowlers or
I
5
see.
frontline
Well,
bowlers.
I mean, they've got 6 bowlers, but they haven't got 1 down.
Yeah.
It might not be up to...
I would say they started the game with 1 down, Matters, is the way I would say. So that would have been my concern with everything you've just said. England need 5.62 runs and over, by the way.
5.62?
Yeah. And Gary can correct me, but I've just done it. He's got 5.63. I was wrong.
How can you be 100th out between
I
the
didn't
two?
notice the 9.
He's rounded it up.
He's done it correctly. I've done it incorrectly. Look, if they score at 5.62 runs per over, they might lose. It might be a tie. I'm not sure. I'll have to check my maths on that one. But
It's a much less scary number,
I think tie is unlikely.
5.6, than 608.
Now, of course, the other thing is, and I'm sure Mel would have mentioned it as well, but it will need to be a world record chase. Not in Test cricket, Manners, in first-class cricket. 2010 in Hyderabad, the Yusuf game. West Zone versus North Zone, South Zone versus East Zone. It was one of them.
We've got it here, haven't we?
So it will be... we've never had a chase over, what was that one, 517, was it?
Don't know, I'm just checking it, but this is the 6th time a team has scored 1,000 runs, 1,000 plus runs in a test, and the first time for India. That's a good number, that, isn't it? 1,000 in a test match. That's West Zone against South Zone in Hyderabad, February 2010. They chased 541 for 7 to win. That's an extraordinary achievement. Good pitch in Hyderabad, though, isn't it? Obviously didn't break up very much.
I'm going out on a limb to say that one wasn't too bad. Yeah, it was West Zone who did the chasing, wasn't it? I just want to see how many overs they had. Wasim Jaffer made 66. Yusuf Pathan.
Here is the first ball. Akashdeep is in short wide outside the off stump. Doesn't tempt Zach Crawley. 3 slips and a gully. Backward points, the most orthodox looking field since that we've seen since the, well, we've had a couple, I suppose, but since the first over of the first innings on the first day. Zach Crawley's on strike, Duckett's the non-striker's end. How many overs they chased? 541? Have you found that?
136 overs. So they went at just under 4 runs and over. Yusuf Pathan, you may remember from that incredible IPL knock early on in the IPL, made 210 from 190 balls. So if a couple of those, if England get 3 of those, they're home. Put that up on the board, Baz. Baz?
On the notepad, on the here's Crawley leaving alone outside the off stump as Akashdeep is in, and there's no run.
So all I'm saying is they needed 541 runs, and 250 of them were scored by one family, because Irfan Pathan also made 42. Ramesh Power made the winning runs.
It was 15 years ago. I suppose the Pathans would have been at their peak then.
Peak Pathans.
Crawley and Duckett have got a job to do, first of all, just to get England through to the safety of change room at the close of play, as Akashdeep is in again. Crawley is forward, playing defensively, and there's no run. Do Crawley and Duckett alternate first ball? I think they do, don't they? Some openers.
Yes, I think they do. So Rory Burns, who faced the first ball every single time, almost in his entire professional career, and then Mitchell Starc got him out, and he stopped doing it.
What, the first ball of the Ashes? Was that?
Yeah, do you remember the one that was where he walked past it?
Yeah,
he
just lost it
around
his legs.
Yeah, he just lost the ball in the flight. One of the more amazing sights I've ever seen in cricket.
So 17 overs left after this. So 18 today. If we get, there's a
160 for 3.
We're not going to. We might. Do we think we get 18? We might actually. We might get the full allocation today. Here's Akashdeep again. Crawley leaves alone outside the off stump. So there is a chance that, unless India super slow things down tomorrow, there's also a chance that we might get more than 108, of course.
Yeah, the footmarks on this end, I think we will definitely see Ravi Jadeja bowling into them at a certain point, and probably Washington Sundar as well, depending on who the batters are. So that, I think they could almost bowl consistently. And obviously, after the new ball, they could have one spinner going almost consistently, couldn't they? And Jadeja takes about, what, a minute 42
yeah,
per over?
I've never seen a spinner get through his overs quicker than Ravi Jadeja. Here's Akashdeep again. Crawley steers this one away behind square on the offside, and there's no run.
My friend KK works for Cricket for always just everyone says he's not a thinking spinner, but I think he's a thinking spinner. I said, it's because we've never seen him sit still long enough to think. Ashwin's there thinking about it, you know. Murali had the stare at the end of his mark. Warren was rubbing his hand on the ground. Jadeja says, wang, 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 done. Next.
You know, and he has got a lot of wickets because of the speed between deliveries.
Oh,
I mean, batsmen are not settled. They're not calmed down, and many of the inexperienced batsmen don't take that extra time. Just walk away for a few seconds. Akashdeep in again, nips one back, bowled a couple of absolute snorters in the first innings, nip backers, and he's hit Crawley in the unmentionables, hasn't he?
He has. He's got him decently. I think for a moment everyone thought Crawley was just overreacting, and then Crawley didn't get up.
And he's still down on his knees. That has evidently hurt quite a lot, and Ben Duckett has now walked down all the way from the non-striker's end, trying to suppress a smirk.
They were almost the same height though when he was on his knees.
The crowd have just seen the replay, and even those who are 6 pints the worse for wear have winced in empathy, if not sympathy.
We saw a guy bend over like that last night on the way home. Do you remember?
Don't remind me. Poor fella, unable to walk. I don't think it had anything to do with.
He wasn't hitting the
region.
unmentionables. It was more to do with the 6 pints, or the 18 pints, perhaps in his case.
Goodness, it was a thirsty day for him yesterday.
He was bent over for a good long period of time, trying to gather himself to cross the road.
Well, he couldn't, could he? I mean, he was being escorted by 2 of his friends who were only slightly less the worse for wear.
I saw it last night. Remember there were the butchers and the pigs? There's butchers chasing the pigs in the Hollies last night. And I saw later on one of the pigs and one of the butchers carrying the other butcher.
They have a good time, don't they, in the Hollies? They have a good time everywhere in Edgbaston. It's one of the most festive test grounds, I think, in in the world and in England. I mean, you know, there's a few other grounds that give them a good run for their money. Mohamed Siraj from the city end bowls to Duckett, opens the face of the bat, runs it down towards the unguarded third man boundary for 4, and England are underway in this record run chase of 608. And Ben Duckett just guiding that one. 3 slips gully, no one on the third man boundary, beats the gully. Nitish Reddy was it, who was in the gully, diving away to his right, couldn't get a hand to it.
They're still behind the rate though, aren't they?
It really is interesting, that 5.63. I mean, you know, that has not been done in a test match before. It has in an innings, but not chasing in the 4th innings. I'm just thinking back to that test match India had against Bangladesh.
That was incredible, yeah.
Wasn't that? They lost almost 3 days, complete days to rain, and yet India went out and scored at 8 and over, declared, and won the test match. Flicked away by Duckett off his pads, behind square on the leg side. It's running away for 4 more. In the air, I think he was in control of it. Certainly looked like he was. Wee glove punch with Zach Crawley, back-to-back boundaries for Duckett. England 8 for none.
I think they're ahead of the rate now. Life moves quite fast.
When do you think they'll? I mean, you know, it'll be like, let's see where we are at lunch, and then it'll be let's see where we are at tea, and then if they needed, oh, stop it.
They needed 10 and over.
Well, I was going to say that.
8 wickets in hand.
I was going to say
4
that.
wickets in hand.
Yeah,
6 wickets in hand.
Completely silly, isn't it? Siraj in bowls. Duckett has steered this one through the offside. I'm not sure that he'll get 3 4s in a row, but he will get another couple of runs. Good chase from Nitish Reddy. Very good dive. Flicks it back. It's collected by Washington Sundar.
Good news if you're English. It's under 600 the chase.
I was thinking, you know, 200 and stop it. 220 in the last session.
I might just spend the entire
7 wickets in hand.
I just might spend the entire day just go. They're above the rate. They're below the rate.
It's bonkers. It's completely balmy. Yeah, 220, 7 wickets in hand. Duckett 210 not out. I think they'd give it a crack for 10 overs, maybe. I think.
Yeah, I could see that.
I think they will certainly say that they will give it a crack, but anyway, they need to get to the close unscathed. Out! Caught Crawley driving at Siraj. Is caught at backward point. Really, really good low catch. Nitish Reddy has hung on to a good one there. Crawley's gone, bat under his left armpit, and he's off. Wasn't really there for the drive. How many times have we said that about Zach Crawley? He was reaching for it, but can't help wondering whether Mohamed Siraj has bowled that ball exactly where he wanted to, full and wide. Crawley knows that that's his weakness, his area of weakness. In fact, that's Sai Sudarshan, isn't it? He's the substitute. Is that Sai Sudarshan who was at backward point, who took the catch? I think he's on for. Is he on for Shubman Gill maybe? So I'm not sure that the captain's on the field.
He might not be. No, you might be right.
I think it's Sai Sudarshan who's taken the catch.
Well, he's out on the field now, Shubman Gill. I can see him at 3rd slip. And now Jadeja is out there. So, yeah, it is possible that he was... It might have been Jadeja who was off, actually.
Right, yeah, I think that's right.
Jadeja's gone into backward point. It's in a remarkable place to be caught when you're
deepish backward point.
When you're chasing 600 runs. He's been caught off the middle of the bat at deep backward point, and it's quite deep. It was it wasn't a catching position at all. It wasn't an edge, was it? He got a big chunk of that. Opened the face, was looking for one of those square boundaries that he picks up early in his innings, and instead he's found one of the few non-catching fielders out there. He's still ahead of the rate though.
Producer Scott is relying on our lip reading again. Here's Mohamed Siraj, bowls to Ollie Pope, and there's no run.
I think he was telling you it was Sai Sudarshan who took the catch. Oh, 7 ducks. 7 ducks. When you're lip reading 7 ducks, it does look a little bit like Sudarshan, apparently.
It was Saisadarson took the catch. I think it was. He's got either that or he was borrowed a shirt from Saisadarson, because it was number 66 who took the catch. 11 for 1 England. Ollie Pope, first delivery. Well, at least he survived that. He didn't in the first innings. Here is Mohammad Siraj in once again. Bowls. Pope drives through the offside. Chase on for Jadeja from backward point. He's very quick across the ground. Good innings today from Ravi Jadeja. Good match with the bat for Jadeja. 89 and 69 not out. India declaring at 427 for 6. Setting England a target of 608. He had in their first innings advantage of 180. Do you know what? I reckon that if I don't think India would have set themselves any targets here, and they've got 108 overs to bowl England out. But if you'd said to them, "We'll give you, you 1 wicket this evening," they would have been satisfied with that. The story really of the day, Washington Sundar, the second highest individual aggregate in Test history. The 400s that you were talking about a little earlier, Jarrod, Mark Taylor, now in 3rd place. He was in 2nd place with an aggregate of 426 when he made the 100 against Pakistan.
And declared on himself in that one.
Kumar Sangakkara, 100 and 100 in the Test match with aggregate of 424, and Brian Lara's 400. So now 5 players with an aggregate of 400 or over in a Test match, and Shubman Gill in 2nd place with 430. Akashdeep in edge, got him! Duckett's gone. He's not walking though. He thinks it come off his thigh pad. Well, England looked like they were 2 down. India at cock-a-hoop. They don't know whether to review it or not. Duckett's not walking. They have reviewed it. Duckett reckons it's off his thigh pad.
If it's not caught, is it not LBW? It looked really straight. He's coming. We've got a perfect angle on it. To me, it just looked full and straight.
Ordinarily, you'd say thigh pad's too high, but it's Ben Duckett.
I didn't even know what they were appealing for. I was like, are they going for the LBW or the court?
Bit of both.
Angled in. No, he might have missed it. I give them that. Geez, if these missed that, I have not seen a ball
That's
move
unplayable.
that far.
Did it hit the thigh pad?
I'm not even sure
I thought.
if it did. Oh, yeah, just the top of the pad. Fair play to India. That deviated in a way that balls do not normally deviate. Absolutely unplayable from Akashdeep. That's basically, he's bowled off spin at 88 miles an hour around the wicket to Ben Duckett there. But they've lost their review.
He bowled one of those deliveries and took a wicket with it in England's first innings. Harry Brook, wasn't it? He bowled one just like that. That's tucked off his pads by Duckett behind square on the leg side. Run the first hard, won't take a second. I mean, that was a real snorter to Harry Brook. It was similar to that, wasn't it?
We saw that live, and what I thought happened was that went full and straight, hit the pad and deviated. That's how much it moved. I would never have guessed in a million years that did it on its own. I know it just flicked the pad at the end, but it kind of went straight by that point. Incredible.
And just to tell our listeners, I know there are some people watching and listening as well, but Jarrod is not exaggerating. That went like a proper off spinner at what was the speed again? About 80 miles an hour. Here is Akashdeep in once again, bowls. Oh, and Pope has a little fiddle at this one outside the off stump. That's a poor shot. That didn't move his feet, just wafted at it really. And is he the worst starter or the scratchiest starter in the England team?
He's the 5th worst starter, I would say, in the history of Test cricket of batters with over 3,000 runs.
5th worst?
I think it's 5th, yeah. I think you've got...
Is that based on number of single-figure scores? Or?
It's based on your median score, which is the best way of working it out. So Grant Flower, who I've already been talking to you about today. Dennis Amos was another famously bad starter.
Here's Akashdeep in again, bowls, Pope forward, foot pushing very firmly to Washington Sundar at mid-off, no run.
So his median score in Test cricket is 16.5. And I think Flower has the worst at 15, so he's not far off the worst. Dennis Amos, I can tell you, batted 88 times in Test cricket, and 43 of them he made single figures or triple figures. So he almost made as many single figures and triple figures as he did double figures. So there's some odd players, but there's no doubt Marvin, our good friend Marvin Adipatu, who I will never stop talking about because he had one of the weirdest careers as well.
Akashdeep up to the crease now, bowls, and Pope steers it towards backward point. Jadeja fields. It was marvellous Marvin. He made 5 noughts to start his career, wasn't it?
He made 5 noughts in 6 innings because he made 1. So after 3 tests, his top score was 1. And after 9 tests, I think he averaged 10 with a top score of 28 or 29. And then went on to have a brilliant career.
Shaky start, wasn't it?
So he played a test in 1990, made a pair. Came back in 1992, made 1 run in the game. Came back in 1994, made another pair. And then came back in 1997 and had a brilliant career.
Here's Akashdeep to complete his second over to Ollie Pope. Flicked it off his pads, through square leg. Very nicely timed indeed, and it will be cut off by Saisad Arsam down on the long leg boundary. 17 for 1 England, made a cracking start. We only had 3 overs. Not as bad a start to his professional career as Justin Rose made, though. You may remember he finished second or third in the Open as an amateur, turned professional, and then missed the cut in his first 21 professional tournaments.
We've actually talked about some bad debuts today. We talked about Nilesh Kulkarni before, didn't we? The Indian bowler took a wicket with his first ball, and then 419 balls that followed did not, as he watched Sri Lanka make 900. There's some good ones, isn't there? Gavin Hamilton really struggled in his debut. The Scottish-English cricketer playing his Test cricket. None for 60, I reckon, and a pair.
Director of cricket at Yorkshire now, isn't he? I think he is. Here is Mohammad Siraj into Ben Duckett. Drives, bottom hand. He's dragged that one from outside off stump somehow, straight back to the bowler. 17 for 1, Pope 4, Duckett 13. England requiring 608 to win would be the highest winning 4th innings total in the history of 65,218 first-class games.
Well, there's an extra one for the no. Is it no ball?
Yes, it was. Good call. Third umpire Paul Rifle. He's had a fairly quiet game, hasn't he? Really? Not really. That's pushed away behind square on the offside. I think he could have intervened.
I knew you'd still be upset about that. We started the day there, we're going to finish it there.
Yashasvi Jaiswal's LBW review yesterday evening, 3 seconds after the timer was up. Anyway, I don't actually know the technology well enough, Jarrod, but Rifle, as far as I understand it,
you know how clocks work.
He could just talk to the on-field umpires,
Yes,
just say, guys, it's 3 seconds late. But he didn't, don't think. Driven by Duckett up towards mid-off, fielded by Sundar. And there's no run. 18 for 1. India declaring finally it drinks on the final afternoon. 427 for 6. Shubman Gill making 161 to go with his 269 with an aggregate of 430. And there are other useful contributions as well. KL Rahul made 55, and there were 60s, 65 and 69 to be precise, from Rishabh Pant. Pant 65 from 58 balls. Full of unpredictable joy and entertainment value as Siraj is in again. Duckett now squared up a wee bit, I think, and the ball squirts off the face of the bat into the gully where Nitish Reddy fields.
They're below the rate.
The rate, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, wherever you may be listening, is the rate required at the start of the innings, 5.63. It was actually 5.29 something, so we've rounded it up.
5.629 bunch of numbers.
So 5.63, just over 5.5 runs and over, which is great if you need to score at that rate over 50 overs, but less great if you need to score at that rate over 108 overs in a test match with no fielding restrictions.
If you nunned it out, oh well, they can't be that nunned down anymore. But if they're 1 down for 300, they'll be okay. Just need to do it again.
Imagine it if we're talking about the possibility of an England win at tea tomorrow. Short, wide, cut, uppercut actually by Ben Duckett. Quite deliberate. Sliced it over the head of Jadeja at backward point. And he bounced a couple of times before it crashed into the LED advertising hoardings.
They're above the break.
Duckett's just being Duckett. He's just batting like Ben Duckett.
I tell you what,
it doesn't matter what the total is.
Siraj being Siraj as well, isn't he? He's taken a wicket already, and he's also gone for 18 runs in 9 balls.
That was a really fascinating return of 6 for 70. Long periods of expensive, modest bowling. Then, that's steered by Duckett past Nitish Reddy at gully. Talking of modest, it was a less than full-blooded attempt to field that by Nitish Reddy. I know it went very quickly, but it wasn't very far to his right, and it seemed a bit slow getting down to it.
He has a couple of times, actually, for a younger cricketer. I think we can safely say, though, they are just batting. There's no worry. This is not AB de Villiers and Faf du Plessis. This is not Trevor Gripper and Grant Flower. This is just looking for the draw. This is proper batting here. They are, every time he's seen a loose ball, he's gone for it. He had one down the leg side, he helped away. A couple on the offside now as well. So we got to answer. They're going for it.
I reckon Trevor Gripper would be flattered beyond recognition to be mentioned by you in the context of this test match. That's pushed away behind square on the offside, even if it was 100% derogatory. Just a mere...
It wasn't, but I mean, Trevor Gripper's the sort of guy you'd want to block a test match out, isn't he? He didn't hit many balls off the square.
No, he didn't. There's been a few over the years, haven't there? 26 for 1 now, 27 for 1, sorry. Ollie Pope has 4. Ben Duckett is he's off to a scorching start, 22 off 12 balls. Akashdeep 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. At the other end, Mohammad Siraj is leaking.
So for those who don't know, the great Neil Manthorp started his career here commentating for a phone service, and you would call up and you would get
premium rate
you would
phone
get that
service.
If at that stage I said to you, one day you'll be back here on the balcony commentating for the world, and the opening batter would be chasing 608 and 22 not out of 12, you would have slapped me in the face and you would have charged me extra on your premium service.
It was very expensive in those days. I think it was
You're worth it.
I think it was something like 20p a minute. 2 slips in a gully. Sorry, 3 slips in a gully. Backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Long leg. Here's Akashdeep again, and pushed away defensively by Duckett up towards mid-on. The Hollies are in great voice, singing. They're on their feet now, arms aloft. I can't quite hear what the chant is, but Steve Harmison is, I'm not sure it'd be repeatable, even if I could understand it.
The chant is, stand up if you still believe.
Well, they're all standing up. The whole stand is standing up.
Alcohol must be good in that stand today.
Here's Akashdeep again, bowls to Duckett, punches through point, beats Ravi Jadeja. 4 more runs, and Duckett just scorching along. 26 off 14, 31 for 1, man out, Zach Crawley. Caught at deepish backward point. It was just an orthodox Duckett drive. Crawley drive. Not quite there, having to reach for it, not full enough. Following it.
Airy-fairy, wasn't it? Really, just a tired swing from a man who's been in the field for quite a bit of time in this contest. Saying stand up if you still believe. Looks like Ben Duckett still believes. Going nicely here.
Isn't he just? Akashdeep round the wicket. Bowled him! Bowled him! Through between bat and pad. Duckett loses his both bails, clips the top of middle stump, and Duckett's fast start to no avail. England have lost both openers. India might have delayed their declaration. They might have given themselves only 108 overs, but if you'd said you can have both openers and that's all, they'd have snapped your hand off. They've got 8 more wickets to take on the whole of the 5th day to level the series.
Absolutely, 100%, man. And he's just got a little inside edge on there. Ben Duckett with a straight bat again. That straight bat shot of his gets him into all sorts of trouble when he's playing with an angle bat or a horizontal bat. He looks as though he can hit a boundary at will, but when the ball's a bit fuller, it's a little bit tighter to off stump. He struggles when he has to use a sort of straight bat, and again there, quite get out to the ball. Got a thick inside edge. Especially again, I thought it was a thin inside edge, but no, it wasn't. He got a good piece of the bat straight onto the middle and off stump. Martin Saggers, 4th umpire. He's had to come out and change the stump. New stump was required. Drinks being had by India. There was a few verbals for Ben Duckett as he was walking off by, I think it was Jaiswal, and there was another number in the 80s, somebody that's not playing in the game, I don't think, who's he's at leg slip now. Well, it might be Reddy. It might be Reddy. Nitish Kumar Reddy giving Ben Duckett a little bit of a send-off as the England batter was walking past the huddle.
Yeah, there's only 2 members in the squad in the 80s. There's Karen Nair, 89, and Nitish Reddy, 88.
Yeah, I think it was. I don't think it was Nair. I think it must have been Reddy.
Well, Nitish Reddy's giving him a verbal. He's had a pretty quiet test match himself.
Yeah, I think Ben Duckett might have turned around and said, I might not see you at Lloyd's, my friend.
Or if I do, you'll be wearing a high vis.
You'll be wearing a high vis and bringing somebody a drink.
Well, England are 30 for 2, and I have to say that Joe Root's come to the crease, and I suspect that if England are to reach Lord's 1-0 up, then Joe Root's going to have to bat for a lot of tomorrow, I suspect. Who knows in this test. Akash right into his delivery stride, and Joe Root's backed away. And Akashdeep has continued on. He hasn't bowled it, but he's about halfway down the pitch and has then underarmed it. I suppose he did bowl it, like a lawn green bowls onto the stumps.
He's out of order there, Akashdeep. He really is. He knew that Joe Root wasn't watching. Joe Root was nowhere near ready, and Akashdeep was just about into his delivery stride when Joe Root's head turned up. I think if I was the umpire, I would be having something said to the opening bowler for that.
Here's Akashdeep in again. Joe Root turns it off his pads down towards long leg, fielded by Prasid Krishna. What for the
underarm bowl bit.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The underarm bowl bit. That's. He creeped up on Joe Root, and I think he knew what he was doing. But the underarm bowl bit, I don't think he really needed to do that. But at the end of the day, emotions are high. India are in a great position. England are 577, need 577 to win. Akashdeep has started absolutely brilliantly, like he did in the first innings. He's got the ball moving both ways.
Here is Akash once again up to the crease now. Bowls. Ollie Pope pushes that one behind square on the offside. Please explain to those wondering why Akashdeep is the only bowler in the Test match to have managed somehow to have moved the ball really significantly off the seam. I mean, is he bowling wobble seam the whole time?
Yeah, he's bowling a bit of wobble seam, but he's the size of him, the structure of Akashdeep, whippy action. He's using his angle very, very well. He's using the wobble seam very, very well. So he's creating an angle from going close to stumps, wide to stumps, and he's nailing both line and length. So if there's any sort of movement.
Akash in once again, beats Pope outside the off stump, and Akash wheels away, arms in the air, wanting to celebrate, but he hasn't found the outside edge. It's 31 for 2 England. They need a record first-class score in the 4th innings of 608. And they've lost both openers, and they're 31 for 2, and more from Steve Harmison. And then it'll be Melinda Farrell for the next half an hour.
Absolute beauty from Akashdeep. He's got the seam bolt up right there. He just jumped a little bit wider of the crease, angled it towards off stump, and it's just held its line beautifully, and Ollie Pope just feeling for it outside off stump. It's been a great start from Akashdeep. Expensive one from Mohamed Siraj, but he's got the key wicket. They've both got key wickets. They've Duckett and Crawley. England will do well not to lose any more wickets here tonight with 50 minutes to go, Mel.
Yeah, gosh, don't take your eyes off anything. Every time you just think, wow, what if England get to stumps with only this many down? Here is Siraj, and well, he's pulled out of that one. We saw Root pull outs of one in the previous over to Akashdeep, who underarmed the ball onto the stumps. This time it's Siraj.
It's a wind there, I think. Just wonder if that was a little bit because the wind's just got a bit stronger, and possibly Siraj got to his gather, his bound, and he wasn't where he thought he needed to be.
3 slips and a gully in as the next ball Root allows to just pass outside his off stump. Incredible, really. All the wickets that have fallen, all the England wickets have fallen to 2 bowlers, and correct me if I'm wrong, they all fallen to the new ball as well.
Yeah, the new ball has been key. I think obviously India have used it better. They've got 2 naturally pitched up bowlers, where England have got Chris Woakes as a pitch up bowler. Bryden Carse is more of a hit the deck back of a length bowler, but they're challenging the off stump here.
Next ball, it's Fuller, and Root drives up to straight mid off. No run.
Both times as well, that England have come off the back of a little bit of a sort of run around in the field, a bit of a chastening experience when it comes to the first innings. It was a mammoth one, wasn't it? 150 India battered from an overs point of view. You know, the second innings wasn't as long, but it was a very, very effective and demoralising for England. And that always when that happens, you always run the risk of losing at least 1 or 2 wickets in a very, very short space of time.
Next ball from Siraj. It's just played out in front of point. They'll scamper through for a single. Brings Pope on to strike. It just fascinates me now, because India, having delayed the declaration for so long, is a chance of maybe losing some overs tomorrow with a delayed start if that forecast rain does hit. But having taken 2 already, they'll be feeling very good about their chances. Kuldeep, maybe,
Yeah.
they'll say.
No, to be fair, India have been magnificent. I mean, they didn't perform the greatest. They performed quite well at Headingley in different facets.
Next ball from Siraj is left alone by Pope. No run.
You'd say at Headingley, their batters, their top order batters stood up and be counted in both innings. And it was just ironing out a few little teething problems from that, making a tail stronger to contribute down the order. Catching the ball is it's a huge help to bowlers if you've got fielders that can catch it, and they've done that perfectly. And their new ball bowlers have been very, very impressive in this game.
And again, you just see Siraj pulling out of his run-up a bit earlier this time. So maybe that wind, the 2 flags of England and India that are right opposite us, just to the left of the scoreboard, they are blowing pretty heavily. They're out pretty stiff, so the breeze perhaps out there just putting Siraj off somewhat. Pope waits, raises his bat as in comes Siraj, lets that one go again, just had to pull his hips out of the way.
Jeez, that's close. Wow, that's not far from off stump. I think Shubman Gill is coming to have a look to see if the bails are still on there, because that was close. I think he's just reminding Ollie Pope that was a good ball in a good area. It was a good leave by Ollie Pope, but it's a great area for making it very difficult for the England number 3 in and around that off stump. Good positive intent from Pope, even leaving the ball. He was in a good position.
Here comes Siraj. And that ball just punched out into the offside. They'll come through for a single. And that finishes a very good over from Siraj. Leaves England 33 for 2. 12 overs remaining in the day. Pope is out there on 5, Root on 2, and England require 575 to win.
Yeah, that's a lot of runs. 575. Yeah, it's about the. I'm not sure how many Shubman Gill's got so far, but it's about what Shubman Gill's got in this series so far. I mean, he's got to be thinking Donald Bradman, hasn't he? He's got to be thinking over 900 runs in a series to break the record of any batter. I mean, he's batted brilliantly. He's led from the front. Great example of a young captain starting their tenureship off with a boatload of runs. It'll give him a huge amount of confidence in his decision making.
Akashdeep, the start of his over. Oh, it's a one-handed swipe from Pope, but it's along the ground, just through cover point. I'll get a couple of runs to add to the total. Brings Pope back on strike, 35 for 2. And we did say it earlier, but now as we get closer towards the end, they're going to be at least 2 wickets down. England in this era under Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum, they've never batted for a draw. And I just wonder at what point they do say, well, look, the way Ben Duckett batted earlier, it looked like he was on for it. As Deep is in, tries to turn this into the leg side, Pope, and he's just looking at his back because it's just come off the outside edge and rolled along the ground on the offside.
I think what the England batters have got to do is just bat naturally, bat the game plan that they have for the skill sets they possess, and that's, if you are Ollie Pope, be busy like you are. He is. He's playing his way. Ben Duckett played his way. He got a little bit of, was a little bit not unlucky because there's been a lot of inside edges go towards the stumps and miss the stumps.
Deep runs in, bowls, and again, well, Pope tried to turn that into the leg side and it squirted off the outside edge. It's wide of the fielders in the slips and gully, and that's gone all the way for 4. Streaky, but he'll take it as long as he's still out there. He moves on to 11, England on to 39 for 2. And I think you're absolutely right, because if they do just try to block everything, then they're going to get one with their name on it at some point. So just keep trying to be positive, if not overly aggressive, in trying to chase this down. It goes against the grain for England.
Yeah, but what it does is, if you're still trying to hit the ball and you're still trying to access the ball, you get in a better position to make a decision in defence.
Pope waits. As Deep is in. He's really got that one coming back into him. This time it dribbles off to the leg side and Pope goes for a walk. I don't know if that's actually, does that hit him on the hand?
No, it's hit him just inside the thigh pad, I think.
Well, it's hand, thigh, not
his hands
very
were down,
similar.
His hands were down by his thigh. I'm trying to help there, Mel, but yeah.
Thanks, Tommy.
I mean, the workings of a human body, like I said before, no GCSEs. There's not much information coming from the person sitting to your right.
I always look to you for words of wisdom. Pope waits as in comes Deep. This time he pushes his hands out in front of him, just drives the ball, but with no real conviction towards mid-off. No run. That's not the end. It's one more ball to go from Akashdeep.
Very chirpy, these Indians now. Very chirpy. I mean, there wasn't much said in Headingley when they were having a little bit of a struggle in the field to catch the ball, but very, very chirpy, which is good. That's not leveling a criticism. I'm not being critical of India. It's brilliant. This is what you want to see. Show their teeth. One of the greatest players that's ever played the game, Virat Kohli. Within reason, he was very, very spiky.
In comes Deep. Pope again goes to turn it around. This time he gets it, and it goes down to the fine leg boundary, where it's collected by one of the Indian backroom staff who's out there in his blue jersey. So that is a boundary to finish off. Some relief for Pope, who spent a lot of that over trying to turn the ball into the leg side and saw it come off the edge of the bat or the thigh. Finally gets one. 43 for 2 now. Pope on 15, Root on 2. 11 overs remain in the day. that might be a key number.
Yeah, I mean, a hugely key number. We will get, we might get 10 overs in. We might lose one, possibly two. But Akashdeep bowled a good ball there. I'm sure Joe Root will try and waste as much time as they possibly can to get in at stumps tonight. We're only 2 down and giving themselves a chance to bat out tomorrow.
In comes deep. That's well outside the off stump, and Root has no interest in playing that one.
Yeah, the way Akashdeep bowled in that last over there, he's causing Ollie Pope problems because of where he's landing on the crease. He's landing very, very wide on the crease, and he seems to be having this ability to straighten it. So it's a wobbled seam or a little bit of swing or a bit of a nip off the pitch. And that last ball was you just tried to, the $1 million ball, tried to do a bit too much, and that's why it went down leg side and it was clipped for 4. But Ollie Pope's got to watch, because if he closes the face, he then brings slip into play.
Siraj in and up on his toes as Root just plays out along the ground out to backward point. No run there. Ollie Pope does have a tendency to do that, doesn't he? And closing the face, trying to play across the line, and he sometimes gets himself into trouble that way.
It's more just not sort of picking up the angle where the ball's coming from, and then when the ball goes away from him towards and beyond the off stump, he tries to just rock into the leg side, and he's trying to be busy. You can see what he's trying to do. Sometimes he just closes the face just that little split second too early, and that's when he ends up nicking it to slip.
Siraj to Root, and he does flick this one fine. And that's another 4 for England. Still a long way away, but it was just a little bit too straight from Siraj. And it was easy pickings for Root on that occasion. He moves on to 6, 47 for 2.
Just Shubman Gill's done the right thing here. He's feeling it slipped to Akashdeep. Mohammad Siraj, he's just gone into the infield just to have a conversation with his bowler to try and calm him down. Mohammad Siraj he's getting excited here. He wants the ball quickly, he wants the bowl he's over. He just needs to calm down a little bit. He's bowling some absolute beauties at this moment in time, but he's also giving England a chance to score, which is possibly denting his confidence.
He's in once more over the wicket. This time the angle has changed and he's outside the off stump. Root takes a step forward but watches the ball go by.
There, it's a good ball. It's a good ball in a good area. Just back that up and keep bowling that ball into that area. It's just searching for a little bit, searching for the wicket a little bit. Trying to bowl that $1 million ball at the minute. At this minute in time, England are 47 for 2. He doesn't have to chase it. He just has to string a few dot balls together. The minute he goes fuller, he doesn't move adjust his line, and then he gets clipped on the leg side.
Siraj in once more. Root on top of this one. Just pushes it up towards mid-on. No run there. And the thing about Siraj, it's funny. I feel like whenever Bumrah doesn't play, Siraj seems to really embrace the task at hand, and he's almost a different beast when Bumrah is not playing, when he's the spearhead of the attack. Yeah,
when he's the leader of the pack, he does seem like the numbers back that up. And, but he's experienced character now. He's played a lot of cricket. This situation just needs a little bit of calmness.
He's in now, bowling to Root, who steadfastly defends with a high elbow, and that is the end of the over from Siraj. It leaves England 47 for 2. Pope on 15, Root on 6, and 10 overs. It's saying there are 10 overs remaining. Whether there will be remains to be seen. Yeah,
we'll probably get 8 or 9, I would say. Guaranteed 8. I'd take Siraj off here. He's bowled. He's been expensive, but I'm not bothered about that. I've got 600 runs to play with. I would take him off, give Akashdeep another 2, and then bring Siraj from the end we're commentating on. Get Prasid Krishna into the game and see if he can get some movement with the ball.
It's Akashdeep now, bowls to Pope, who whips his hand, tries to play that late. It's stopped by backward point, running fine. No run. this end we are commentating from is the pavilion end, looking out across the ground over the city skyline with the clusters of cranes in the distance.
There's a lot going on in Birmingham City Centre, isn't there? There's a lot of building work.
I thought you meant the nightlife. You've been out there, haven't you?
No, well, I've found the hotel bars been quite hospitable towards me so far on this trip.
Both waits. In comes Deep. Gets in behind that one defensively.
Found a lovely pub. Is it the Plough in
Harborne? Yeah,
Harborne?
That's my local.
Yeah, we found that last night.
Mate,
Myself, Mark Butcher, Ian Ward, Jonathan Trott, Stuart Broad, Reva from the Sky Boys. We had a couple of nice drinks in there. The food looked fantastic.
the food is fantastic. If I have a day off, you will find me in there. I'll arrive at about 11 a.m. and I'll leave probably around 8. But I'm not having alcohol, I'd like to point out. Pope here, next ball, he pushes that out to the offside. They'll take a single. No, I'm not the local rush.
Sound a bit like Alan Brazil there. It was like, if I went in the pub at 11 o'clock in the morning and left at 8, I'd be in some state.
I'd like to point out they make wonderful coffee, and so I use it.
Oh, any excuse.
I use it as my office because I'm actually on the staff Wi-Fi there. I'm such a regular, and they don't mind me sitting there. I can plug my laptop in, work away. Occasionally, I get free coffee because I'm sad like that. Here is deep. Oh, has he got him? Has he? Umpire is unmoved. As the Indian side were all on their feet, jumping up and down, hands in the air. Root stays there, unmoved as well.
This is close, I think this is close. I think there's two noises. I think this is both pads together, but I think it's high. At first, there was a faint noise. I just wonder if there was an inside edge. And I think the two noises was both the ball hitting both pads, and I just wonder if it's a little bit high. Caught him on a crease, and Joe Root, he's a big lad, tall, but 5'11", 6 foot, and it's hit him, I think, above the knee roll, and I think because of that, Shafadullah has decided that he was going to give it not out. So I think the right decision was made in the end.
I got very excited for the moment. The thought of removing Root and having England 3 down before they have 50 on the board. Still, perhaps 8 overs remaining. In it comes deep. Next ball is Fuller. It's just pushed into the ground. The offside by Root. Yes, I just would like to clarify that. I do spend a lot of time in that pub drinking coffee. I have a rule.
I believe you.
Well, I have a rule. The rule is at 5 o'clock, I can have a glass of wine or a beer. That's it. It has to be 5 o'clock.
I think they might have been offering me 3 pints last night, because we had a nice night. The food did look amazing. A couple of pizzas knocking about.
Yeah.
Trotty had a nice look at what looked like a light steak sandwich.
Here comes deep to Root. Just blocks this one out. Holds that pose as the ball rolls away up towards mid-on. End of the over. It felt a bit eventful. Root surviving a big appeal for LBW that wasn't reviewed. And he remains on 6. Pope on 16, and England 48 for 2. Just to remind you, they require another 560 to win. Nominally 9 overs remaining in the day, but the clock has just ticked over to 6 p.m, so might not get all of those in.
No, I don't think we'll get all of them in unless Sundar and Jadeja fly through. And I would imagine we might get one of the spinners have a go tonight. Probably be Jadeja with 2 right-handers on at the crease, if they are still there when they get down to maybe the last 2 or 3 overs, just to see if there's anything off the surface, any spin on offer. But Prashad Krishna needs to hit the ground running here, because he's been expensive and here in the first innings.
He's into the attack for the first time in this innings, and the first ball's just driven out into the covers where Jaiswal does the fielding. So no run for Pope there. And it is interesting. I mean, well, Prasidh Krishna would love to get a wicket here. He hasn't got one in this match so far. As I mentioned, all the wickets have been taken by Mohammad Siraj and Akashdeep. Well, they've done the heavy lifting.
They have, yeah, and it's been a slow surface, and the skiddier trajectories made it very, very difficult for the batters to pick up.
Pope waits, in comes Krishna, and he's played that late, quite calmly. Takes a leisurely single as the ball trickles out behind point.
Struggling to understand that field. Ravindra Jadeja, sort of backward point out on the fence. 559 runs to play with. I think I'd be encouraging Ollie Pope to play more forceful to try and get it through the field if he came into the backward point region. Unbelievable fielder Jadeja. He is. And try and get Pope to play that more forceful shot as opposed to the one that he just guides into the gap.
Well, now it's Root, and there's another shout as he turns the ball to square leg. Not very convincing. They go through for a single, and just waiting to see. No, umpire must have been so bad in it, I think.
No, the umpire will
the umpire's waiting.
Yeah, the umpire will wait until it goes down.
Yep. Didn't see the clock on the board, but they have gone for it.
Yeah.
Right. Well, now
they've gone for it. Is this a panic because it's Joe Root? I don't know. I mean, where the ball ended up is telling me that it's got to be going. It's got to be, if it's going to hit anything, it's hitting the sort of outside of leg stump. It's gone literally to square leg. With Joe Root right across the crease. Oh, that's a poor. I think that's a poor review.
Well, the angle of the ball, it looks very much like it's just heading down leg side, and there's no bat on it at all.
No, it's high up. It's nearly hit him on the thigh pad, right at the bottom base of the thigh pad. So it's pitched in line. It's going on in line, and it's missing leg stump by quite considerable distance. And I just wonder if that Shubman Gill and Rishabh Pant panicking a little bit because the emotion, the time of the day, and everything that goes with. And obviously, it's Joe Root. So, yeah, that's a poor. That is a really poor review.
Well, they've burnt 2 reviews already, India, which is interesting. I wonder if that might be significant at some point. So they're down to 1 review. England still have all 3 of theirs, of course, and in all of that, the leg bye has actually brought up the 50 for England. They're 50 for 2 now. After that, Pope on strike, next ball. He just clatters that one straight into the ground. It ends up being fielded in the gully to really get it away.
Yeah, I think I know Krishna's expensive, and I know the captain is probably wanting to give him some protection, and he's got it. What is he, the highest runs per over from an Indian bowler at Headingley in India's history, and he's well onto the way to doing it here as well. So
he's in once more over the wicket, defended straight back down, and Krishna leaps up into the air to try and stop the ball. He doesn't, but it doesn't go any further than the fielders converging from mid-on, mid-off. Yes, he's got 2 fielders out in the deep. One at deep backward square and one at deep backward point.
I get the deep backward square. I just don't get the deep backward point. You know, I'd be encouraging Ollie Pope to try and pierce the field, and he runs the risk on a slow wicket against a tall bowler, chopping the ball back onto the stumps.
And I think he's being disturbed by a fly. Just backed away and was swishing the air in front of him, but he's settled now. As Krishna runs in, and he has a mighty swipe at that one. They're raising their hands again, but don't think he got anything on it. They're just coming together. It was taken by Rishabh Pant.
No, he's hit it. It's whether it's carried.
Carried. He has. Right, is it dropped short?
Yeah, I think this is dropped short. Rishabh Pant. I'm going, whenever you do, any sport, football, cricket, rugby, tiddlywinks, whatever, you go on the player's reaction, initial player's reaction. And for me, Rishabh Pant's player reaction is that this is dropped short.
Well, they're going to have a look at it now, the umpires. Indian players are all in a circle. He looks like,
Yeah, he's hit it.
he's just got a little fine under edge, just in the bottom. And we're just looking, that looks like it's dropped short.
Yeah, one hand, one bounce. It's a kid's game. We're playing one hand, one bounce now. Yeah, Rishabh Pant. He knew. He looked at Shafadullah, the third the square leg umpire, as to say, can we have a look at it? I think it's dropped short, but can we have a look at it and go through the process? Yes, no problem with that. He didn't celebrate. He wasn't trying to con the umpires. What he did was he just made sure the right process was taken to make sure it is we come to the right correct decision.
Of course, that was the umpire's review, so India lose nothing out of that. They retain a review as we say goodbye to Harmy for now. Jarrod Kimber is making his way into the chair. And it's going to be Akashdeep continuing from the pavilion end. Bowls to Root. He just defends this one towards wide mid-off. Welcome back, Jarrod.
Welcome back, Mel.
I've been here all along.
You can never leave.
Even if you wish I would. Well, India searching and searching. They desperately want another wicket before stumps.
Well, if Ollie Pope keeps playing shots like that, they'll get one. What was that? What's the idea there? What's he thinking? I'll squidge the ball?
That's one I haven't used today. Squidging the ball.
He's squidged it.
Well, it was a
He
wild
just squidged
swipe.
it low enough.
It was certainly a wild swipe. But it's Root now on strike. Oh, he's bowled him! He's bowled him! Oh my goodness, Joe Root has gone! Akashdeep strikes! And that is another blow to England. They lose their third wicket. And it is Joe Root. Oh boy! This is getting difficult now, beyond difficult for England. Joe Root can't believe it. He replays the shot once more. That ball just straightening as he tried to flick it around the corner, and it beats the outside edge. Akashdeep now has two. It's been a terrific spell from the Indian.
Just brilliant there. We've seen him bowl some incredibly unplayable balls all the way through. Root was beaten a little bit by the length. It was a little bit fuller than I think he thought it was going to be, but then it still moved so much. We'll see the Hawkeye, I'm sure, in a moment to show us just how much that ball moved, but it straightened quite a bit, and he was just in the wrong place. It's kind of, Mel, dare I say, the Pat Cummins ball to him that he has the most trouble with. It's that length where it's hitting the top of the stumps. It's important to note, this is not Joe Root's fault, as in, this is just an all-time great delivery, and he's lost the top of his off stump.
He certainly has. Well, it was always going to be difficult for England, but it's just become a lot more fraught for them this last tricky period of play. I'm still saying 7.4 overs remaining. We've got 21 minutes left until the 6:30 cut-off time. So they might lose another one here, but at the rate England are losing wickets, they won't worry. They'll think they've got plenty of overs tomorrow.
They are behind the rate though, Mel. I've said that's going to be my job all day today, all day tomorrow. I'll tell you when they get back in front of it again, if they ever get back in front of it.
Well, Harry Brook is out in the middle now, joining Ollie Pope. Had that wonderful partnership with Jamie Smith in the first innings, and he looked absolutely Jats crackered by the time he'd finished the day's play. 158 he scored, and he was bowled by Akashdeep in the end. He's facing Akashdeep now. He's in over the wicket. It's defended by Brook.
You know what the ultimate Bazball power move would be?
What would it be, Jarrod?
Declare, go play golf tomorrow. Be like, okay, fine. We don't want to tire out our batters for no reason. We don't want to get one of our bowlers injured.
If it finishes early enough tomorrow, I think I might go to Amsterdam to watch some
I didn't think you were going to say that,
qualifiers.
actually. It's not exactly how I thought you were going to finish that sentence.
Brooke on strike. In comes deep. He's head down over the ball, pushing it out to the offside.
How much rain are we going to get tomorrow?
Well, when I looked, it looked like there would be some in the morning, over the course of the morning. But then the afternoon, probably from around 1 o'clock, saying 0%. But we could perhaps have a delayed start. It's always hard to know. The forecast has changed so much over the past few days. Akashdeep starts his run up. Orange soles flapping. Is he in short ball? And Brooke thought for a moment about trying to get under that and hoisting it over his shoulder, but he pulled out in the end.
It's interesting that you say Brooke thought. I'd like to see that shot again. I'm not sure what happened there. I think you're right. I do think he was going to lap it over his shoulder. There's been some weird shots. Joe Root can obviously be forgiven. Ollie Pope's shot was absolutely horrendous. Ben Duckett got a good ball, but he was playing with fire quite a bit as well. Here for a good time, not a long time, Mel.
Always, Jarrod, always. Here's Akashdeep for that last time in this over, and that ball's just played out into the gap at cover point by Brooke. And they'll come back for two as the ball is fielded, and Brooke is off the mark. And at the end of that over, what a terrific over that was as well from deep. Getting the wicket of Joe Root, and I'm going to leave you. I'll be back tomorrow with England 52 for 3. I'll leave you with Jarrod's thoughts and Neil Manthorp.
Great work today, Mel. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. All those letters I've already sent you to your house in Orange and in Birmingham. Lights are still on here. It's a weird light, as Ollie Pope found out earlier when he had sunglasses on his head. The lights are on, and he lost the ball in the sun. It is popping in and out as Prashad Krishna comes in. It's outside off stump, angled back in, but left alone by Ollie Pope. Neil Manthorp, another Birmingham native. We got everyone here. All the ball by bowlers today.
Definitely wasn't a native, but I had 3.5, 4 very happy years here. Oh, a rather different city back then, but lived in Harborne and Selly Oak.
Harborne, that's where the plough is, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah. In the countryside of Birmingham. Here is Prasad Krishna again. Forward comes Ollie Pope, pushing that one out to extra cover. No run.
Were you near the? Is it the reservoir? What do they call it? The big
the
bit of water thing.
Yeah, the reservoir. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Right. I thought that was it.
No.
You went on that side?
That's Melinda's side of town.
Yeah, she lives overlooking that, I think.
But it was.
See the shopping trolleys gently float.
It's an interesting area of town, isn't it? Ollie Pope 17, Harry Brooke 2, 52 for 3. India absolutely dominant today, declaring at 427 for 6. That's pushed away defensively by Pope once again, with Washington Sundar. The story of the day, the story of the Test match, perhaps the second highest aggregate of all time, following on from Graham Gooch's 333 and 123 against India at Lord's many moons ago. 456 today. Shubman Gill added 161 to his first innings, 269 for an aggregate of 430, just 36 away from that total of Gooch's. What an innings, what a Test match. Oh, inside edge, Prasad Krishna. He bowled some very good balls, you know. He might have been expensive at Headingley, and he might have been expensive in the first innings. In fact, he was expensive in those, but he bowled some very good balls. He took 5 wickets at Headingley, and that was almost another one there. That's an inside edge from Ollie Pope. Suddenly, Jarrod, the India, well, not suddenly, throughout the Test match, Akashdeep and Prasad Krishna have got more seam movement than any of the English seamers, and I just can't work it out.
Maybe Wokes was similar at times, but yeah, no, you're right. It's the fact that they've had it from both ends. To be fair, I don't think Carson Tongue are big seam movers, and Ben Stokes is a swing bowler, isn't he? So there's an element of that.
Pushed away up towards mid-on, and there's no run. And without getting too technical, I suppose you have to get quite technical.
Let me get quite technical.
But if you know that to the non-expert eye, and I include myself in that
You're
in terms of seam bowling, why is it that Akashdeep is able to? I mean, there's no massive difference. You're still sort of landing the ball on the seam, so you know it's quite hard to explain why he's moving it so much. That one nips back from Prasid Krishna again, and Ollie Pope is severely rushed as it nips back into him. He's leaping up. It almost looks like he's cut him in half. Hits him on the pad, bounces out into the cordon, and there's no run. 56 for 3. Pope 21, Brook 2, men out. Crawley 0, Duckett 25, and Root 6.
Most of these things basically come back to the same thing, which is wrist position, right? So if you can repeat your wrist position again and again, more likely to hit the seam. And what they also do now, and Siraj does this, and I think Akash does it a little bit as well, they actually have the ability, you know, through bowling the wobble ball, they put a little bit more revolutions on the ball. So if you look at Siraj, he can get the ball to really dart quite violently. And, you know, the New Zealanders have said that he uses a 3/4 seam wobble ball, which seems to go a bit further than the traditional one.
Here's Akashdeep now. He'll bowl all day. He can't, though, because we run out of time. But he's into his 7th over, and his tail is up. He's got 2 for 21. That one defended by Brook, 56 for 3.
So their wrist position is better. They are getting some backwards revolutions on the ball. They're hitting the seam more often. All those things are happening. And I think if you look at the 2 main England fast bowlers, you know, what's his name? Carse and Tongue, that's not their skill. Their skill is hitting the deck hard, being quite fast and being quite strong. They're probably missing the seam a lot more than a normal bowler is.
Did you say a 3/4 wobble seam ball?
Yeah, we've talked
as
about that before.
As opposed to
the standard wobble ball. There's 2 wobble balls.
That's pushed away by Brook into the offside. Washington Sundar attacks it at wideish mid-off and wants to try and effect a run out, but runs past it. So instead of effecting a run out, he's conceded 2, whereas it would only have been a quick single. He ran straight past it. Brook 4, 58 for 3. Why would Brook? I mean, you don't know the answer to this definitively, but why do you think Brook would have not wanted a night watchman with? I suppose there were 14 minutes to go.
Stuart Broad's not here. Well, he's here, but not playing anymore. Nighthawk.
I mean, it could only be Josh Tongue, really, couldn't it? Because they wouldn't want to use Bryden Cars. He could bat. Pushed away by Barry Brook up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Or Bashir, I suppose.
Or that would be a sacrifice.
You would have played multi-day cricket when you were younger, and you were a batter. Did you use a night watch?
I don't think I was ever in that situation. I can't recall ever having to make the choice, but
I was number 7 quite a lot, and I would quite often be put up to number 3 or even opening to do the job, but more as a just go out there and see if you can cause some carnage and then come back next week and play properly.
Here's Akashdeep in once again, and Brook pushes it out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Jaiswal, and there's no run. I only played a couple of 3-day games, but mostly over the weekend, and I don't recall being in a situation. I probably lacked game awareness to such an extent that it never occurred to me.
You never asked.
Exactly. But you know, there were I think there were 14 minutes to go when Joe Root was out, and I just wondered whether Josh Tongue might have made an appearance, but I guess Harry Brook's one of those cricketers that wants to face as much as possible. It wouldn't have bothered him, I suppose.
I would prefer to go out and bat as a top order player. So I definitely did. I played a lot more multi-day cricket than you, because all of our cricket in Australia is multi-day. And I never had someone go out for me. Not that I was like anti-night watch the way I am now, but it just didn't make any sense to me. I was more likely to be not out than the guy who wasn't very good at batting. If someone was worse than me at batting.
Here's Akashdeep. There's a short mid-on now. Brook right chest on, plays defensively up towards mid-off, and there's no run. I don't think you and I had this conversation. I had it with Steve Harmison and Darren Gough.
I don't think Harmy ever had a night watch.
No, not the conversation. Different conversation. On to Harry Brook now. Very, very little footage exists of a universally recognised great batsman who you'll very soon twig who I'm talking about, but universally regarded as one of the greats. Played in the 60s and 70s, and for various reasons almost no footage exists of him, and a lot of people have said, what was he like? They asked the question, they've got this incredible record and they didn't know what he was like. And a great friend of mine who played most of his career alongside Barry Richards sent me a message to say, during the Headingley Test, I've seen Barry. And I said, well, I should hope so. You're both still alive. He said, no.
At the golf club.
I've seen Barry for the first time. For the first time, I've seen someone who reminds me of Barry. Same stance, same grip, just lots of similarities between Harry Brook and Barry Richards. Flicked away by Joe Root out towards mid-wicket, straight to the fielder. And there's no run.
There's some great innings that you can find. As you said, there is not a lot of him, sadly, but there's some great innings. Maybe the best one is when he outbats Viv Richards in the World Series cricket, which is incredible. Yeah, I can see it. I think it'd be interesting to see what Barry thinks of this. I think Harry Brook has more moving parts than Barry. I see your smile.
Yeah, you know
that Barry's like, no, I'm better than him.
Of course, here comes Prasad Krishna again, and Pope is beaten outside the off stump. Just pushing there, doesn't do anything wrong. Just played inside the line, or at least held his line. And if you get beaten on the outside edge, fair enough, that's going to happen. Yeah,
do you know what I mean? He's a bit more movie.
Yeah.
But what would Barry be? 6'1", 6'2"?
No, just 6. No more than 6 foot.
But he played very tall.
Same height as.
Don't you think he played tall, Barry?
I think it's the crispness and the neatness of the cover drives, that sort of thing. Krishna in again, hits Pope on the pad, just outside off stump, maybe a bit high as well. No appeal, 58 for 3.
I think they both play tall.
And the pull shot.
Yeah.
That quick-handed pull shot. Very similar.
They're both not always worried about the correct foot movement, I would say.
Minimal.
Yeah.
More inertia, more weight distribution.
Barry was probably, as I said, less moving parts. But yeah, I would say that there's a balance to them.
Here is Krishna again, bowls. Pope again, pushing it off his pads out towards Washington Sundar at square leg. No run, 58 for 3.
See if you agree with this. I kind of think that they are both incredibly well balanced, taller batters at the crease. That their hands do a lot of the work. I think that's probably fair. There's a shot that Barry Richards plays, which I finished a documentary for Channel 9 about World Series cricket, and I hope they include the bit in that I talked about Barry Richards' shot, because there's a moment of which he plays like a back foot shot to a full ball outside off stump. So it's a West Indian style shot, but it's completely Barry Richards.
Prasad Krishna in again, wide of the off stump and left alone.
He's just decided he's going to hit the ball really hard, and at the last minute he's on, it's a bit fuller than I think. Doesn't matter. I'm just going to play through it. Actually reminds me a little bit of Heinrich Klaassen, the way Heinrich Klaassen plays spinners, where it's like, I'm going to hit it hard. It's not exactly where I want it to be. I'll just throw my hands through it and it will still go away. So there's a little bit of that in Harry Brook. I can see that. Would Barry see this as a compliment? The Manthorp pause there.
That's driven by Ollie Pope up towards mid-off, and they scamper through for a single. I think there's absolutely no question that he would see it as a compliment to Harry Brook.
Which one of us is going to ring him first and ask? Last time I talked to him, he told me he's busy to try and beat his age on the golf course. For every year he's alive.
He turned 80, so he's very close.
So he wanted to shoot 79 then. Maybe it was 78 when I talked to him. He might have been a bit younger.
Well, I mean, he still plays. Do you know he plays regularly with Quinton de Kock? They live in the same part of Neisner on the Garden Route. And Barry's been playing off single figures for years and years. He's a very, very good probably 4 or 5 handicapper off 80. I mean, at the age of 80.
He told me he was starting to slow down a little bit. He was worried he might not be able to keep it up. Mohamed Siraj.
Oh yes, from the pavilion end, and it's knocked away by Pope. He plays a lot of his defensive shots when he's not looking to score. He plays, when he's playing badly, he plays across the line. When he's playing well, he plays in line and just closes the face at the moment of impact. But it is something that causes him a few problems from time to time. A reminder that India declared today at 427 for 6 at drinks in the final session of day 4. Siraj in again. There's Pope once more playing a defensive shot onto the leg side, fielded at square leg by Jaiswal. 161 for Shubman Gill, 55 for KL Rahul, 65 for Rishabh Pant in typically wondrous, confusing style. 8 4s and 3 6s, and Ravindra Jadeja finishing unbeaten on 69, all of which left England needing 608 to win in 108 overs. Here's Siraj again, and it's cut powerfully down into the ground, nicely fielded by Jadeja, and there's no run. And the new ball once again worked its magic for India, with Akashdeep striking twice and Mohammad Siraj once to get rid of Zach Crawley for a 7-ball duck. Crawley has made 50 twice in his last 15 innings, but in those 15 innings he's reached 20 only 4 times. It's a lot of single-figure scores. Outside the off-stump, Siraj left alone by Ollie Pope, no run.
Do you know what Crawley has?
The backing of the coach and the captain.
A very low median as well.
I mean, that's
not quite as low as Pope's, even though he averages a lot less.
The thing is, Jarrod, the people in English cricket, or people who write about English cricket, I think they've just given up writing articles about Crawley's form. That is a proper slump.
Yeah, and he's not slumping from like a hugely high position, is he?
Here's Siraj again. Pope struck on the pad. Loud, confident appeal from Siraj. Beseeching appeal from Siraj, but absolutely nothing from Rishabh Pant.
They can't review it anyway because it's not close enough, I think, to really go for that. I didn't mind that one at all. It's funny though, isn't it? You do look at it. So, people who worked for me the other day sent me a message as a unit, and they said, "Can you explain Greg Blewett?"
Asking for a pay rise, were they?
Yeah, but that too. Asking, tell us about Greg Blewett, because he plays for Australia in the golden era of Australian cricket, and I think he averages like low 30s.
Forward comes Pope, pushing out onto the offside. So yeah, are you telling me that Australia had a teacher's pet?
Well, no, you would have seen Greg Blewett make a double 100 in South Africa.
Yeah, it was a very good innings on a very flat pitch at the Wanderers.
It was very flat. But my point being is, both of us know that Greg Blewett could bat. We also know that he didn't make any runs consistently in cricket, and he was keeping out of the side at various times. Matthew Elliott, Matthew Hayden, Martin Love. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else at that point. Justin Langer, because he was opening sometimes and he was batting at first drop. All of those guys are so much better than Greg Blewett. So there are times when it just happens, right?
Oh, but none of them offered Greg Blewett's gentle medium paces and 6 overs of away swing.
Yeah, he could drift the ball around a little bit. But you know what I mean? Sometimes you just end up in a side, you play a couple of big innings and everyone's like, well, he can play, I'm sure it'll come around. And you look at his overall record and you're like, I'm not sure it's going to come around, guys.
Prasid Krishna bowls the last over of the day, and it's hit in the air, and it's so close to mid-wicket. Washington Sundar diving away to his right, and I don't think he got fingertips to it, but he wasn't a million miles away. That was pretty close. That was an aerial onside drive from Harry Brook, for which he's got 4 runs. I'm not even sure that Harry Brook's the kind of figure that who would have had his heart in his mouth there. He's like so kind of nonchalant. But it's 4 runs. He'll say that's all that matters. Doubles his score, moves on to 8. 63 for 3. Prasid Krishna in again, bowls, Brook defends, straight back to the bowler.
Imagine being caught at short mid-wicket, flicking the ball off stump.
In the last over of the day.
When you're still 500 odd runs behind.
Hey. England need 545 more to win. The target was 600.
But you're saying there's a chance?
No. I mean, I suppose that, you know, there's a mathematical chance, isn't there? I mean, the asking rate.
Well behind the rate. Well behind the rate though now.
Well, I wonder what it's gone up to. About 6.5 now. Has it started at 5.5? Just
5.9.
over 5.5. Here's Prasad Krishna again, down the leg side, and that one is flicked away nonchalantly and dismissively by Harry Brook. You can't be bowling at my pads your pace that length, and he's just glanced it away. His long leg, couldn't get anywhere near it. 67 for 3. Brook moves to 12. Ollie Pope has 22. They're just going to bat, England. I mean, they're not going to bat defensively. It's not going to be a grind. Maybe from Chris Woakes down there might be some grind, but otherwise they're just going to play their normal game. And you know, the chasing down 608 may be impossible, but it won't be a dull day tomorrow. I suspect that they won't change the way that they play.
I'm looking forward to a Bryden Cast 52 off 18.
18 off 52 is more likely. Pushed away through mid-wicket by Harry Brook. That's very nicely timed. Jaiswal is in pursuit. One of those that rare breed of left-handers who fields and throws right-handed. Never seen him bowl. I assume he does that right-handed as well. He just bats left-handed, like Lance Klusner. There's been a few of them over the years. Jack Leach, actually. Except that...
Well, there is an argument, of course, that we stand on the wrong side of the bat anyway, and so the people who throw the right arm and bat left-handed are correct.
That was Bob Woolmer's theory.
Yeah, I'm with him. I'm with him on many things.
Gary Kirsten was another one, wasn't he? He bowled right arm well.
There's a lot of Australians. Warner, Hussey.
Warner can almost
Langer,
throw left-handed, can't
Gilchrist.
he? Almost. Here's Prasad Krishna again. Another one on the pads. Another flick glance down to long leg, fielded by Washington Sundar, and through for a single. 69 for 3, 70 for 3.
Yeah, Akashdeep just struggling a little bit. He changed ends, hasn't he? And just bowling from that end. Looks like the foot marks are actually causing him some issues. We haven't seen any spin. I suppose they haven't needed it.
It's a new ball pitch, isn't it?
It is a new ball pitch. I think it's fair not to have any, but just a bit of a surprise. We'll definitely see some not too late into the day tomorrow, especially if Brook is going. I mean, Pope, they'll probably try and start up tomorrow with Pope against spin. Pope's a really interesting player because he's terrible in the fourth innings and he's terrible at getting starts. And in this one, he's going to have to bat in the fourth innings and have 2 starts because he's going to have to come back in and do all this again tomorrow.
Last ball of the day. Akashdeep in and driven nicely off his pads. Clipped, not driven. Can't really drive it behind square on the leg side. But he was in a drive position and just closed the face at the moment of impact and picks up 2 runs to deep backward square leg, and that, ladies and gentlemen, will be that for the day, with England finishing on 72 for 3, needing 608, so needing another 536 to win on the last day in 90 overs. You can do the maths, and if you can't, Jarrod will tell you that it's over 6 and over. 90 overs to score 536. With Ollie Pope on 24 and Harry Brook on 15.
I think you'll find it's just under 6 and over, isn't it?
Well, by a fraction.
Yeah,
I just figured that out.
It's just less than a run a ball. They've kept it. They've kept it manageable. In the old one days in the 90s, matters where you didn't want the ball to go over or run a ball. You couldn't chase it.
6 is 54. So yeah, it's 536. 540 would be run a ball. And so yes, well there you go.
Job done, England.
Just under a run a ball.
They've kept themselves within striking. They need to. Maybe a few extra wickets than they would have liked to have lost.
Your prognosis for tomorrow, Jarrod?
I think it's a very tough day for England. They clearly want to keep batting. Pope to start twice. He's such a bad starter, and coming back again in the morning is going to be very, very tricky for him. That puts a lot of pressure back on them, but you know, Brook and Stokes and Smith, you know, they can make some runs. But yeah, it's probably going to sometime after lunch, isn't it?
Really?
38 minutes after lunch?
Gosh, I would have said after tea, and
Okay.
in fact,
well, that would be great. That would be a lot more
any
exciting.
idea what the odds are on the draw? Any idea at all? I mean, England are like 100 to 1, so to win.
Yeah, certainly after they lost the root wicket, they'd be more than 100 to 1, wouldn't they? The draw is around 6 to 1 at the moment. So India obviously heavy favourite, and England around 170 to 1.
170, 6 to 1. I'd put a tenner on that. I don't know why.
I've never seen you put a tenner on anything.
Well, I don't bet.